Today's Sunday session is brought to you by More Beer, the makers of the all-new Ultimate Conical Fermenter. Check them out today at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No.
We're going to teabag fight.
Yeah. You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Oh, man. 2013, everybody. 2013.
I was waiting for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2013.
It's not 20 anything.
It's another year of the Brewing Network and life in general. We've all made it through the apocalypse. I'm happy to see that. And another year for the BN here online, which I have to admit, every time this time of year comes about, and we do our first show of the year, and we're looking ahead at another year of broadcasting.
Yeah.
I'm utterly surprised that we're still here.
That doesn't make me feel any better about being here with you.
I mean, think about it. We do, when I do, when we go do appearances and the Homebrewers Conference and stuff like that, a lot of times, people ask the question. People have been listening for a long time. Did you ever think that you guys would be here? And the truth is, I don't think I thought past very far ahead. I do answer honestly and say I knew there was a need for what we do.
Right.
But I didn't really have like a long-term...
you didn't have a 5-year plan written out.
Yeah, and so every time a new year comes about, I do kind of go, well, shit, what now? I do get surprised that not only are we still here, but in my opinion, I think still growing as broadcasters and better guests and still putting out information. And it is a good time to kind of reflect back. And if I'm being completely honest... I did not have a vision of 2013 for the Brewing Network. It was not on the radar.
That's because it's 2013.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably why.
But when I think of 2005 and starting in my garage, I definitely had no idea that we'd be sitting in the upper echelon of the Martinez
Refinery Row is what I call it.
Right.
Yeah, we're like the top 5 beer radio shows out of Martinez, California, for sure. Top 5 for sure.
I go top 4. I think you're selling us short, and I don't appreciate it.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
it's a tough market here, though. You got to admit that.
It is. We've been around longer than some of our local beer bars, for example.
That's true.
We've got Creek Monkey across the street, and we're celebrating a longer anniversary. I don't mean that negatively. What I mean is I'm still surprised that we're here sometimes. And some of our other local favorites down in Oakland there, Beer Revolution, a great beer place. Where, in other words, it surprises me sometimes that we're now the veterans.
We kind of have been around the block a few years.
Yeah,
definitely. I think it's really hard to look at where we're going to be or where we're going because we don't necessarily have a tangible thing for sale. Right. We rely on like offshoots, secondary kind of streams of income, like merchandise and donations and stuff like that. But we're still all free all the time.
Plus, we're busy golfing, and that's hard it's hard to make out a plan for the future when you got 18 holes in front of you.
Well, you guys go golfing. I just go find balls. I can't do it anymore.
Right. So you get too frustrated now.
Because I can't practice. Yeah. I need more disposable income, and then I can justify going out and spending it to like get on a lesson or two and getting better at it. But right now I don't practice enough to warrant going out and doing it because I get frustrated at myself too easily.
You should probably go back to blowing dudes for cash, and you'll be able to at least play another couple rounds.
Market isn't what it used to be.
I told Taryn I wouldn't do that anymore. It's,
Well, you shot yourself in the foot is what you did.
Well, I'm trying to be a better person, man.
Right.
But I can't go back on her like that.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's fair. Well, when a new year comes around, I wish we had more staff here. Jesus, it's as the BN grows, the work ethic around here just gets worse and worse.
Oh, I had a baby. I'm going to be late. Really?
We get half the staff. Everybody says I'm coming. Because it's a Monday show, so we usually do a little host shuffle.
I haven't heard of any union activity or anything like that.
No. I'm Doc. Are you coming to the show? Yes. Nathan, are you coming to the show? Yes. Bevo, are you coming to the show? Yes. Half of them are gone.
When
They're
I'm
all
fucking
gone.
ready, I see. That's what they're saying.
So I'll tell you, we may be sticking around, but we're not getting any. We're not growing any as people.
Hey, more zeros for us, right, guys?
That's
right. Bigger slice of that pie.
Well, I wanted to ask if people do, New Year's resolutions as we start the new year for the BN. I know. I'm not sure if it's just Americans that do this. I really don't know. But New Year's resolutions, you see it on Facebook. It's a big thing for people. And Tasty, do you do New Year's resolutions?
Well, yeah, but I'm realistic about it.
You are
making them to myself, and I'm
wake up
the most forgiving guy in the world. I can blow them off on January 2nd if I.
Yeah. So you're like, I'm gonna not die this year.
Yeah,
realistic.
Well,
stuff.
I think this isn't my year. I'm thinking that. Yes.
But you don't. In other words, you don't go like, I'm going to join a gym and go 5 days a week.
No. I do make some serious ones.
Give me an example of some resolutions.
Here's a funny one. I made this last year too. That I'm going to stop hanging around undateable women.
That's a good resolution. Why? Because it's just frustrating?
Well, they're all too freaking young, man. They're like 28, 29.
What is the dateable cutoff? Is it only an age thing?
30.
Yeah.
It's in the 30s actually.
You know what you start doing is
right, like 30 and a half.
Something.
Yeah. You start hanging out more with Sully.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I know
that dude.
I know the girls he dates.
Young women.
Yeah, that a boy.
Yeah. I don't think he's dated anyone over 30 in like 5 years.
How long till he starts dating his son's friends?
Oh, well, at least a few years.
Right.
Yeah. But
I didn't do it last year either, so
I don't expect you to do it this year because those people are fun to hang around with for you, even if you're not going to date them.
They're great. Yeah, they're nice and soft.
Give me another example. You got
as opposed to hard women.
I don't know how you're going to top
they
that.
They smell good.
Another one. Oh, Jesus.
Got anything else in there? Like, do you?
Well, I always say I'm going to stop going out like 6-7 nights a week.
Okay,
or is it 8? I don't know.
You are like an 18-year-old.
I am. I'm out of control.
It's insane.
I need somebody to like discipline me.
Right.
Dominatrix?
Dominatrix would work great. About 25 years old.
You need some discipline. Yeah.
Wash my dishes, fucker!
Yeah, that one doesn't last very long at all. I haven't been,
it probably lasted up until tonight.
Whatever today is, that's how many days in it so far this year I've been out. Yeah.
Right. I do think about it, Tasty, sometimes, how often you go out. And
you don't even know the half of it.
It does blow my mind. I mean, you just... Now, what is it? Do you just get restless
so
at home? Or you just have fun?
At home I could watch some TV or something like that, or a sporting event.
Yeah. You just rather get out there.
The bars, these people, they're engaging, they're interesting, they're drunk.
Right.
This is great.
See, now, Tasty, we make fun of you a lot for dying, being old, and you're on the death pool.
Yeah, sure.
But I do mean this seriously. If and when that day comes, Tasty, you know that your friends will look back on your life and go, I hope I go out like Tasty.
Tasty did it right.
Because so many people sort of throw in the towel. I'm not saying you're at the age to throw in the towel, but you see what I'm saying? But people much younger than you are throw in the towel.
They're not in my situation. They're not single.
Well, sure. But still, even then, they're maybe not able to go out and make friends, and you just got it all, man.
I do have a good time.
There won't be a lot of the crying at your funeral will just be that we miss you, buddy. It won't be that you squandered your time.
That'll be the format of the funeral too, I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll be tweeting from the casket.
Yeah,
it'll be a party.
We'll Facebook post for you. You just checked into his casket. Doc made it to the show. Doc, do you do New Year's resolutions? Are you one of these guys?
No,
you don't even.
No, I do the New Year's. I should probably do that,
but you don't.
No, I don't like making promises to myself that I'm just going to break.
Right. What about you, JP? You do New Year's resolutions?
I do, actually, yeah.
That surprises me.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? Because
you're such a cynic. I would think that you'd look at the resolute. What? Why don't you just do these things all year? Like I feel like you're a cynic about that.
Well, I tell you, Justin. As no, I don't know. I don't know where that was coming from. I think as you get older, you realize, your life on this world is very, very short. Right.
That's true.
So you want to kind of improve it the best way you know how, and it's definitely not unrealistic goals, like Tasty was saying. They're very manageable goals, but they make me a better person. And sometimes I don't necessarily conquer them that year. They just go on the list for next year. But I'm always working on them. It's a reminder to always be working on stuff.
So what do you do, like 1 or 2 a year?
I don't know. I actually have my list. I was working on it down there before the show.
Oh, you're still making... You have a list. So it's more than 1 or 2.
Well, I feel like that's the only way you're going to be a rounded person. No, it's more than that. Here, let me see.
More than 5? Who makes more than 5?
Man.
That way, if you can break 4 of them, you still got 1 left.
It's like 2 pages. Give me a rough estimate of how many are on there.
I think it's about... I get about 20 right now. I'm still going. I give myself to about the 15th of January to collate everything that I think I need to work on over the year.
20 seems overwhelming. 20.
It's not that bad, really. I pin it up on my door. So the first thing I see when I reach for the door is this list, and I go, okay, and I take about 5 minutes to kind of review everything and just get it in my head.
You give us some examples of your New
Year's. Do
you
want other people's input on this? Have you asked other people to help you on this?
No, it's my thing. Like the first one, pay more attention to my chickens.
Really?
I don't really pay enough attention to them, and I realize they're my pets, and I don't like people who neglect their pets.
Do they really need more time from you?
Yeah, they're chickens.
What happens if you give them more time?
I don't know. I feel better. I think a little bit. I feel a little bit better.
You feel like a better pet owner?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what else?
Not let my cats eat so much.
I feel that their weight.
Again, you have to be a good pet owner.
I feel like your resolutions so far are about other people.
Not even people.
Other entities, right.
Well, but that's part of owning, right? You have to be responsible for things you can't control.
All right, how about another one?
Help Taryn learn to pick up after herself.
Yeah, that definitely goes on your list.
Yeah, well, because she's
gotta be a good boyfriend.
Yeah, and so if the more I can help her learn, so if she doesn't clean her dishes up or rinse the milk out of the glass, I call her over and I say, what's wrong here? What's wrong with this picture?
That makes sense.
And she just goes, I don't know what, and then I tell her, and then we kind of work through it. We have a whole coaching thing that we do.
Okay, give us another.
It's called parenting.
By the way, I would love a video of this coaching going on, but. What's another one of you helping yourself grow?
You have to take something away from her, other they never learn.
I have some. I'll get some tips because I do have some questions on it because it doesn't really work.
I can make it work.
Try to do more in-chair calisthenics during the day.
Okay.
So I'm sitting there in the chair
all day.
I'm getting fat and sloppy. I need to just get the blood flowing. So I do, kind of learn to do. I get those little 1 pound dumbbells and kind of just do this.
Sure.
Can your butt cheeks get any tighter?
Yeah. I mean, why get up and go for a walk when you could just do it in the chair?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right? Try not to be so negative when writing Netflix reviews.
Because you're hurting the movie producer's feelings.
Well, I mean, I need to be. You need to be more positive. You're reviewing the movie, right? So you need to have positives in there with the negatives. So
I see.
Just to help other people.
Right.
I want to recycle more.
That's good.
Yeah, I think it's important.
Very important.
This list isn't bad, I guess.
Love myself more.
Oh, well, that's a good one.
I think it's really important. I think it's a really important one.
You should talk to my therapist.
Yeah, you're going to fail on that one, though.
He'd give you a free session just for saying that.
Make more money. I'd like to do that.
Right. That's a good resolution.
I think, try not to hate dogs so much. I think that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that's not bad. I can see you becoming a better person already.
So can I. I think that's a pretty good one. Give out hugs more often.
Really?
I'm very closed in with hugs and stuff like that.
How about just longer hugs? I've noticed that.
I could do longer hugs.
Right.
From the Shea Comfort school of hugging. He does long embraces to where it's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
And he kisses you on the cheek.
But he knows.
He's Euro.
I know that he enjoys me. Right. And I want to share that feeling.
He's enjoying you a little too much, in my opinion.
Oh, this is a good one. Try to embrace the healing power of crystals. I think it's really important.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, with the symmetry of the crystal, a lot of power is driven through those.
Okay.
And why be closed-minded? You can't hurt.
Yeah.
It can't hurt to just wear crystals.
Yeah, you're right.
All
right, let's come back to JP in a second. Moscow, do you do New Year's resolutions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like, what do you got? Like
lose weight. Yeah, that's correct.
Is that because we call you fat most of the year?
Behind your back?
No, it has nothing to do with it.
Because your girlfriend doesn't think you're fat, does she?
No. But
she told me she thinks you're fat, but you don't know.
I provide a home. She can overlook it. I'm not worried about her. It's for me.
It's for you.
That's right.
Where are you looking? A little around the waistline?
A little gut, the chin. The chin doesn't hurt.
It's a very common, this time of year, people take a look in the mirror and they say, go to the gym. Or do you have a plan for losing this weight?
Eat less. He said as he sipped his beer.
Yeah, how un-American of you.
If you ever go into the gym right after the first day, you can't get in there. You can't get a machine. You can't do anything. But it's going to thin out in about 3 weeks.
I was thinking January 5th.
No, it does. It just starts thinning, but it's just back to normal about 3 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks is generous, though.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that your only res?
Yeah. I'm essentially perfect in every other way.
Really? That's it? We can work out a list if you want.
Maybe JP should make you a list.
I'm compelled through the rest of the year to.
JP, do me a favor throughout the show.
Yeah.
As you hear Moscow interact with us and are reminded of him as a person.
Right.
Make a little list, and at the end of the show, we'll review.
Okay.
In fact, maybe we should also make it the Twitter game if you didn't have a better one already.
I didn't have a one at all.
What should my resolution be?
Yeah, what should Moscow's resolution be?
That's the new Twitter game.
Okay, tonight's Twitter game, what should Moscow's resolution be?
It's just going to be 800 tweets like, shut up, don't talk.
Be less Jewish.
Nobody wants to hear it. Yeah, be less Jewish. Be less of a ginger.
Right.
Which, by the way, I'm doing every day.
You are?
Yeah, I'm working to be less of a ginger.
Every day.
You're never going to get a soul.
All right. I don't really do resolutions myself. I think I'm a bit like Doc. I think that they're a recipe for failure. But I'll be honest with you. What I do is might be perceived as a little worse.
Okay.
Every year to me has a theme. It's a whole theme that I work on.
Huh.
So in the past, for example, I've had the year of travel, where I've tried to accept more invitations, whether they be Brewing Network or from friends, and really do as much as I can. I've had the year of work, where it was nothing but 10-hour days. I had to hunker down, and I felt like, and it helps me feel like I'm doing what that year needs me to do to grow. It's all about growth, same as a regular resolution.
Yes.
This year is the year of maintenance. Maintenance. Yeah. So
like life maintenance?
All things. House maintenance, life maintenance, Brewing Network maintenance. It basically means rather than being extroverted and going out like every night like Tasty over here, it's more hunkering down and doing the things that don't get done because I'm going out and accepting both new projects, new work. So a year of maintenance to me means saying no.
Yes.
To everything that is not the stuff that isn't being maintained. Okay. So you might see some website improvements, I would hope. We have a new store in the works that's being finished this month.
Yeah.
I'll be calling Doc to work on my house for me. A lot of things like this. Yeah, maintenance.
Yeah.
We're going to maintain our friendship.
Yeah, right. Yeah, things like that. So, by the way, Doc, I shot your shotgun yesterday.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
I went trap shooting.
It's magical, isn't it?
I killed it.
Nice.
It's got a nice balance to it.
It's a nice gun. It's a Mossberg.
Yeah.
And, you give 25 clay pigeons go out. I was hitting, I did 3 rounds. I did 20 of them on 2 of them and 21 on the third.
Wow. That sounds really good.
I was killing it.
From what distance?
Whatever the closest distance.
4 feet.
It's 6 inches.
It's right there. I did great.
They were laying on the ground. Good.
Yeah, I just hit it with a rifle butt.
Now, I haven't done it in so long, though. I did sort of forget how to hold the gun.
No. So your shoulder's sore.
Not so much my shoulder as my cheek, because you got to put your face right down on it.
Right.
And I forgot that you're not supposed to put the butt right on your cheekbone, but rather tightly below it. And tightly. If you do it tight, it's fine.
Yeah.
But I sort of did it loosely right on my cheekbone. I had a swollen face last night. Anyway, it was a good
That's why they call it a cheek weld.
but I like the gun, Doc. So thank you. And it's the best I've ever done.
Great.
It was a good time. All right. Well, I thought we'd discuss 2013 a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, people like to know what the Brewcasters are doing, and I care about your lives.
Are we done? Do you want any more?
Give me a couple
know.
more viewers.
Yeah, I
sure.
wanna know more.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just pick and choose because I do have about 12 more. Go on more walks around the block.
Right.
I think it's very important.
How many
for health?
For example, in 2012, how many walks around the block did you do?
None.
Okay, right. So if you do it tonight, you already
It's more.
Right.
You can check it off.
Baby steps.
That's
And
positive.
your neighborhood, don't do it at night.
It's not bad.
Not during the day.
Weave another dream catcher.
Oh,
Yeah, new year, new dreams is what I put after that.
right.
It's real important.
That makes sense.
Read more books.
How many books did you read in 2012?
None.
Okay, well, these are improvements.
More.
Take Taryn out for dinner more often,
How many times did you take Taryn out for dinner in 2012?
including the time she paid.
No.
Then none.
See, that's got a hidden agenda right there, because then she doesn't have to clean up the dishes,
No.
or leave them in his way.
It helps the other
Yes.
resolution.
Get better at words with friends.
Okay, well, I could see why that might be important to
You know?
somebody.
And try to be more positive about the Kardashians. I feel it's important. They're here to stay.
Well, I hear that they're getting divorced.
Yeah.
The main ones.
Well, you know,
what's one more?
it's mainly just the sisters everyone cares about. Everyone
Right.
else is just satellites and kind of,
Sure.
on their coattails.
Well, the one sister has that great rear end.
That's true.
I don't know if you've seen it. But,
They're more spiritual than that.
I could see Tasty dating a Kardashian. You ever thought about that?
I haven't thought about that. No.
Yeah.
Does that make me a bad
No.
person?
Yeah, I think he could date one. I think
He could, sure.
I think they'd have a good relationship.
They only date superstars. Oh, wait.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, there's
All right.
more, but
Bevo made it in the studio. Real quick before we move on to the rest of our, do you do New Year's resolutions, Bevo?
This is the first year I've ever kind of, sort of did one.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Let me guess. It was to leave Sam.
No.
Oh, okay. What is it? Or them?
There was just one, and it was just to take better care of myself.
I see. Does that include going to the gym, or is this like a eating?
Well, look,
Or
here's
getting
the
rid of
thing.
Sam?
I had a gym membership. I went to CrossFit for 3 months.
Okay.
It was good.
that shit's
But that
expensive.
shit's expensive.
Yeah.
I see.
So I can't afford the gym.
So
Well-
what will taking better care of yourself entail?
It does entail exercising at least 3 times a week and eating better.
Okay.
Mostly I'm just tired of being fat.
I see.
And
we're
And,
not tired
you
of
can
you
all
being
be like,
fat.
oh, you're not fat. Whatever, dude.
Right.
There's some fat. It needs to be addressed.
I hadn't noticed, but we did go bowling on New Year's Eve, and I did look at your rear end a couple of times, and
Just once.
it doesn't look as good as it used to.
No, it's sad.
Yeah,
It's a mopey butt.
It's a little boxy.
It's deceptive though, because she still looks good.
She
But
still
both
looks
things are
fantastic.
true, right? She's hot and she's
Right.
a little,
But you might not focus on the rear end anymore. I think you could bring the rear end back. I think that should be your resolution. Forget about it. Don't make it so general. Just make it the rear end, and the rest will fall into
give it a
place.
focus.
I don't know.
Well, look, let me tell you, the 2 plates of pasta that I had for dinner already shows that I am an epic failure.
Right.
Wow.
But
It was
high
hella good, though.
high rates of failure are not an argument against New Year's resolutions.
Sure.
They're an argument for making an attainable New Year's resolution.
That's true. And also, yeah, exactly. You need to make them attainable. And I will say this on a serious note to all of our listeners. Don't be so hard on yourselves. As you do what happens is if you really beat yourself up for failing at the resolution, then you're doing twice as much damage to yourself as actually failing at the resolution. Forgive yourself. It's okay. But you will learn to make more attainable resolutions.
I forgave myself for that first plate of pasta by eating a second.
That's not what I meant.
Don't be stupid. Yeah. You're a cow having 2 plates of pasta.
And by the way,
A hot cow.
you can afford the gym. You just can't afford CrossFit, which is like $100 and something bucks. You can afford
It
a
was $100.
$24 a month. That's fine. Second of all, I don't care how good your ass looks. If you have a gun, no one's going to love you.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You don't have a gun.
I don't
yet.
have a gun.
No, but I'm just saying that don't make it just
It's a-
focus on the
it's a
ass.
slippery slope.
Right? Because then you'll still eat pasta, but just do 10,000 squats a day, and then you're fine. But it'll grow in the other way.
I see.
The money you save on that second plate of pasta, you can put towards the
Oh,
gym.
no, I had a rep lunch at the office today, so that was a free plate of second
free-
plate of pasta.
Well, then,
so
all
you're
right.
stocking up.
That's fine.
It's wintertime. I got to stay warm, yo.
Does
you have a heater, right?
Does Sammy have a resolution that you know of?
I don't think so.
I bet it's to have more sex.
Not date fat chicks. No fat chicks.
Right. All right. Well, thanks for indulging us there. We like to. I like to explore the new year. Like I said, I don't really do resolutions, but I do think it's a good time for reflection, and that people should look forward and try to better themselves. And I guess all of us are doing that, except for Doc.
I think about it. I just don't make a promise to myself. Trust me, I think about these. Yeah, it'd be better if I did that. So it's all thought of. It's not like, this is what I'm going to do.
Right.
Wouldn't that help you do these things, though? Why not?
By the way, you look skinny.
Do I?
Are you losing weight? Because you look thin right now.
Yeah, a little resolution there.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
It's not because you've been sick or anything.
That too, but I haven't been drinking for about 2 weeks.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you look thin. Yeah, well, be careful. You're not looking unhealthy, but you're borderline. Don't lose so much weight.
I was getting that hangy over the belty thing.
I
don't
see.
like that anymore. So.
Okay. All right, a great show planned for you today. This is probably always one of my favorite shows of the year because we get to do the Brewing Network Awards, and I think it's like the 7th annual. It's only the 6th?
I believe that's right, yeah.
I don't think we did it the first couple of years.
Oh, okay. Took us a while to come up with that brilliant idea.
Yeah.
All right, so the Brewing Network Awards are happening tonight. You might want to stay tuned if you're a regular listener, regular caller, regular drunk of the week, regular contributor. You might actually make it onto the BNAs, and it'll make you famous. You won't be able to walk down the street the same way again if you win it.
You'll be walking the left a little bit.
If you win a BNA tonight. So stay tuned for that. We'll be doing that a little bit later in the show. Also, we'd love to welcome back to the program Stan Hieronymus, who's got a new book out, the Hops Book, which everybody is raving about. If you haven't picked it up, you can pick it up in our store. Actually, I did order it, and they sent me one book. I ordered a case of it, and they sent me one book.
Did the same thing with Brewing Classic Styles and How to Brew.
So I'm lying. You can't pick it up in our store because they screwed up my order. Right. Soon you'll be able to pick it up in the store, but really a fantastic book. We do have our promotional copy, and Stan did a wonderful job on it. So if you got questions about hops or you need to figure out why you should own this book, just stay tuned. You can call in 888-401-BEER. Stan will be on in just about 20 minutes. We'll be talking to Stan all about the Hops Book. A couple of announcements to get out to you real quick here. The Winter Brews Festival is back. How many years have we been doing that?
10, I think, at least.
It's our fourth annual. Right? Fourth annual, and it's the first time we've been accepted back into the same location twice. If you'll remember, we thought Berkeley was our new home, and then it was occupied by homeless people.
Right. It got occupied.
Moscow's favorite people, by the way.
I'm on board with their values wholeheartedly.
Yeah, well, homeless people and Democrats.
He
was
loves
occupied
them both.
by both of those
I don't
people.
see a difference, to tell you the truth.
So we're back in Todos Santos and Concord. I do think we found a permanent home because we love it there, and they like to have us too. And it's just a couple blocks away from the Concord BART station. Tickets are on sale right now. You can go to WBF 2013. That's WBF2013.eventbrite.com and buy your tickets right now. They're $35 in advance. They're going to be $40 at the door.
That's right.
So
rain or shine.
It's rain or shine.
Rain or
Yeah,
shine.
actually, the city of Concord helped us out with a great plan in case it rains, and we're going to move it out of the park and right next to it. The park is in a big square, and the city of Concord will gladly shut down the whole street for us so that we can not have to walk around in the mud. So we'll put up tents, big tents for everybody to be under, but the other part of that is if it was in the park, it would still be kind of a slushy ground.
Right.
They're going to let us be on all the sidewalks and shut down the street and let us move over to the street. Still have access to the stage because we've got live entertainment coming. Purple Haze is back, the Jimi Hendrix tribute band. And I'm working on a reggae band right now to do the other part of it, to keep us active. I don't like, our Winterfest it's more like a summer fest. It should feel like a party, it should keep you warm. So it is rain or shine, and we won't be in the mud if it does rain.
Has Schumann's outfit been addressed? Because he is to wear the awful bridesmaid's dress I had to wear last year, right?
What?
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
For what?
Was that the deal?
Who cares? He liked it. He was like, I want that.
I see. Okay, then. Let's make Schumann wear the bridesmaid's dress. Absolutely.
When did he announce that he was doing that?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I just announced it for
we
him.
just announced it.
I don't think we're going to need to make him. I think he'll be on board.
Yeah.
If he even catches wind of it, he'll say yes before we finish the sentence.
Yeah, just say dress. He'll say yes to the dress.
I feel like you and JP should role play what that exchange is going to be like.
So, Schumann, I have this dress.
Yeah, done. I would love to wear it.
Perfect.
Do I have to wear underwear?
No.
No.
Yes, you do. That dress is very short.
Oh, I don't remember seeing you in that.
I looked like a cupcake.
You did look like a cupcake.
Yeah, that's actually exactly
Well, I guess it was hard to tell where the dress ended and your legs began.
Oh, that's rude.
I
I had on rub-on tan. That's not true.
Cupcake.
All right, WBF2013.eventbrite.com. Get your tickets right now.
Or go to the OnTap page on thebrewingnetwork.com/OnTap.
You can click it there. It's from 12 to 4 on Saturday, January 26th in downtown Concord. Take BART. There's also free parking, by the way, if you have a designated driver. Designated drivers are free.
There's lots of free parking. There's actually 2 parking garages in downtown Concord.
Yeah, it's tons of parking. But also, I recommend take a BART because it's really just a couple blocks away.
Right.
12 to 4, so you got plenty of time to do your own thing afterward, including maybe just going to EJ Fair and grabbing a burger and a pint right after the thing.
Maybe.
It's all right there. So do that. Moscow has some thank yous because I guess we got some beer sent to us over the holidays.
Oh. Yeah, lots of people. Very generous. Matt Potts and Mark Tilley, our friends out at Distill in Illinois. They were on early in 12. They sent us some more beer. There's some downstairs in the fridge.
I think I remember loving their beer.
Their beer was great.
The Dosavidanya Russian Imperial Stout. We got a bottle of that. We'll pop it in a moment. Our friend Theo Brew sent us some Cigar City beer. Leonard Ashcroft sent us beer from Full Pint Brewing in Pennsylvania. Those were great.
Wow.
And then Steve-O, he sent us a sour from the brewery.
And I like sours, man. I know you like sours.
Well, it was labeled for Justin, so we'll see if Justin is selfish or not.
Well, I know
it's a sour. I'm not sharing that.
And then
you like sours.
Well, get ready. He also sent us Westy 12, which we can open later tonight. Yep.
Wow.
And then every guest and listener who is wildly generous.
How many people in this room have not had West Veteran 12? Bevo? I think I might have shared some.
I had exactly one sip.
Maybe, I don't remember.
Yeah. Okay.
It's fine.
Oh, it's a wonderful beer.
So thank you, everybody. So very generous. We appreciate it.
Is the Cigar City beer here, too?
Yes.
Oh, that's another great beer.
No problem, man.
Thanks to all you guys for sending beer. We always do appreciate it. All right. In the store, our brand new Brewing Network DVDs. Our first in the series of our BN University is with Matt Brynelson from Firestone Walker. Teaches us how to brew the perfect American Pale Ale. They're available for pre-sale now. I do think they're actually supposed to arrive this week or next, so they will be shipping very soon. Just click on store and Brewing DVDs, and you can purchase them right now. If you do a pre-sale, you're going to save a couple bucks. I think it's like $17 right now, and it goes up to about $20 once we get the DVDs in stock. So save yourself a couple bucks and get it now. You're going to want this. You know, even if you already have a nice American Pale Ale, why would you not want to listen to Matt Brynelson give you all the tips? I mean, he wins not just gold in American Pale Ale every year, but gold and silver. And then his beers just swap places for gold and silver the following year. The guy's a badass. So check it out right now. A bunch of you shopped via Amazon over the Christmas season by clicking the Amazon link. Oh, Tasty and Doc did too.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you guys. I didn't do any Christmas shopping this year.
Neither did I.
I was a Scrooge. And, you know, I made gifts. But a bunch of you did, and we thank you for that. You can just click the Amazon link right there on the homepage all year long, or you can save it in your favorites, and you just shop as normal, and you pay the same price, but Amazon gets less of your money, and we get a little bit of it, and it's a great way to support the Brewing Network, and so many of you have done it. I can't thank you enough. It's been a wonderful boost to help us pay the rent around here, so thanks very much for that. Just click the Amazon link. You can do the same with the Micromatic link, and I need to put a new static link for Micromatic up there, but if you need keg parts, just click the Micromatic link, and you can do that too. iPhone and Android apps are in both Android Market and iTunes. Just search BN Mobile. They're both free. Watch all this live on justin.tv/Brewing Network. You can see our pretty faces. Subscribe and join the BN Army by clicking the donate button. If you're a recurring donor, you're entered to win a monthly donation giveaway courtesy of More Beer, and that's a $100 gift certificate that you could win. Plus, I think this year they're going to add some extra prizes to the mix. Wow. And when it comes to BN anniversary time, which is in Philly this year, if you're a monthly donor, you might be entered to win an even bigger prize, like a conical or a More Beer sculpture. So all sorts of reasons to become a recurring donor. And once again, being that it's the first of the year for us, thank you so much to all of you donors who have donated over the years. You've been wonderful. You've really kept us going. And in fact, I kind of looked at things. I was telling the story about how I almost threw in the towel several years ago.
Yeah.
And it was you donors that really turned it around. It was a couple of key sponsors, but it was a couple hundred of you donors that ended up paying the bills around here and kept me from having to go out of business. So I just wanted to thank you all for doing that. All right. So get all this and more over on Twitter and... Yeah. Get your show ideas over to Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. And we already did our Twitter game, didn't we?
We did, which was, what was it again? What is Scott's New Year's resolution?
What should it be?
Right.
We know what it is.
Right.
We're going to find out.
Right. Should we do feedback? Do we have time for feedback?
I hope so.
I got 5 minutes. I don't have our feedback music, though. I kind of loaded everything up with our BN Awards later, so just do me a banjo sound. Perfect. All right, feedback's brought to you today by our great old sponsor, the 21st Amendment. With us all these years, you go to 2NA and check out their wonderful beer, and they also put it, if you didn't know, in cans. In fact, I brought Bitter American in cans to Moscow's birthday the other night.
Those were demolished in a moment.
Mosky turns 30 this week, ladies and gentlemen. 30.
Thanks.
The big 3-0. His balls are finally dropping. Isn't that right, Tasty?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, my other resolution is to stay young. I forgot.
Oh, it is a good one.
All right.
Wonderful. All right, I do have some good feedback this week, actually, so... Oh, how about that?
It's pretty good, huh?
Is that just playing through your laptop?
No. It's not playing through my laptop.
Oh, Doc's got it on the phone.
Nice, Doc.
Because it's working like it's coming through the system.
Yeah.
Wow.
Love it. All right, here we go. Sent from my Toshiba laptop writes in, I just wanted to say thanks for doing what you do. I was in the L.A. area last week and at first struggled to find a good brewery to go to. Then I remembered how highly you spoke of Ladyface, so I went there for some food and beer. The beers were great, especially their coffee porter and IPA. If it weren't for the BN, I would never have known about them. Thanks from Sent from my Toshiba laptop. You are welcome. I've never been to Ladyface myself, but I have had their beer.
It is rad. The Ladyface is great, food's great, people are great, beer's great.
Perfect. Sent from my iPhone writes in, I brewed a Belgian... I'm going to read them as they come in, by the way, just so you know. I brewed a Belgian tipple that stopped fermenting. Needs some help. I warm it up to 70F. Then I transferred it to a glass carbon. Added a new dry yeast after rehydrated. It's still nothing. So I add a little priming sugar. Still nothing.
It's still nothing.
Need help on direction on what to do. It should be 8.5 to 9%, but is only at 7%. I hope he's foreign and not just dumb. You know?
He could be a dumb
but
foreigner.
He sent it from his iPhone, so maybe he was drinking and using the soft pad.
And our bad autocorrect.
Did anybody get the actual question, though, and like to answer it?
Well, the facts were like distracting in a way.
Yeah.
Right.
He has a stuck ferment.
Well, I have to ask him how it tastes. I mean, he's giving us numbers that he thinks it's under attenuated. I wonder how it tastes, but he obviously didn't tell us that. Let's assume it's sweet, because it's measuring sweet, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, he doesn't really say.
We tried all the normal stuff, right?
It's measuring. Yeah, he says it should be. He's just going by ABV, I guess. Because he says
the inning grab. He says that the ABV...
He said it's at 7%. It should be about 9.
Yeah,
so it's under attenuated.
Yeah, it's under attenuated.
Sure.
So he's tried he warmed it up to 70. He might consider going quite a bit higher than that, 75, 76 even. Not right away, but just like a degree a day for 6 days, and if it does, it should kick up. He says he added sugar and yeast.
Yeah,
no fermentation. I don't know.
Shouldn't have added sugar. Period.
No.
Okay.
That just makes the final gravity higher. If it's not working, you should at least first start stirring around the yeast.
Okay.
If that doesn't do it, there's a couple other things you can do. One is brew another beer, rack it off, and then pour that beer right on top of that brand new yeast cake. Stir it up. It should start in again.
Okay.
The other thing is to basically krausen it. Use that other beer, and just as soon as it starts really going off in the first a couple hours, you want to add about 10% of that beer into his triple.
Okay.
Make sure it's an appropriate kind of beer to put in there, and that should kick it up and bring it back down too.
Is that different than doing another big yeast starter?
It's a little tougher with a big yeast starter.
Okay.
And it's better to do it with putting it right on top of a brand new yeast cake or krausening it with some already fermenting beer that's like just in the first part of its ferment.
Okay.
Yeah. Bring it up to like 75, like Tasty was saying, but also shake the shit out of it, too.
Try that.
Rouse that yeast first.
Try that first.
Okay. All right. Good ideas. Michael writes in, Dear Brewcasters, I'm not one to write feedback in general, but I feel in this case it's warranted. The Brewing Network has been helping me brew great beer from day one. I must say it's been the single best resource of brewing insight that I've found. I recently began listening to the resource-rich Sunday session after the Jamil Show and Brew Strong. I must say that it's been amazing. Not only is the show in a candid, anything-goes format, but it also comes with a great cast of awesome personalities. It's always a treat to get the thoughts and direction from the best brewers out there. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you for the very nice words. I guess, he says, the BN was instrumental in helping me win the annual Hampton Roads Brewing Cup. So I guess he won a...
Cup, that sounds important.
Yeah, he won a big deal. I think we have somebody locked out.
Uh-oh.
Maybe not. So that's Michael from Beer and Ale Research Foundation. BARF.
BARF. That's his club.
I met Michael, I think, out in Virginia.
The name sounds familiar.
We met Michael out there.
Name?
Mitchum.
Yep.
Yeah, met him out there.
Mitchell.
He was a good.
Met him.
Spork Saber writes in.
Spork Saber.
Hey, Jason. Since we are all still here, I wanted to wish everyone, even Scott, a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. So there you go. Even the Jew got one of those. He doesn't. No reaction whatsoever.
I'm offended.
Dr. Mao writes in, JP and the mental Lilliputians that keep you down.
Right.
Do we know what Lilliputians are?
Yeah, they're from Lilliput. Little midgets.
Yeah, from
little dwarfs.
Gulliver's Travel.
After using Jamil's book for years and listening to you bloody afterbirths going on and on about Heretic's evil twin, I finally gave in and ordered myself a 12-pack of 22-ounce bottles. Okay, the shit blew the back off my skull. When is the smarmy bastard ever going to give up the recipe? Or is he too good for that now? Allahu Akbar, Dr. Mao. That recipe's been out for years. And in fact, you can buy the kit at Northern Brewer, can't you? Don't they have the...
I mean, he's tweaked it out, I guess, since bringing on a commercial system. But
I see.
It's probably the same.
And it's also in his book, Brewing Classic Styles, under Evil Twin, along with all of his other recipes. So I will, I too like a good Jamil jab. It's always fun to make fun of our friend Jamil.
Right.
But I will stand by him from now until forever. That the man gives away his information, and he always has, and he's helped the Brewing Network by doing that. And he wrote a book that did it. It was the tell-all Jamil book. No, Brewing Classic Style. So that recipe's out there, dude. Buy the book. Okay. And finally, Brandon. I guess I have a couple more. Blah, blah, blah. Just downloaded your... I don't know. This one's... okay. A guy downloaded... He's a radio fan. He likes radio. It's one of his passions. He would love to be on the show. His wife ended up saying, you would love nothing more than to be sitting around brew shitting with those guys. She was proud of herself for inventing the term. Coin it. Give her credit. Thanks, Mary. That's from Brandon. So, Mary just gave us brew shitting.
Okay. Right. It's like bullshitting, but
what we did.
About beer.
Right.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure I brew shit on January 1st after a night of beer drinking.
That comes before yeast ghosting.
Yeah, it usually does. Sometimes simultaneously. What
are you doing? Just yeast ghost shitting.
Right. Alex writes in, Dear Brewcasters, really love your shows, but... No, he says, but nothing. You're totally awesome. Throwing myself into my passion for brewing has saved me from having to go on happy pills since my mom died. I'm so grateful for the service you provide the brewing community, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I would not say that we're a replacement for good old-fashioned happy pills.
No.
I mean, I'm happy for you that you found that.
You can't do both.
But, listen, don't underestimate a good old-fashioned happy pill.
Right.
Great.
We're using them.
Right. Listen to me condoning
prescription drugs.
Right.
Your mileage may vary.
But he says, here's my issue, though. I really fucking hate my job and really want to quit. However, it pays me shitloads of cash, which I use to support the hobby and to come see you guys at Nationals every year. It's like I'm miserable 50% of the time and elated 50% of the time. Any advice from you that doesn't involve suicide would be considered.
Well, there's pills for that.
Yeah, there you go. There are happy pills for that.
Bipolar. Fine.
That's fine. Eat this.
As an American standard, 50% miserable and 50% happy is not that bad.
No, that's pretty good.
There's a lot of miserable working folks out there who,
and they go home and be miserable.
Bevo's hand just flew up into the air.
But at least you're happy the other 50% of the time. Now,
he said elated.
Elated, right?
Yeah. So that's even better than just. Good.
That being said, I don't condone the status quo. I'm an achiever. I prefer to go for more than that.
Yeah.
And so while I do say that you're doing above average by being elated 50% of the time, I would strive for more than that. Now, I would need to. I need you to define shitloads of money for this job, and really, it's just a mental state. Now, I've always said this: if I have to be at work 100 hours a week but make shitloads of money, I'm out. I don't care. I'd rather make minimum wage because what good is money if you can't enjoy it, if you can't spend it, if you can't go on vacation, if you do the things that money allows you to do.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind me interjecting. I would be up for that,
right?
But for a finite amount of time. So that's the thing. You do it for like 5 years, and you just sock money away.
So it depends on how much money he means by shitloads. Because I'll give you that.
Because then you come out of it, you can buy a better house, you can invest, then you can retire probably earlier. If you're making six figures, low six figures or whatever for 5 years, pull back to $80,000.
I'll agree with
conservative.
That. But this whole thing where you work until retirement age and then enjoy your life, I am not for. I'm sorry to say it, but I'm not for it. I don't go with that. I don't go with the whole put all your money and all your time away till later, because I don't know many people who don't die about a month after they retire.
Like the end.
I know that there are examples. I see them on Cialis commercials.
Sure.
But in my opinion, putting your entire life off for the day that you retire is a terrible waste of life. So I agree with JP. If it's a short amount of time, you can sock some money away and then maybe just do something that takes less of your time, go for it. Or if you're just freaking miserable, get out of there. Forget about the money. Right. Make yourself some life goals. And the goals don't have to be they don't have to be like I need to own a yacht. They could be, look, this is how much my mortgage is. This is how much I need to pay for my car, and this is how much my family is. I just need to make a little more than that. And then figure out how many hours a week you have to work to get that. And read the 4-hour work week. It'll change your life. There you go. That's my advice.
Save for retirement also. Come on.
It depends. Yes, unless that means that you're doing all of your work and saving for later. You don't do any fun or any living or any vacation, then I'm not for that. I say don't save a goddamn dime if it means you're miserable your whole life. Because you won't live. If you're miserable your whole life, your health is failing. And you will make it to about 67.
Right. And you'll still be working and you'll die when you're working.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's a balance you should find.
Schumann's dad and my dad, both.
Right. Are dead.
Didn't even make it to retirement. But they did that whole plan, sock it away, work, both dead.
Do you think they had fun, though?
No.
At the same time?
They had a couple moments of fun. But they were miserable.
That happened to my friend's dad. He worked and worked and worked. As soon as he retired, he bought a big old motorhome.
Right.
Made it up to Alaska, face down in his oatmeal.
See? You know what? F it. Everybody, quit your jobs tomorrow. Go have some fun.
Yeah.
That might as well move to Europe.
Listen, Obama just extended the unemployment.
What? That's not the Obama I know.
Quit! Or get fired, or whatever you have to do.
Oh, yeah.
Go enjoy your life.
I want to get fired.
It's not going to work for you.
Oh, shit.
Technically, you're a contractor. Fuck. You don't get shit. Everybody else who has a real job, fuck it. Who wants to work for a living, right? All right. Don't forget, feedback's brought to you today by the 21st Amendment. This message from Justin Crosley brought to you by the 21st Amendment.
By Steve the therapist.
Yeah. I would rather than work, I'd rather donate all of my time free of charge.
I love that idea, Bevo.
I am being sarcastic.
Whoa, because I was thinking you're onto something.
What would you be doing for free of charge?
Yeah.
Donating it all.
Nothing you think I'm going to be doing.
Okay.
Creeper, turn around.
Turn around.
All right, I got to get us to break. We're way over time, and Stan Hieronymus is waiting to be on the program. We're going to talk hops when we get back. 888-401-BEER if you have questions to ask. Also, Bevo is running the chat room. Just hit the chat button on the homepage. We got a great show lined up for you, so stick with us. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, is More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of the buzz, the forum, the learning center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold.
Right now.
All right, welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. It's the Session 2013, ladies and gentlemen, in 3D. Yeah, that's our new thing.
Blu-ray?
I did notice a difference today.
We're in 3D this year.
Not Blu-ray, though.
No, just 3D. You got to wear glasses to see it.
I have those.
Yeah, you're the only one who can see it in the room.
Thank you.
It's our new thing. It's a new technology. I purchased it over the holidays. 3D radio.
We should be in 5D.
Yeah. We have the great Stan Hieronymus on the line with us. Stan, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's wonderful to have you back on the program.
It's my pleasure.
Now, Stan, as you'll remember, among other things, is the author of Brewing with Wheat, which is available in the Brewing Network store and on Amazon and through Brewers Publications, and it's a wonderful book. And that was the last time we spoke to you, Stan, was after that book.
Yep.
And now, have you been working on the new book, which is the Hops book? Have you been working on that since? It's by the way, it's For the Love of Hops, the Practical Guide to Aroma, bitterness and the culture of hops. Have you been working on that since finishing the wheat book?
Not 3 years solid.
Okay.
More like about 18 months.
Got it. Oh, I look at books like this and think about what it would take me to do them, and that's why. And it would be like a decade.
I don't think you could read one that fast.
You'd have to start in kindergarten for you.
Right. But Stan is a professional, so he gets these things done. Stan, did you write the book by yourself?
I'm the one who did all the words that end up on the paper. To say I did it by myself would be a gross overstatement.
Well, that makes sense.
Guess that's true.
You have to have a lot of help and research to do that, don't you? I heard that there originally Matt Brynildson might have written this same hops book. Is that correct?
Yep, but he came to his senses.
Right. Because it's a lot of work, something like this, isn't it?
It's a lot of fun. I'm not going to deny that. And there's a scary aspect if you think about how much information in the book was not known when Matt started working on it originally. A bulk of the information in the book, for instance, is much younger than your show.
Oh, is that right? Meaning new research on hops.
Yeah, understanding of aroma and the essential oils that go into it, the compounds, the interaction between yeast and the compounds, and a variety of things about bitterness. Of course, then just all the practices of dry hopping that are still being refined.
Right. So really, I mean, obviously the craft beer consumer knows that hops are such an important part of craft beer now, but it's not just that they're ending up in our beers. There's a ton of research being done on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because people, all of a sudden, Citra was actually born in 1990, and it was 2008 before it became a commercial product.
Interesting.
It was rejected by 3 large brewers, as a matter of fact, because nobody knew what to do with that aroma. Then you turn around within 2 years and everybody wants Citra. It's impossible to grow it up that quickly. So then people are leaning and saying, what are our alternatives and why do these aromas work this way so they can use other hops?
I see. When you say large brewers, do you mean really the big boys, the macro brewers, when you say rejected by them?
It was first developed for an unnamed brewer, and owned by them, and they decided they didn't want it. It was stuck to the side. Another brewer came along, and Gene Probasco at John Haas said, I have the hop I think you'd like, and they developed a little bit more, and they decided they were not interested.
I see.
And then Miller is the one who really paid for the last steps of development before craft brewers got involved, and that's when Deschutes and Sierra Nevada paid for the acreage.
Oh, I see.
That then we ended, and then Citrus was unleashed on the public,
which we're now thankful for as craft beer lovers. Yes, we are, JP.
Not all of us.
We, not including people who are cynics.
Not all of us.
Well, it's still in short supply, so it's not everybody's getting it.
Right. Yeah. Now, Stan, it makes sense to me. We're diving right into this topic here. I love it. It makes sense to me that research on the craft beer side, this microbrew side, would be a little slow to start. But there must have been a lot of research going on over the years in hops from the companies that did have money, like your Anheuser-Busch and your Miller Coors.
Yes, but they were interested in other aromas. If the Bredicum hops goes back about 100 years.
Okay.
Before that, everything was just selected. Basically, the hop that smelled the best in the yard was planted in another yard, and you had hops emerge like Saaz and Mittelfrüh and Golding and Funkel.
Interesting.
But none of those, their alpha was not above 6%, and they were genetically unique. Hops are about 6 million years old, and we really don't know what they did until about the last 2,000 years. But more than 1 million years ago, some migrated into Western Europe. About another 500,000 years later, some migrated into the United States. They are very different. And the character of the American hops is higher alpha. So brewers wanted that. The other character of American hops is black currant, also considered ribes, and some would say caddy.
Okay.
And they didn't want this. So the breeding was an effort to get the higher alpha, and plus you're getting hops that will grow more pounds per acre and stand up better to disease. So those are the things they were working on, but the goal was always just to keep those classic aromas.
I see. I have to admit that it blows my mind that hops were around 6 million years ago.
Yeah.
Especially because they appear to have such a specific use and not very many other uses, if at all.
Yeah.
That it really blows my mind that they would have been around for so long, but only have been in use so recently.
Like apples. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it is kind of true. It's nice that we're finding these kind of things out. It adds more depth to the beer you're drinking, I think.
Stan, how do you find out that something was around 6 million years ago?
Yes.
Where does that pop up?
We read it on the internet.
Yeah, it's tasty.
I kept a diary back then.
Got it. I knew it.
Smart guy, Stan.
Right. At least close. But really,
that's what scientists do. I'm not quite sure how, but they do, and they determined it began in Mongolia.
I see. Because sometimes I feel I read this about things like meteorites too, and they go, "Oh, we've now decided that this came from Mars," and sometimes I read these things and I go, I don't know. That sounds like bullshit to me. Like, how do you know this? But clearly, I'm half of an idiot compared to these scientists.
Yeah, you believe global warming.
So, yeah. But sometimes I do think, God, how do they trace these things back?
It is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Guessing with a PhD is still guessing.
Right. I guess that's true.
Just guessing.
Now, let's back up just a little bit, Stan. What prompted the hops book? Why did the Brewers publication decide that we need this?
Well, it's part of a series of 4 books. So the yeast book was the first one.
Okay.
And then Water, which John Palmer and Colin Kaminsky are working on.
Oh, yeah.
Will be out perhaps in the fall. And then John Mallett is writing the malt book, and that should be out in the spring of 2014.
Got it.
And then you've got your complete Reinheitsgebot little series of 4 books for your bookshelf.
Fantastic. And then you guys can just keep doing edition 2 and edition 3. I mean, Stan, you've already been around for 6 million years. I'm sure you can do another couple of editions, right?
Well, in the case of hops, within 4 or 5 years, there might be a need to do a series of updates.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, and really, I think as, we've talked to Charlie Bamforth on here from UC Davis a few times, and he really talks about all ingredients as having scratched the surface, really, and how they react in beer and in fermentation and things like that. But, of course, hops, it seems to be the newest one, doesn't it?
Well, like I said, there's ongoing research that show the interaction between hops and yeast. That's not fermentation, that's biotransformation. So is that something you study when you're studying yeast? It is something you study during it takes place at the same time as fermentation, but it's different.
Okay.
And these are just things people are trying to sort out.
I see. Now, where did your interest in hops come from, Stan? Was there a moment where you decided this is a fascinating subject that you could write about?
Not per se. Hops are beer, and parts of beer interest me. The hops are... there are a lot of interesting stories related to hops that are people-related. Because you had people picking hops in the 19th century and going into the country, and it seemed like some sort of excursion, get on a wagon and ride out and pick hops, and that makes a nice story. And the relationship with farmers, and I kind of like farmers. So for me, there were a lot of nice. There's a people element to it as well.
Okay.
And particularly when it comes to craft beer, you have a lot more brewers establishing relationships with farmers now.
Right. And that makes sense. As food, I think, is parallel to the slow food movement, and even just knowing where the things you consume come from, it makes sense to me that small breweries are reaching out directly to their farmers.
Yes.
But why beer industry is better than the slow food movement? Because you don't find a book on arugula.
Yet.
You know what I mean?
Well, just yet. I think that's just that there are less topics to cover in beer.
You just don't look for books on healthy leafy greens very often, JT.
That's right.
No, there could be a whole book on that.
I bet you Nathan the vegan has
my mom probably sending it to me for my birthday.
Yeah. Right.
Kale and your colon.
The secret mysteries of kale.
Is it also 6 million years old?
I'd rather read a water book or a hops book, you know what I mean?
Right.
Stan, this is Tasty. On that farmer relationship issue, is there any economic advantage to the brewer to have that relationship, or is that more like a farm to table kind of thing?
Well, as far as an economic, in other words, cutting out the middleman.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of the cutting out of the middleman. You might do it a little bit cheaper. I know some people who are establishing those relationships are just paying the farmer more.
I see.
But what you realize that everything that takes place on the farm is the decision when to pick those hops.
Right.
And picking dates are being pushed way back. Sam Adams practices in the Hallertau in Germany have pushed the picking dates back 10 days.
Now, what is that? That means higher alpha percent? What does that mean?
It means more oil.
More oil. Okay. All right.
And that's what they're looking for is more oil. And then you're also looking for retaining the oil, which is dropping the kilning temperatures. So and then getting it to cold sooner. So these are all farm practices that when you're at the farm that you understand. And it also really helps to get the varieties you want.
Right.
It's always been a guessing game for the hop growers to say what's going to be the next hot hop. Or you look at, Centennial acreage almost doubled in 2012. Chinook acreage was not up that much, but like 80%. And those are the demands of IPAs.
Right. Now, with some of these varieties, and you were talking about Citra earlier, I'm not sure if I'm using the right term, but they're actually trademarked or copywritten. I don't know which would be the right one.
Proprietary.
Proprietary, okay.
And what happens, you can hold a patent on them.
I see.
Eventually, the patent expires. Simcoe patent has a few more years, for instance. But the people who grow Simcoe will continue to grow Simcoe. Somebody else could get those rhizomes and grow something similar, but they can't call it Simcoe. So trademarks last longer than patents.
I see. So in the case of the Citra, where you said, I remember you mentioning Sierra Nevada and another brewing company bought the acreage to make that happen. Does that mean that they sort of own that hop and allow other brewers to use it, or how does that work?
No. All they did is support the planning and say we would buy these hops. So
okay.
That hop continues to be owned by 3 different families, and it's now a partnership between John Haas, which is part of Barth Haas, the largest hop company in the world, and Yakima Chief, and it was developed at Haas. So they own that hop, and they can control which farmers grow that hop. But that didn't really slow the development of it down at all. It was simply you can only split the rhizomes a certain amount of times and make sure that you've got good, strong plants.
Okay, got it. See, this part of the industry fascinates me, and we're somewhat removed from it here. We're kind of a marketing company. We help people talk about their beer and things like that. But when it comes to this thing that's happening between families, and we have interviewed some hop farmers in the past, and they're very generational. I mean, I think we've interviewed like 5th generation hop farmers in the Yakima Valley and things like that. And it's fascinating to me how this kind of patent works among the families and the new growth, and how much home brewers and craft brewers have driven that industry for them. The
hops we're talking about that are added late, and the easiest thing to do is call them aroma hops.
Okay.
And therefore, Chinook is often used as an aroma hop, for instance, even though it has strong bittering power. Of course, Simcoe has strong bittering power, but it's mostly used for aroma, for instance, and some hops out of Australia and New Zealand and so on. And when hops are only sold for bittering, they become commodities, and eventually those farms go out of business.
Oh, really?
Because if you were only selling a commodity, you have very little chance. What's happening in the United States is the aroma hops are probably up to about 30% of acreage now, but if things continue as they have been, and of course forecasting is a forecast.
Yeah.
That hop aroma acreage will be almost 50% by the end of the decade. And that gives the farmers a balance. They need the alpha as well because it is a capital intense business, because it's a very short window, and so you need a lot of capacity to be able to pick and kiln and get those baled, keep them cold, and so on.
I see.
So it takes either a lot of labor or a lot of size or some combination between the two.
Okay.
So, Stan, when the growers are growing a hop like Citra versus a hop like Nugget or Apollo that would be grown primarily for alpha, they're getting a higher price for Citra?
They're getting a...
per pound, I guess, or per acre.
Well, it's tricky because they're certainly getting a better price per pound. Those higher alpha hops are traded on the basis of alpha. And so that's the amount of grams of alpha that you can fit into a drum, because it's going to be extract. So that balance is a little bit difficult, but it gives them a measure to also, because they pick in this window, you need a variety of hops, so you've got a month or 5 or 6 weeks to harvest them all. So if everything was the same hop, it would all have to be harvested the same week, which would be impossible.
Yeah, the growers want to stagger it so that they're not all on top of each other at the same time.
So there's that combination. And certainly the aroma, you can it's easier to contract, so you need to have a certain amount of aroma.
See, Nathan, I knew we gave you those hop school tickets for a reason. It was for the Stan interview.
Oh, definitely. No, we did a whole show about that, but that's like a year and a half old. No, it's actually really interesting having done that hop school and then reading Stan's book. There's all kinds of new information that's happened in just 1 year.
Oh, I see.
Like speaking about proprietary varieties or trademarked varieties, there's one variety in particular. Readers have to read the book to find it, but I'd always thought that there was only one grower for it. And now I find out that there's 3. They just started last year licensing this hop out to 3 other growers to help, because this hop is in such high demand.
I see.
Listeners can probably guess like which hop this probably is, but it's really interesting, all the new stuff that's in this book. It's really cutting edge.
Stan, that's Nathan, by the way. As always, we got a full room of people here. But that kind of brings me to the question then, since we're sort of talking about the proprietary strains and things like that, is there a short list of hops that have been on this proprietary list that are about to expire and for that matter, be able to be grown in more quantity?
Well, that won't mean that they'll be able to be grown in more quantity.
Okay.
But they will over time. But you look at a situation like Centennial. I mean, Centennial there were so many times that it could have been killed, and it barely survived for such a short period of time. And you go back to and it just, I don't know if I can find it this quick in the book.
That's okay.
So I might just have to make it up.
That's fine. We do it all the time.
But in, say, about, 2005, there were only 100 acres of Centennial in the country.
This surprises me. It seems like such a popular hop.
but only for craft brewers, which are a small part of the market. If you want to, if you want to get your hop numbers up, you start getting larger breweries to be buying hops from you.
Right. Okay.
Budweiser doesn't care about Simcoe.
Like Stone and Bells are probably using a bunch of it, but they're pretty
still
small by comparison.
They're still small.
But in 2005, Two Hearted was like Bell's 6th best-selling beer.
Oh yeah.
They're just a variety of reasons. Now they're 1,500 acres.
Okay.
And it's taken a while to build it up, and it isn't on that many farms.
So here's what it is. You know what it is? It's my perspective as a home brewer that is what is making me a surprised person. Yep. Because as soon as I came into home brewing, all of the C hops they're readily available, which of course makes sense now if they weren't being all bought up by the professional breweries. So when I think of Centennial, I think of one of the most popular and abundant hops. But in 2005, when I started home brewing, it was one of the most popular and abundant hops to home brewers, which I guess you don't have to grow a whole lot to be
abundant,
popular and abundant.
Right.
So it's really my perspective that is making it seem that way.
Yeah.
But if you tried to buy Centennial last July as a home brewer, there's a good chance you were going to be scrambling.
Right. Okay. Because it became popular for the pros.
Exactly.
I see.
Well, everything's changed. Last 7 years, late edition hopping with hops like Centennial has just taken off like crazy. That's what the beers we like and the beers we love, the ones that are good, are all just doing late edition hopping with some really good hops. And Centennial's one of those.
And they all probably started contracting after the shortage in 07, 08. They're not going to buy it on the spot market now, so they have it around. It's sitting in a brewery. It's not sitting at Hop Union or something.
It's catching up. And then if it's going to be 50% alpha and 50% aroma in the fields, it's kind of where the beers are going too.
Right.
Well, half your bittering at 60 minutes, the other half, less than 20 minutes.
And Stan, I guess you've alluded to this or even said it, but it's now just clicking in my brain. As the research catches up, as the brewers start to do this late hop addition and realize the benefits, hops become more popular if they're aroma hops, and for that matter, in short supply.
Right, and many of these are the hops that were developed as so-called dual purpose, which Centennial is one of those.
Okay.
In New Zealand, that's what Nelson Sauvin is, or Riwaka. And because in the course of breeding, they wanted something with a fair amount of alpha. Now, at this point, they recognize that alpha isn't all that important, that you're going for that punch it early and then decide how much you want to bring late.
Okay. That makes sense. And we've heard that over the last couple of years here from interviews with good hophead brewers on the program too. So that kind of makes sense. Stan, I got to take a quick break, but we got a lot more to dive into about your research and how this book came about. So can you hang out for just a couple minutes?
Yep.
All right, here's what we'll do. We'll take a real quick break. When we come back, more from Stan Hieronymus. Of course, we got our Brewing Network Awards coming up later. If you got questions about hops for Stan, just hit the chat button on the homepage, and Bevo will take your questions, or call 888-401-BEER. I know we got more for him, so hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Brewers Publications is thrilled to announce the release of For the Love of Hops, a practical guide to aroma, bitterness, and the culture of hops by Stan Hieronymus. For the Love of Hops is a resource for brewers of all experience levels. It explains the nature of hops, their origins, and how brewers can really maximize their positive attributes throughout the brewing process. Ken Grossman from Sierra Nevada Brewing Company says,
"This book is an amazing compendium on the hop, written at a level of detail that will captivate historians, chemists, and brewers alike."
For the Love of Hops is available now from Brewers Publications at brewerspublications.com. Order your copy today and wrap yourself in the binds of bitterness with everyone's favorite brewing ingredient, the love of hops.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zainasheff, and I want to tell you about Heretic Evil Twin. You might be familiar with my homebrew recipe, which uses massive late hopping to create a balance between the malty sweet and the hoppy bitter, along with an outrageous malt and hop character. I wanted a beer with the same bold hop and malt character, so we played around with the homebrew recipe until we were able to make a great commercial version too. We've created a beer rich in malt character, full of caramel, toast, biscuit, and an ever so subtle roast note. On top of that, we piled in an insane amount of Citra and Columbus hops at the end of the boil, as well as in dry hopping. This damn-the-cost approach to hopping gives Heretic's Evil Twin a great blast of citrus and tropical fruit that can't be matched by any other hop. The result is a bold, malty, hoppy, but easy-drinking beer. This is our top seller, our flagship beer, and I couldn't be prouder of it. Cheers.
To find Heretic beers near you, click on Find Some at hereticbrewing.com.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
tuned into The Session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
That's right. Happy New Year, everybody. We're still hanging out with Stan Hieronymus. We're talking about the new book, For the Love of Hops, The Practical Guide to Aroma, Bitterness, and the Culture of Hops. And Stan, I'm looking through the book, and you really do cover everything about hops, from growing them and harvesting, of course, to use in the brew house, and then you even get into the chemistry of it. Who is this book for? Is this for professionals or home brewers?
Well, my philosophy on the BP books is it's to serve the commercial brewer.
Okay.
So overall, that's who it's written to. That doesn't mean it isn't for home brewers, but there are a lot of things into it that are not relevant for home brewers. Home brewers can't go develop relationships with hop farmers. They can at a local level.
Well, that's true, yeah.
But you aren't going to have a relationship with somebody in Yakima and probably not somebody in the Hallertau.
Right.
And you're not going to get involved in hop selection. You're not going to go to a farmer and say, I would like you to kiln these hops for me 3 degrees cooler, and I will pay you more.
And if you are, you're that douchey home brewer who thinks he's more than he is.
I have this really good recipe for a wheat beer I'm trying to sell to the local brewing company. I think they're going to buy it.
Right. But, Stan, having said that, you're right about those details, but it's a little bit of a trick question because the line is really blurred, I think, between pro brewer and home brewer now in terms of the amount of knowledge that they have access to. So a lot of this stuff, like, for example, the science, when you're getting into polyphenols and phenols and lupulin and these different things, homebrewers can really speak this language now, too.
I agree 100%, and it makes it easier to write the book. Instead of saying, geez, I'm going to write this for homebrewers and somehow I have to, quote, dumb it down, you write it at one level and you make sure you have the information that is information in there as to that core audience, and you recognize that homebrewers will get as much out of the book, but there are certain things they can't do.
Sure. Now I'm seeing a whole section here under dry hopping, which of course makes perfect sense for a book to come out in 2012. You have to include dry hopping, but it really is very new on the beer scene, isn't it? Was it difficult to have a comprehensive section on dry hopping?
Well, the dry hopping is really looking at what Americans are doing with dry hopping.
Okay.
Dry hopping does go back to the 19th century in the UK and took place in casks. And that's where dry hopping mostly took place. A little bit of it once in a while might have been in secondary fermentation, but it was a process that took place in a cask until Americans said, we want to dry hop on scale. And you can see what Sierra Nevada's gone through between dry hopping, Celebration, and Bigfoot in bags. They were maxed out. They could not have produced an IPA unless they came up with another system, which is when they came up with the torpedo.
I see. Okay. See, and I guess you're right. It's easy for us to go, dry hopping is brand new, but
right.
But that cask hopping, which is a wonderful character to beer, I've talked about that before, is where it starts. But I guess the research done on it by American brewers is what's really so new, and Sierra is the perfect example.
Stan also talked about this thing that I've heard brewers talk about, he's seen it documented in a book where essential oils can get transformed during fermentation by yeast activity. And you actually get a different type of oil or a modified oil on the other end. I thought that was pretty mind-blowing. Stan, do you know of anyone, and this was a study done by Sapporo, I think, in comparing Citra and actually using spices like coriander to see how oils get transformed during ferment. Do you know anyone doing more research in that area?
Well, as a matter of fact, the same researcher in Japan had a presentation at the World Beer Congress, one of those things that happened in August, and the book is going through, well, it's not in print, and can we grab it back and put that in there? And of course not. And what they were looking at is the role of linalool and geraniol. And linalool has been considered for more than 20 years an oil that sort of signals hoppiness. There's been a lot of confusion about the importance of it. And geraniol is a compound that is, again, unique to the American hops. Cascade has a lot of Centennial, for instance, geraniol. Citra, a lot of geraniol. And Bravo, Apollo, some hops like that people don't really think of. So they've done those studies of adding those late, and then in the process, when you have an excess of linalool and geraniol, you are creating, and I say this terribly and I need to work on it, but I just know how to type the word, is citronellol, and that is more of that lime and tropical flavor.
Okay.
So that is creating that sort of thing. In fact, I'm going to suggest to some local homebrewers some experiments of using just Bravo and Apollo adding them right at the end, so you're retaining most of those oils and letting them go through the fermentation process, and then compare that to a beer made single hop with Citra.
Interesting.
And that, you're actually going to get these, new and interesting oils on the other end through fermentation.
Right.
And you can also get them through not just hops, but also spices.
And some that I can imagine would be awful in abundance when you say that kind of citronellal flavor, but that still, if you can hone it in, those are great characteristics if you dial it in.
Citra.
Yeah.
So, at this point, it's important not to get too excited and overstate the importance of any single character. It's more the idea of people keep experimenting, and you keep track of what you're doing. You'll say, I did this combination of hops, this, and this.
Yeah.
And that worked. Now I've got the beer that works.
Excellent point.
Well, you smell a hop, and then you actually make a beer and ferment with it, is you're going to get something completely different. It's transformed during ferment. The oils, and not just everything else that happens in ferment.
That's certainly a point that when people go to selection for the first time, they should understand that when they rub that hop, that is not the aroma they're going to get in their beer unless they dry hop like crazy. And that has been one of the appeals of dry hopping, because at least when you select a hop and you say, I love that, there's a better chance it'll end up in the beer if you just use it for dry hopping.
All right, let's go to the phones. I've got, who do I have? Godzilla. Godzilla from Iowa is on the line. He's got a hop question for Stan. Godzilla, what's happening?
Hey.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, buddy, you got a hop question
Am I
for
on the
Stan?
phone?
Yeah, you're on. What's up, Ben?
Yeah, I was just wondering, with the trend of American beers going to like more tropical, citrusy, like dry hopping, flavor hops, are the hop producers doing anything special trying to accentuate those types of flavors? Are they doing anything special there?
So I guess trying to really pull out the aroma characteristics, Stan.
Yeah, instead of just going for like the alpha acids like they have in the past.
Sure.
Well, the hop has to go through the breeding process, and that takes 7 to 10 years. So, Mosaic, for instance, the cross for Mosaic was made in 2000. So it takes a while to get those. Now, they can do a few things. If they can identify and say it's important that we have these oils, that's why they're going lower kilning. So people are saying we want more oil, but they're not quite sure what to do with the oil. You've also got, certainly this is not taking place only in the United States. The Germans have released to farmers this year, and so they'll only be getting small crops, but there are already people starting to contract for them. 3 aroma hops, and then 1 super high alpha hop called Polaris, which that was like 24 alpha acids in the 2011 crop. But the big thing about it has 4% oils. And if you go back right now and read any journals about brewing, they'll say the maximum amount of oils you can have in a hop is 3%.
Okay.
So that's changing that face. The 3 aroma hops all have Cascade as a mother.
Got it. Godzilla, thanks for the call and the question. Stan, at the risk of either asking an obvious question or opening Pandora's box, why does it take 10 years? These oils really have to compound in a plant over generations?
No, you have to know you can grow the plant.
I see.
So the first year is just selecting the ones that, and you eliminate about 90% of them. The hop breeder I talked to in Germany said you have to be a serial killer. You're literally constantly getting rid of, first of all, hops that won't survive in the field.
Okay.
Then that have aromas you don't like. You want to see if they have the consistent alpha acids, but how easy they're going to be to grow. All of those things, and it takes multiple trials. Now, these German hops that have been released this year, actually, they've got through the system in about 7 years, and that's pretty fast.
Okay, so they're just really it's Darwin. It's Darwin at its simplest form. They're just picking was really getting to it.
That's how everything we eat is from strawberries to apples to whatever.
I wish humans were a little more like that.
Humans or humans?
Well, we wouldn't have had the humans if humans were a little closer to the hop cycle.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Where we really just got rid of the weakest links a little faster.
Darwin would be a good name for a hop strain.
That's true. It's probably one. Stan, do you know of a Darwin being developed yet?
I don't. Hops are different than the way Darwin thought plants worked, as a matter of fact. And he was fascinated by hops. He would sit there when he was laying in the hospital bed, and actually he wrote a large section of a book where he's just tracking a hop growing around a string.
Interesting.
I would like to read an old guy laying in bed talking about hops on a string. I don't know. I mean,
right? He's a genius.
Sounds fascinating.
Really? I like the way hops are named now. They name them after hookers. Simcoe on the center stage.
Strippers.
El Dorado.
El Dorado.
Let's go.
That's true.
I want to see Apollo on the stage.
And there's Apollo for your enjoyment.
Speaking of that, Mosaic, that's the name of a hop virus. How did that become the name of the hop? Do you know the story behind that, Stan?
This is a hop that came out after Citra was such a great name, and they worked really hard on that name, and they had some other alternatives. But when you want to trademark the name, everything they came up with was the name of a beer that was already trademarked.
Oh,
and they didn't want to conflict with that, and they were feeling rushed. The Craft Brewers Conference was coming up, and I don't know if any of you were there, but they actually handed out these T-shirts and with the specs on the hops, and Mosaic's one of them. So they needed to get the T-shirts printed, and they think the Mosaic's really good because it's a mosaic of flavors, and they're right. Most people don't pay attention to the Mosaic hop virus.
No,
so I don't think that's much of a drawback, but it was my first thought.
Yeah, I mean, I had thought about it before Nathan just said it, for example, but I can see how most people wouldn't,
Now, Stan, though, Mosaic is representative kind of this group of flavors that the hop growers are looking for these days, kind of melon, tropical fruit. Like, you mentioned this in the book, like hops are like 9 to 12% alpha acid, 24 to 32% cohumulone, and high oil. Does that just happen by chance, or is that like a specific cross of things in its lineage that leads to
there certainly there are efforts to breed for it, but it's not simple. That's why they're not coming out more often. But they are looking towards those things, and there's a lot more research recently and at Oregon State, and also funded by Indie Hops, with the idea that maybe they can get that dialed in.
So maybe that answers my next question, because you say that they're trying to breed for it, and I wonder who is they. Is this being done on the farm, or it's being done in the lab and then transferred to the farm?
Well, it has right now. It's being done on the farm and analyzed in the lab.
Okay.
Hops. When you think back to the hop crisis in 2008 at the Craft Brewers Conference, a brewer asked why you couldn't trade hop futures, and contracting sort of does that, but why they wouldn't trade on an exchange. I grew up in Champaign County in Illinois, and it's not the largest soybean producing county in Illinois. It's just one of several dozen that is pretty good size, and they grow more acres of soybeans that produce a greater weight of soybeans at a much higher cash value than all the hops in the world.
Wow.
So hops are a pretty small amount. And if the consumers are going to care about aroma particularly, if you're starting to get genetically modified hops, I think that throws up a red flag.
Okay. I got a couple questions coming through from the chat as we're running out of time here with you too, Stan. But one of them was to go back to the Sierra Nevada question about how you mentioned their torpedo process. What is different about their torpedo dry hopping process?
Well, they run the wort through this. It looks like a torpedo, and so it circs into one of the fermentation tanks, and it could be a 200 barrel tank, or it could be an 800 barrel tank. And so as Torpedo the beer became more popular, they've acquired a lot more tanks, and they will hook them up in line. So you can have like 4 torpedoes hooked up to, and they retrofitted every one of their 800 barrel tanks.
Wow.
So they can be hooked up to that tank. So instead of dry hopping that tank, you're just packing each of those torpedoes with the hops, and you're circling it through, and you're sucking out much more of the oil. You're determining the speed it's happening with and the temperature it's happening at. Because one thing they learn with their bags, it goes back again to they want the yeast present at the beginning. So you've got some of the biotransformation going on. It also takes, in the case of when you're bagging, it'll take some of the oxygen out as well.
There's a neat picture of it in his book, actually.
Oh, there is?
Of
Okay.
the torpedoes, yeah.
You know, as much, I've said when you have the brewer in here in the studio or on the phone talking to us about their beer, we like it more. We enjoy it more hearing the story behind it or hearing the brewer's voice. Hearing a technique like that that's really different to dry hopping makes me think back about the last torpedo I had and respect it more. Now I want to go out and buy a torpedo. Some of these things where you know that they're being innovative and they're trying new things to get out hop oils or all that stuff, it makes you like the beer more when you learn about the process. It's not just doing it willy-nilly. See what I mean?
They could put like quadruple torpedoed on the can.
And it would make me like it more.
Yeah.
But knowing that they retrofitted all of their 800-barrel tanks to accommodate this process that they believe in, that they think does something for the flavor of that IPA,
And sticking to whole hops.
and that's kind of what I'm getting at. It makes me appreciate it more. It's not just some willy-nilly thing that they've done to add more hops to a beer.
Totally.
And you can't have an 800 barrel fermenter and dry hop. That's
well, that's true. Right.
That's the practicality of it.
Tasty knows he has one at his house.
Right. It's all underground.
That one dry hop.
It is his house.
Right. All right, a couple more questions here in front of me, Stan, before we run out of time. Northwest Homebrewers ask, is there a next big region for hop growing on the horizon?
Champaign County, Illinois.
No. and unless you were to say it's local, and people are willing to pay more for the hops and say, I taste this hop from this region and it tastes different. If you have Cascade from New Zealand right now, it's somewhat like the Cascade from the Northwest, from the Yakima. You have a Willamette Valley Cascade, it's different. You have an English Cascade, it's different. And during the hop crisis, if you bought some of those shitty South American Cascades, then you know how different they can be. So different regions can have different sort of hops. For a region to become big in hops, that's probably not going to happen. People are excited about New Zealand hops right now. When they finish their current expansion, there will be 900 acres of hops in New Zealand. The average Yakima farm is 600 acres.
Wow.
So, by American is what you're saying.
Not there. I love the so-called noble hops, which I would just as soon call landrace hops, from and Tettnang. Those are just beautiful hops. Saaz. They're all terrific, and I don't, despite the fact that they're sort of the neglected sister right now. I'd be surprised if they're going away.
Talk to me about the name Noble Hops for a second. You don't believe in noble as being a viable term for a hop?
Well, it just sort of popped up in the 80s when people were trying to sell hops.
Oh.
They started to call them noble hops. There's no definition, and there's no reason to say they were just the popular hops of the time. So some people will say Hersbrucker, which is a wonderful hop, is a noble hop. And others don't classify it that way. I know a brewer in New Mexico who used to call Cascade the fifth noble hop.
I see. So there's not some specific magical lineage that makes it a noble hop?
Nothing at all.
It's a marketing term.
Although, in Stan's book, I learned that there are 3 of the noble hops that actually are so genetically similar, they're essentially the same thing.
Oh, is that right?
Because they're grown in different regions, they express themselves differently. Different genes turn themselves on and off, basically, because of how they're as fascinating.
So they have the same origin, you mean? But
same genetic material, essentially.
Okay.
When you go back and look at them through these magic things that they look at them, you cannot tell the difference between a Saaz hop and a Tettnang hop. And the Saaz hops, the Czechs were the most stubborn about crossbreeding, so they only released their first crossbred hops within the last 15 years. So the way they would keep the Saaz hops going were to pick the best ones in the field. And they became known by different numbers. There's clone 532 and there's clone 17 and stuff like that. Well, it turns out that when you start comparing those clones, there are some that aren't quite the same. In fact, when they did this study, they compared the Tettnang hops to the Saaz hops, they discovered that one of the hops, being grown as a Saaz hop, so it's grown in Saaz as a Saaz hop, smells like a Saaz hop, people use it as in the beer like a Saaz hop, you would say it's a Saaz hop. It's a Fuggle.
Wow.
It's amazing.
You know, I will admit that I suck at comparing two and saying one can't be the other. But you would never catch me saying that Fuggle is similar to a Saaz. It's just so different, it seems to me. It's amazing.
For me, it's hard to tell.
Really?
Yeah, that's never really been one of my sensory genes, I suppose.
Yeah.
Never been able to differentiate.
Stan's also talking in his book about you grow hops in Europe that would have like levels of 4-MMP, that kind of like that black currant thing that we associate with some American hop varieties. You take those same hops and grow them in Europe, and for whatever reason, you don't get elevated levels of that 4-MMP. It's fascinating. What do you think that is?
Is it terroir? Is it the same thing they talk about with wine? It's the dirt?
Well, it's the dirt's part of it. In the case of the 4-MMP, there's a thought that it's still the copper ions and copper ions are still used for spraying on wine, but are not used to spray hops now. But the copper ions remaining in the soil might be what's suppressing the 4-MMP. But is it like terroir? Yes, although I absolutely hate that word.
Okay,
it's like a lightning rod of a term.
It varies a lot, and it's where the hop is grown, and it's there's a whole lot more science behind it.
Yeah,
and because there's a whole lot of science behind it, that's why I don't particularly like the word terroir.
It occurs to me that this conversation we're having about where hops are grown, where we're surprised about their differences, that farmers of other plants would say something akin to, duh.
Right.
If you grow it in a different place, it does different things. Right? I mean, we're talking about it because it's such a specific use of hops, but maybe farmers would look at it and go, yeah, of course it's different in a different place.
I think it's newer to us, too, though.
You know,
like you were saying, we're in our little bubble.
Yeah.
Of home brewers and craft brewers, and we're just learning about this stuff where, coffee is the same plant.
Yeah.
It just varies on where it grows. People have known that for years.
Homebrewers were buying hops in the 70s, just said hops on the side of this pink paper package is all crappy oxidized hops. So I think once craft brewers and homebrewers started finding different varieties, it became all about the variety. There's more to it than that, obviously.
I wonder if you can trace that linearly, right? Like, in the 60s, that jump between when homebrewers realized that hops are green and not brown. Like, I wonder when in history that is, and we should celebrate that as a day in brewing.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
Like the day I celebrated finding dank weed instead of brown weed.
I was asked this question last week by homebrewer JP.
Really?
They thought you could trace it to like a time, like down to like maybe the month. Yeah. I was like, I don't know, man.
Ask Mental Floss. We'll put Mental Floss on it. They know everything.
All right, hey, Stan, I'm running out of time because we got to do our awards tonight too. But I do have a couple more questions. I'm wondering if you found any interesting, hop controversies out there. I have something in my notes about the Hop Queen competition.
Well, that's not really, other than the fact that you realize when you walk in that who's going to win has already been determined because it's who's bought the tickets to be in the place and who the supporters are.
Really?
But the Hop Queen is except for the fact she needs to come from a hop growing family.
Okay.
And they're down to about 1,000 hop growing families in Hallertau. Still a pretty good amount compared to 75 in the United States. but
it's one of the big
you have
cans.
which is not to say the Hop Queen is not really qualified. That in the case when I was there in 2011 watching the Hop Queen selection, she actually worked in a hop extraction plant. So and she worked on the farm, and they are real. Some of them are more babes than others.
Yeah,
there's a picture of her on our refrigerator at home.
It's not a babe competition.
No.
It's more like
I think
everything is a babe competition. Tasty.
You should know
talk
that.
to some of the people voting, and they are definitely voting on the babe factor.
Is that right? Well, that's not.
Yeah,
it's not fair, but that's life.
It's life. It's life when the majority of the world is run by penises.
Yes.
It's always a babe competition.
If you have big forearms and giant hands stained with hop oils,
that's great. She should be the queen.
You're the hot queen.
See, I could actually see Tasty vote because he's
the queen.
He's a hop head. He says that's the queen.
There's babes there's babes all over the place.
But only one babe can be hop queen.
Yeah, right.
You're just thinking queen has to mean like beauty queen, but
Hey, it's a plus.
Any other hop mysteries or things that really stand out to you through your research, Stan?
Oh, I think we've hit upon most of the surprises. One thing I will say was when I was first working on the book, and Tasty asked if it was possible to calculate the role of mash hopping.
Yeah,
and I asked that question 1,000 times, and the answer is probably no. Miller did a little bit of research and found that it's not as effective as first word hopping, which is going to give you more ISO. But for one thing, pardon me, when the people do this research, they're not talking about IBUs. They're talking about milligrams of isoalpha per liter. So if they say there's 45 milligrams per liter, we sort of that's meant to be 45 IBU, but IBUs become such a foggy number that that's not totally relevant. But one thing, and this is not, this is German food researchers, so they're checking out that there are 3 genes in your tongue that perceive hop bitterness. So they've actually pulled these parts out of the tongue and grown them up like in cow stomachs or something like that.
Wow.
So they can put them in the lab and then dose them with ISO.
Wow.
And see how they react to that. And what they've discovered is it's different in the cow's stomach than your mouth. That sounds so strange.
Right.
But your mouth is mitigating the bitterness.
Okay.
Through your mucus glands. And what the food researchers have found out is the max that you can perceive a difference in bitterness of isoalphas per liter, milligrams per liter, in other words, BU, is between 50 and 60. You're not going to get any more bitterness above those that you can perceive the bitterness.
Okay.
Now, you could say there's a lot more hops in there because of the aroma and flavor.
Yeah.
And there's research that's also shown that. Where you give people late hop beers with the same bitterness as beers that weren't dry hop, for instance, and they will say the beers that have the same bitterness but more aroma, they will call them more bitter.
Wow.
Yeah, more
so
hoppy.
it's that sort of research that was really interesting throughout the time.
That is interesting. See, Stan, this is why I like interviewing you. You make us feel smarter. Every time. You've got good information. That is because we talk about that in other terms. We go, well, this beer's hoppier and it's this and that. But really talking about what that means for a person's perception. And it makes sense, you know. And it also makes sense that there's a threshold of the bitterness that you can perceive.
Yeah, that part to me is really interesting because we all think we have the numbers. And then the more research that's done, the more we realize we have no idea. It's all it's perspective,
right? But again, that's almost all.
And what you
science.
have to do, Nathan, is you need to consider that liberating,
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, agreed. Well, Stan, it's a fabulous book. I'll tell you this: I'm glad that we have a second thing to do on the show today. Because we would just keep picking Stan's brain about this stuff, and he'd sell less books.
It would.
I wanted to do a whole segment on Whirlpool hop utilization. We're not going to get to do that?
Well, and Tasty, I'm happy to hear somebody finally give you an answer where Stan says
there isn't any.
Well, it might be impossible to measure the impact.
Well, but it's not so much different than first wort hopping, other than what gets left in the grain and the mash. Really, I mean, it gets to the kettle about the same time as the first wort hopping. So
okay,
yeah,
okay,
it's something like it.
So you feel validated?
I think first wort hopping validates mash hopping.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Go ahead, Stan. Don't let me stomp on your validation.
Just one thing it takes, and that's an important thing. You'll see when people come up with brewing programs, and they want you to calculate first wort hopping like a 10-minute hopping because of the impact factor. Mm-hmm. First wort hopping gives you more ISO than 60-minute hopping.
Which means what?
It's in there longer, and it's in there at a lower pH, so you're getting better conversion. So you've got more ISO, but it's not perceived the same, and that's where you just have to accept those things.
Dumb that down for me. That means you have more of the characteristic that will add bitterness, or that will add okay.
Isoalpha acids are that's when you convert the alpha acids into they're different isoalpha acids.
Okay,
and they have left and right hands, but they are going to convert those isoalpha acids, so there is measurably more bitterness in that beer.
Okay,
it isn't necessarily perceived the same way.
That's fascinating.
Right,
it really is.
Well, think about perception as hop character, right? If it's perceived to have lots of hop character, then you may think it's a 75 IBU beer, even though you can only taste 60.
You may, but I think that there's also like at least what I prefer anyway. Hop. I would prefer to talk to you about a beer I like in terms of hop character than hop bitterness.
Sure.
So if it comes across more as hop character, I'm more apt to like that beer than I am one that just has the actual bitterness. You see what I mean? Because I will then say, well, it's a bit too bitter for me.
Right. And you're normal. And good brewers got you figured out. They're making beers just like that.
Yeah.
But if you're a brewer, you want some sort of formula that measures HC hop character. Yeah. Because you need to plug that into your recipe.
And there isn't one?
You can't.
Ah, I see. So it's trial and error, and it's got to be trial and error per hop variety, too. I mean, if each one has a different amount of those chemicals.
Yeah, we won't start talking about the role of cohumulone.
See, that's what I mean, Stan. We're letting you off the hook here. We could go on another 2 hours.
Easily.
But these things are covered in the book, Stan?
I hope so.
Okay, good. Hey, let me ask you this, because I've heard the rumors before, and it's in my notes a little bit. Is the Miller Coors process different where they think about hops? Do they even use real hops? I've heard they only use liquid or something. Talk to me about Miller Coors.
They use extracts throughout, and one of the important things, or at least helping us understand hops, is they recognize by using extracts all the way through, which means they're only taking out the lupulin. Okay. They're not using the whole cone. And by using those extracts, at the end, they were not getting what brewers always referred to as kettle aroma or kettle flavor. And quite often that's associated with the, quote, noble flavor. And they realize that's coming from someplace else. So they're extracting that green matter as well and adding it back into the beer. So they're taking the hop and re-engineering it. Wow. There's nothing wrong with that, except we all know we can taste the difference.
Right. It makes me wonder why they would reinvent the wheel.
It's like taking flour, stripping out all the nutrients, and making it white, and then adding nutrients back in again.
And then putting... I mean, I'm sure that there are some cost things involved, but if it ends up...
You can control the bitterness... Yeah. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you want the beer to the same bitterness. If you get to the end and your bitterness isn't right, you just add some isoalpha acids.
I see.
And in theory, which a lot of people are doing, and in the UK, and there are small craft brewers in the UK that are buying oils. So it's funny in the UK. Most of the craft brewers in the UK still use flours. So they're using flowers, and they get to the end, and they don't have the aroma they want. They're dosing it with oils. That's
Right.
another form of extraction.
Okay. I'll admit there was a little period of time in my life where I was young, dumb, and full of stupid that I was a Miller man. And
that's okay. It happens. It's all right.
That you're stealing out of your dad's refrigerator.
Drink's pretty good. Sure. And I wonder now if I would know, if I could taste that doesn't taste like hops at all.
I'm pretty sure I saw JP. He had a Miller Lite at my party.
I had a Miller Lite.
Oh, but he dumped it out.
I dumped it out.
Yeah, but he took a sip first.
I took a couple sips, and then
Right.
and then it hit me that it really doesn't taste like anything. It
Right.
literally tastes like nothing.
Yeah.
And you think PBR tastes like nothing.
Yeah, you noticed a big difference?
PBR is a Russian Imperial Stout compared to Miller Lite.
Well, I'll say, less than make me kind of hate on Miller, it actually just fascinates me about the different ways to use hops and the chemicals and how the chemicals affect beer. And it's all a fascinating topic. You can find it all in For the Love of Hops, the practical guide to aroma, bitterness, and the culture of hops by our friend Stan Hieronymus. It's available through Brewers Publications. I'm going to fix our order, and it will be available in the Brewing Network store. And you know what you could probably do?
Yes.
We'll make a Brewing with Wheat and Hops bundle in our store.
Yeah.
And you can we'll let you own both Hieronymus books for a discounted price. And Stan, thank you so much for spending time with us. And I meant what I said.
Pleasure.
You make us feel smarter when you're on the show.
That's my goal.
Thank you, Stan. We appreciate it.
We should have you on once every 6 months because we get stupider as the year goes by.
Now we're going back to dumb.
Yeah,
we're already started.
Yeah,
Dumb
believe
mode.
me, by the end of the show, Stan, we'll be dumber already.
Hops has a lasting effect, so it'll preserve your smartness for a few days.
See? He's justifying us once again. This is great.
I love it. Stan, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to talking to you in the future.
Okay, see you in Philadelphia.
Yeah, we'll see you there. Cheers.
Yeah, I look forward
Thanks, Stan.
Okay, bye.
There you go. The great Stan Hieronymus, and round of applause. If that interview is any inclination to what this book has in store,
it's a good book.
Go buy the book.
Yeah, it's really good.
Nathan's read it cover to cover twice.
I think, I'm working on third time around now.
He's been neglecting Nicole for several weeks.
He's probably read her cover to cover a few times.
Are you
All these
ready?
big words.
Are you ready for bed, Nathan?
Hold on. I'm reading about dry hopping again for the 10th time.
I put on something sexy for you. Yeah, is it a hops book? Because I'm busy.
Right. You know what? Look, why don't you just keep brushing my hair out, and when I'm done with this chapter, maybe you
Can we
get
talk
me a
about
beer.
isohumulones right now?
Right.
Whisper that stuff in my ear.
That's Nathan's dirty talk.
Harvest my cones.
Nicole, say isohumulones. Just say it. Say it to me again.
Say MMP4 precursor.
Tell me about all the things that make up Mosaic. Go.
Their safe word is play mat.
Yeah. Their safe word is pre-boil.
I pre-boiled my pants.
Safe word is first wort.
Well, I just blew our best interview of 2013 on the first show of the year.
Yeah.
I know.
It's all downhill.
Yep.
Stan's a badass. I like talking to him because the man really knows what he's talking about, and it's you know what it is. It's just good to have somebody who's serious on the program every now and then.
Yeah, you interject a little seriousness once in a while.
Yeah, get ready for all the all the dick joke emails.
Well, I'll tell you, it makes me want to buy the audiobook right now.
Yeah.
And buy For the Love of Hops, the practical guide to aroma, bitterness, and the culture of hops. I wish that our order was proper. We'd have it in your store right now. I ordered it a month ago.
Yeah, along with Brewing Classic Styles and How to Brew.
We'll get it all in for you. In the meantime, you could click the Amazon link and then buy it through Amazon, and I think we'll get a little chunk of that. So you still can support us. If you just can't wait for the book, you can do it that way. And Stan's a good dude. So what a great time talking to him. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break, and y'all know what it's time for, you know.
Yeah.
What is it time for?
It's time
The business.
It's time for the 6th Annual Brewing Network
think that's
Awards.
right.
Something Annual Brewing. Woo!
But first,
All right. Yeah.
Hop Grenade.
Oh,
There is a
our
call.
first ever homebrew competition is over. The call has to wait. We'll be right back as the session. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
When Michael
Fairbrother started moonlighting, he had no idea how quickly his dream was going to grow. Having homebrewed for 15 years, Michael decided to go pro, but not with beer. While attending his homebrew club meetings, he saw ladies knocking their men out of the way to try his mead. Moonlight Meadery is now 2 years old and can produce 200,000 bottles a year. It's the first New Hampshire winery to ever distribute to California and Australia. In fact, you can now find Moonlight Meadery meads distributed nationwide. And they ship direct, too. They produce 56 different varieties of mead and are unlike anything you've ever seen on the market. Michael Fairbrother at Moonlight Meadery is a real success story that can make the BN Army proud. Visit Moonlight Meadery in Londonderry, New Hampshire, or online at moonlightmeadery.com. Moonlight Meadery. Romance in a glass.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blickmanstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My doctor, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickmanstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
BN Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your homebrew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
Recklessly
brings me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it, and then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
You're listening to The Session.
888-401-BEER.
This is The Session.
All right, thanks to our friend Stan Hieronymus for The Love of Hops, the practical guide to aroma, bitterness, and the culture of hops. Buy the book now. He's a great dude. Tune in next week. We've got Mark Carpenter and the crew from Anchor back on the program. One of our best shows I think we've ever done when the Anchor Steam crew came in. It was one of those shows that I had looked forward to my whole career. And so, I saw Mark at GABF this year. And every time I've seen him since that show, they had so much fun. They were so stoked. They're stuck in that brewery all the time, which they love, but they don't get to come out and have fun with douchebags like us a bunch. And he was just so happy to do it. And he talked to me at GABF. We talked for like 15 minutes. And then at the end, I said, "All right, John, I'll see you later."
You douche.
And he goes, "It's Mark." And he was so humble, like that I wasn't the one that should remember his name. And I was like, "Mark, I'm a fucking douchebag. I should remember your name from here until forever. I just called you John, like an idiot, like a stupid idiot.
Why?
You're one of my
That's right,
heroes."
I called him Chris one time.
Did you?
Just have a brother named Chris. He had a little comeback, but I felt bad.
I felt so terrible because I'm like, this is not for lack of respect. It's sheer stupidity. No. I have I have so much respect for you.
Look at him. He's tall. He's old. He's the guy that you were respecting from the get-go.
Yeah.
So why John? Where'd John come from?
Wasn't I? God, I hope one of the other guys was John.
No.
I don't know.
It's GABF. You're drinking.
I don't know.
You're busy.
Mark, John, they're all biblical.
Is Mark biblical? I guess he
Matthew,
is.
Mark, Luke, and John. Yeah. I could have called him any of those.
That's the most you know about the Bible, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
Jesus and Mary.
That's all I know.
And God.
Yeah.
That God guy's real biblical.
Right, and they're all virgins. That's all I know.
Right.
You know what you need to do now? You just need to make a joke out of it. And when he comes, be like, "And it's our pleasure to welcome Jason and crew from Anchor."
Right.
Yeah.
You know what?
Sorry,
He'll remember.
Friends.
He's such a nice guy. He doesn't remember that stuff. It rolls off. He's not like us douchebags who remember every dumb thing that's ever happened. It just rolls right off. He's like a duck. You ever seen water off a duck? Just go. That's what anyway.
It rolls right up his back.
I love the man. I love the guys at Anchor, and they're going to be on the program next week. So stay tuned for that. Right now, I'd like to tell you, I don't know if you've heard about this, but, now that the holiday season is over.
I don't even know where this is going, but I love it already.
It doesn't mean that the gift giving has to end.
Oh, no.
In fact,
yours did.
It never started.
Never started.
Right, mine never really did.
Tell me more.
Well, now that the Christian gift giving season has ended, it's time for the naughty side to come out. Go to AdamandEve.com right now and order yourself some fucking dildos, man. Some blow up dolls and some naughty lingerie.
Get some for yourself.
Bevo, do they make lingerie your size?
That is so
Damn.
mean.
But you can buy two and just sew them together. It's
I'm
fine.
trying to encourage your. Was that not good encouragement?
That was so mean. I'm a medium, you dick.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and obesity is a huge. I don't even think they make things smaller any longer.
They really do.
Bevo's not obese.
Better you ask.
No. I'm saying there's an obesity problem in America, and they don't. Who's small anymore?
Right.
I see.
Well, what part of you is medium?
How about we just get you one and that's your goal?
Shirts, medium.
No, but like a hand.
If we were to order a bunch of different sizes of,
No, I wouldn't try them on. I wouldn't prance around here, and I might punch you in the nuts.
you could do it all from within the booth.
I might actually punch you in the nuts anyway.
That's why we created the booth.
And decided.
I just want to say thanks to Doc for coming in early to reinforce that section of the subfloor.
Can we put a lock on the door on the outside, Doc?
You guys are terrible.
All right, go to adamandeve.com right now. You can buy all these things for the special someone in your life.
Do we get anything with it?
Special chalupa devourer in your life.
Well, it's funny you should ask, Doc.
I do like chalupa.
Not only do you get half off just about any item,
that's 50%.
but you get free shipping, a special gift, and also 3 free DVDs from categories such as
anal, perverted. Oh, I'm sorry,
Asians.
Oatmeal stout.
Gay.
Big butt.
Nicole, what's your favorite category? Nicole likes big butt. You took it from her.
She cannot lie.
Orgies.
There you go, Doc. What other categories are in there?
POV.
No, there is point of view.
You're a dick.
Yes, that's a category.
Straight
as well.
yeah.
Chunky.
Oh, big
Chunky!
No, it's BBW.
Why would you got to say that?
All sorts of wonderful categories. You can choose your own 3 free DVDs. But go order now. All you have to do is use coupon code BNARMY. That's BNARMY. You know, it doesn't have to be the dude in the family that goes to adamandeve.com. You too, chick who's being forced to listen to this program, can go and order your own things. Or there are like, does anybody here wear man lingerie? Like, have you ever worn dude outfits?
Meggings?
They sell them. No, not like meggings. No. But there's a man section.
Banana hammocks?
For like man lingerie. I think some of them are banana hammocks. There's like Tarzan outfits. I'm just curious. I think that men should go ahead and do it. But has anybody in this room ever worn mangerie?
It's for gay men.
Too bad the shoes aren't here.
There's no nobody's ever worn a. I know that Shoe Light likes banana hammocks.
Like I said, it's for gay
and mangerie.
Wait, I'm pulling up menswear because I don't believe. Wow.
See, there's a bunch of stuff there.
You learn something new every day, JP.
A stretch net bong thong.
Bong thong.
So
I don't even know what that means.
Isn't that a dong
It's
thong?
thong, but it's in fishnet.
Sam knows what it means. He's wearing one under his pants right now.
No.
The male power percolator G-string.
No straight man.
What happens in the power percolator?
It's just
You're curious,
it's like a sling for your boner to be perky all the time.
It holds it.
It's perk hyphen you hyphen later. Perk you later.
It's for what's our game? Boner Jeopardy.
Boner Chicken.
Oh, thank you.
I have
Boner Jeopardy.
I had a special PM.
What is a giant rod?
What is assault?
I had a special private message.
Yeah,
one of our
sponsors.
I hate you guys. One of our loved dear employees.
Yeah.
Has worn a knitted elephant on his little push.
Terrence the Black?
On his little push.
Oh, pushy push. Sorry. I was trying to think of an employee that would do that. And the only one I thought it was Terrence. He's worn a what? What is it again?
A knitted elephant.
Did his wife...
Like a trunk?
Because his wiener's the trunk.
Did his wife make it or did he buy it? Find out details, please.
I hope his wife made it.
Use coupon code BNARMY at adamandeve.com right now. All right. Lot to do. You know, guys, it's that time of year where we get into the Brewing Network Awards. But first, before we do our official Brewing Network Awards, we have a new award to give out this year before we even start. We've had our first ever Brewing Network homebrew competition. We did the IPA kits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hop grenade!
Yeah. So a lot of people bought it and entered the competition. Obviously, it was all one beer. And we did a best in show competition.
That's right.
Yep.
We whittled it down.
Nathan Smith.
Yep.
Nicole Ernie. Jason Petros.
Hi.
And Brian Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
Were the judges.
That's right.
Esteemed judges.
They were the esteemed judges. I will have you know that JP took extra special care of all the beers. As they came in, they went right into our refrigerator.
That's right.
Nicole, please vouch for us. When you arrived, all of the beers were safely in our Brewing Network camo refrigerator, weren't they?
They were incredibly cold.
Yeah. Right.
They were close to Tasty's beer for, additional fame recognition.
It's true.
Yeah.
We had a what's left of our Janet's Brown keg, and we huddled them all around Tasty's keg.
None of them touching
to give extra love. Yeah.
We're not go crazy.
Right. But we did have our first ever Brewing Network homebrew competition. I'm making a lot of fun, but I'm actually pretty excited. People have asked us to do a homebrew competition for years, and I've said, "Oh, hell no,
hell no,"
because we would get so many entries.
It's a pain in the ass,
and none of us want to do anything.
No.
But luckily, we had the donated time of Nathan, Nicole, JP, and Brian, and so they did it. So how many entries did we have?
We had 22.
22 entries.
Yes.
For one best of show round.
Right.
And what we ended up with was 5 finalists that we will have here on the program tonight.
Right. We did kind of a modified tasting segment. Since they were all the same style and the same ingredients, the exact same everything, we kind of did a modified score sheet where we just really focused on overall tastes.
Okay.
Because, writing down the color and the same thing time after time. So we did all that. Then we pulled 5 people from that and had a little mini best of show from there.
And I'm certain that the number one beer was a 50-point beer, right?
It was actually an 80-point beer. It was a modified scale.
So we had to cut it in half, so it was really 40.
It's a 40.
Right.
Yeah,
and then we divided by 2.
We went to 80, but we had to cut it in half.
Right.
I love Nathan's logic. For some reason, it makes perfect sense to me.
It does.
Yeah.
Well, we figured we couldn't judge a beer that high. We just figured, well, we'll just arbitrarily cut it in half for no reason at all.
This is 80. Let's cut it in half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
No, it was amazing how much different the beers were from beer to beer. Like, you figure that you're going to sit down and judge a beer made from the same kit. It's going to be one beer after another tastes the same.
But they were all very different.
Yeah, a lot of them were
very
very different. Like the top, we had like what was in the final 10 or 12 that we were kind of whittling it down to. Even those, they were all great beers. But
Okay.
very different.
Was it difficult to judge IPA after IPA? Did your palate...
You get some palate fatigue, for
Okay.
sure.
All right.
Yeah, by the end, it becomes a little bit harder, but...
I meant to ask Nicole. She's the real judge here.
Yeah.
I mean, who cares what you think?
Seriously.
Nathan?
Oh, I was totally just zoning out right now.
Perfect.
Perfect
That's
example.
Exactly what I had.
Welcome to
Exactly
my
what I
life.
expected out of a master cicerone.
Cicerone.
Well, that's what, you don't have enough mics. I thought I wasn't included.
No, you're always included, Nicole. We just sometimes make fun of you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to our first caller, Matt Regardin. Matt?
This is Matt, but it's not regarding.
How do you say your last name?
Not regarding, not even close.
It's regarding Matt.
Beaver. Beaver.
It's regarding, except I typed wrong.
I was just thinking, I wish you would work for an ear doctor instead of an eye doctor. But,
My name is employees. Employees what? Must wash hands.
You know what, Matt? It's fucking regarding from now on.
Right.
What does this pertain to, Mr. Regardin?
It's Matt regarding the beer competition.
Oh, thank you, Beaver.
Except I forgot the comma and the G.
And the rest of the sentence. My name's Matt. Matt what? Regarding beer competition.
He's like, not even... No, it's Smith. It's Smith. What do you mean? But you mean Smigarden.
Smigarden.
All right, Matt, line 2.
Matt, caller.
Matt, where are you from?
I'm from St. Louis.
Is that St. Louis, Alabama?
San Jose.
I hope not. St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, tasty. A man after your own heart.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that area.
Yeah.
Get back there now and then.
Okay. All right, Matt. So as we mentioned, we had 5 finalists. If you had to guess, think about your beer, and I don't know whether you were proud of it or confident. Where do you think you are in the top 5?
Are there only 5 people entering the competition?
There are 20.
There were 22.
22.
So
and there are 5 finalists.
5 finalists. So you are. We're going to get to all the other ones. After you.
You're one of the 5. Where do you think you are?
It's not hard, Matt. 4.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you think was wrong with your beer that would put you down at 4?
I don't know. I used the recipe exactly as you said, so there's got to be maybe some minor issue there.
Did you enjoy the beer?
Wait.
So it's got to be perfect. I get that.
That's a backhanded.
Well, yeah, exactly
I used your
right.
recipe exactly how you said, so it's your fault, bitch.
Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with it. I did what you told me, so there's probably something wrong.
Right. So it must taste like semen.
Yeah. Fuck you, Matt. We're going to the next caller.
No, actually, it was probably gone in about 10 days, which for only 1.5 people drinking it is pretty good.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Your drain must be clogged.
Did you keg it or bottle it all?
Actually, I kegged it, and then I used a beer gun to send into the competition there.
Oh, okay. The Blickman beer gun.
Mm-hmm.
From Blickman.
Yeah, that's right. From one of your proud sponsors.
Right. All right, Matt. Well, your beer has been received, and your place in the competition You are the winner, my friend.
Champion.
You are the champion of the first ever Brewing Network homebrew competition, my friend.
We deceived you. There aren't 4 other people on the line.
Tell us how you feel right now. Go.
I'm speechless. I had no idea that I would have a chance in this one. Oh, my God. Whew.
Well, you had all the chance in the world, my friend. You brewed a fantastic beer that the judges loved. And it was the best of show of all 22 beers. And you've won yourself a trip to, and this is going to sound like a joke, but it's not, to beautiful Martinez for a Sunday show, and also a brew day at Heretic. You can go brew beer with the boys at Heretic. We're going to pay for the whole deal. We just got to work out when it works for you and when it works for the brewery. We'll get you in here on the program. We'll put you up in a hotel. You get to hang out with JP. He's going to give you a back massage.
Hell, wait, what?
Hookers.
There's also going to be some bonus prizes. We're going to give you some hops and some T-shirts and some hats and some glassware, and you get the whole kit and caboodle, man.
Some mangeray.
Oh my God!
Get your liver ready.
Oh, my wife is going crazy right now. She ran upstairs. She was listening downstairs, and oh my God.
I'm glad she's happy for you. We're
Jump
gonna
out the window.
Tell her that we're going to send you home in leopard skin Brewing Network boy shorts.
Yep.
And
a percolator G-string.
Brewing Network mangeray.
Make sure that when you book his plane ticket, you don't put the name Regarding as his last name.
It's actually Regardin.
Yeah,
It's Regardin.
Regardin.
Yeah.
This is Matt Regardin. Regardin what? The dog, motherfucker. What?
So, Justin, before I go, I gotta just let you know that we actually talked to you in San Diego. In Seattle, and we asked you some recommendations of places to go, and you gave us the recommendation of the in Portland, the Triangle with Sassy's and the sour beer place.
Oh, hell yeah.
Cascade,
Yeah, so it was so good. My wife actually wanted to go back to Sassy's multiple times, and we hit it twice up in Portland.
Wow.
Thank you for that recommendation.
Well, you're very welcome. And in fact, if you would have read the fine print on your homebrew entry, it was if your wife enjoys strip clubs, she's actually the one that won the trip to Martinez.
All right.
Yeah, you'll be staying at home come next month.
Tammy Regardin, can't wait to meet you.
Right. No, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Isn't that a great triangle? Because you get your boobs on, and then you head over and have a sour beer, or vice versa.
Yeah, and in fact, the second time we didn't even hit all 3. We just went to the sour place and straight to the strip club. So.
You know what? You're a good family. I can tell right now. And I can tell just by talking to you for a couple minutes that you're a good, strong family.
That is true. I'm actually afraid when he comes out. He sounds like a party animal.
Oh, we're taking him to the Gold Club, I think, is where we got to take him.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I haven't been there.
Club, bro.
Doc, we haven't been in a while anyway.
I have.
Oops. That a boy, Doc. All right, listen, I mean every word, Matt. You've won, and we're going to fly you out here. Send me an email, justin@thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll start talking about dates. We'll get you out here for a full weekend. You'll get to come out to a show and brew with the boys at Heretic, and we'll put you up and do the whole thing. So congratulations. And honestly, thanks for buying the kit and brewing, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, I was just joking about there must have been a mistake, because the mistake I would have thought would have all been on my end.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
You did a good job. It was a fine beer, and in fact, I think we have one bottle left. We're going to enjoy it after the show tonight. So.
Oh, awesome. Well, that's the last one, because like I said, it ran out in a few days. So.
Good.
It's all yours.
That's a good sign.
Good job. Congratulations, Matt, and send me an email, justin@thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll get you all set up, brother.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Take care.
Cheers.
There you go. Matt from Missouri, and how expensive is a flight from Missouri, Tasty?
$400.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. What about flying us all out to the East Coast for NHC this year? I was thinking about that.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we do need to go. That's the only way I can go is if
What, he pays for your airfare?
I'm like, what's going on here?
I mean...
Hey, Moscow, shut up!
Why am I doing freaking shows and shit like that?
Right.
Thanks for that, Moscow.
This is my day job, Tasty.
You're staying home, by the way.
You have a day job.
Yeah, this show gets you free beer.
By the way, Philly is going to be a very selective year for the Brewing Network.
Right. Is there a hotel in downtown Well, Martinez proper for him?
Yeah.
He's got to get the whole experience.
I was going to say, please don't make him stay in Martinez.
Like a Martian Mansion hotel or like a hotel?
We'll get a narrow bed and put it in here. What are you talking about?
Guys, there's a couch right down there in the green room, and that couch Nicole's sitting on actually folds out into a full bed. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
I'll pay one of the bums to do like room service in the morning.
Oh yeah.
You got any shitter paper you want to get rid of, buddy?
Hey, you got Starbucks right across the street. How more convenient? It's like in the lobby.
Right. Listen, the guy's going to get the star treatment.
You want a sandwich from Luigi's or something?
Yeah.
I'm going that way.
The half-star treatment.
I'm actually going to park my Volkswagen out front and pop the top. He could just sleep in the top deck of that. It's very luxurious.
Make sure you get out in the morning and put some coins in the meter.
Yeah. I'll pay a homeless guy.
The heretic can be like, all right, free labor. You're going to grain out now, buddy.
I was at Luigi's.
Yeah, we're milling today.
And a homeless guy bought a $1.25 can of sardines. He was in front of me holding my shitty order up. And the guy, Luigi's like, all right, here you go, man. And he goes, do you have any one of those little containers of mayonnaise? And Luigi's like, yeah, fine. He squirts a bunch of mayo in a little ramen can. He's like, here you go. And then he turns to me, and the homeless guy goes, do you have any forks? And like Luigi, he's like, oh my, here, go. Just go away. Sardines and mayonnaise. That's what you have to look forward to in beautiful Martinez.
Can't you buy it with mayonnaise already in it?
I'll tell you what.
I don't know.
Matt, we're going to stock your room with sardines and mayonnaise.
It's the official snack of Martinez.
Yeah, we want you to have the full experience.
Yeah, people think the martini was invented here? No.
Sardines and mayonnaise.
It's the
sardinis.
Sardinis.
The martini. The mardinis. Sardine. The whatever he said before I ruined it. All right. Smells like feet in here.
Should we get to
before?
Should we get to the Brewing Network Awards?
Yes.
All right.
Really?
Let's do it.
Right.
I love this time of year, and I love the Brewing Network Awards. Let's have some fun, everybody. Here we go. It's time for the 2012 Brewing Network Awards.
Our 19th annual.
Another wonderful year here at the Brewing Network. It's shows like this that make me love my job.
I like to say openly on air that you're fucking stupid.
We will see you on January 7th for the world-famous Brewing Network Awards. It's going to be epic.
Beer brewers, drinkers, spouses who are forced to listen to this crap against their will. Live from Sticky Martinez, California, we're proud to present the 2013 Brewing Network Awards. With your hard-working hosts, Justin Strip Club Crosley, Jason Shut Up Nicole Petros, Doctor Let Me Repeat What He Said Scott, Nathan Shut Up Nicole Smith, and Tasty.
Bring it on, bitch.
McDole, featuring Scott the Jew and Our Lady of Lactation in the chat room, Bevo. Now, here's Justin.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually the 2012 Brewing Network Award. We always screw that up, though. I think it's now a tradition.
Announcer Man's kind of retarded.
Yeah, Announcer Man has been retarded for years. He's a special character here on the program. We've got a lot of awards to give away. Some new, some old. I've eliminated a couple of awards, and I think you'll thank me for that.
I doubt it.
Yeah, a lot to do here on the 6th
annual.
6th annual.
What are you, fucking
Awards.
Vulcan right now?
Yeah, I think so. All right, now I have to find the folder with things that I need.
We can never get anything right,
Is that
can we?
music from 8 Months?
Well, it worked great in rehearsal, didn't it?
You only got one chance, Nicole.
That music was rad.
Lose yourself.
Right. All right.
It's not an alt-rock song, Scott. It's a rap song. Oh, you gotta lose yourself in the moment. You gotta own it.
Should we just play the intro over and over? It's a good intro.
It's real good.
Intro.
Yeah. All right, we got a lot of awards to give away. We're going to start out with one that I think, and by the way, don't take my word for any of this because I make it up as I go.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure we gave this award for the first time last year. It's the Pimp of the Year award. I think that was we gave it.
I think it's 2 years.
It's a couple years old. Yeah. Well, like I said.
Yeah.
Just go with it.
Like my current girlfriend.
I'm pretty sure we just invented this award this year.
Right now.
Here you go.
Seems
Our
fresh.
first award of the BNAs.
This
baby. I've been banging BN since 06, son.
Now, for the listeners with the smoothest game, who foolishly and with reckless abandon rock the BN above all other priorities in their lives, here are the nominees for the Brewing Network Pimp of the Year.
That's right. So these, as you might remember, are people who are constantly promoting the Brewing Network, whether it's good for them or not. Some people have gotten fired for it in the past, and others have gotten scolded by their wives. But it's really people who just promote us, no matter what the consequence. They're always talking and tweeting and other things like that. The nominees this year for the Brewing Network Pimp of the Year are the Brewing Network Homebrew Club. Yeah. We won the Homebrew Club of the Year once again, thanks to the Brewing Network listeners who kicked ass on that. Our next nominee, a sponsor this time, a new sponsor in 2012 who spent a lot of time tweeting and doing social media about how badass he felt the BN Army was.
Yes.
Our friend, your friend, Michael Fairbrother of Moonlight Meadery.
Yes! One of the most active sponsors on Twitter.
Yeah.
Rocking the BN all time, every time.
Check out his Twitter feed, and you'll notice he's very grateful is what it is. He's constantly, really what he's doing is thanking the BN for responding to his sponsorship and buying Moonlight Mead.
Yep.
Of course, we have to give the mead some credit. It's badass.
It's real good.
It's real good.
All right. Next on the list, another sponsor, and in fact, this one comes from not just 2012, but it's actually a couple years of promotion. A local company here in the Bay Area who gives us props all the time. We love to see them at every event that we do. Hop Tech Homebrew is in there for Pimp of the Year. Yeah. Follow them on Facebook, and you'll see that they're always mentioning the BN, and they love us.
Every order that goes out, they put a little thing in there about us. They love us to death.
Yeah. So good fun there, and we thank them for that. And finally, the final nominee in Pimp of the Year is my shrink, Justin's shrink. Yes, and in this
Dr.
case,
Quack, yes.
Yeah, in this case, it's for giving me therapy pro bono because come about the middle of the year, I couldn't afford it anymore, and he decided I was too crazy to quit.
Right.
And here's a little clip of that when it happened.
I tried to quit therapy. I was like, look, I've been going for a while. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm fixed. He says, okay. He's like, I think you should think about it. And I said, no, I thought about it, and I really, I've been coming to you for like over a year now, and I think it's cool. So he comes back the next week, and he goes, I've been thinking about this, and I'm going to go ahead and keep you in therapy pro bono. Wow.
Oh, God.
No way. How fucked up are you?
Yeah.
And your shrink goes, yeah, you can't see. Yeah. He's like, I'm going to do this for you.
Community service. I'm standing up for your insane mind. Unbelievable.
I was like...
He's writing a book about you.
I was like, thank you? Like, how do you even respond,
Yeah, so there you go. I think we can all attest to the benefits of my therapy continuing.
Yeah.
You're still a crazy dickhead.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But less so.
But it could be worse.
And so does my shrink. And thank you, Tasty. See, this is why Tasty's living so long.
Right.
Because his glass is
so
half
wise.
full.
Yes.
Well, technically, it's
Positive about it.
It's 100% full. It has air or beer in it or both.
And it
Always
could be
full.
worse. Right.
Could be in a vacuum.
All right. Your 2012 Pimp of the Year is... The Brewing Network Homebrew Club! Of course. Come on, how can you deny the dominance of promotion that is the Brewing Network? We didn't even solicit them to enter under the Brewing Network Club. They just own it, produce good beer, kicked ass, and... let's face it, dominated the homebrew competition
twice.
I think we won it in the first round.
I think we did.
How will the dominance ever end if the rules don't change? It won't, right?
It could. I mean, there are strategies that could be employed. Sure. I don't know. Or we quit because we're tired of getting looked at like dickwads when really all we're doing is producing great beer. But what are you going to do?
Well, that's of it.
All right.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's your first award. I think that went well for our first
I think
award.
it went real well, except for the whole date thing that was wrong. That was real
But I
bad.
think that now that that's part of our thing, it's okay. It's all right.
Is it, though?
Yeah.
All right.
Now, I'm pretty sure that this is a new award that we're going to do right now. Doc, do you have to go already? Have we wasted your time? And now you have to leave?
He got his nap in. He's out of here.
I'm bored.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
No, I got to go to be a good dad.
He'll pick up the boy?
Yep.
You can't just call him a cab?
Yeah, that works.
I mean, it's Moraga. It's safe.
That'll be fine.
Safe. All right, Doc.
All right.
Don't worry. I'll reveal that you didn't win any awards this year,
Great,
so
good.
it's fine that you can leave.
Makes me feel better.
Yeah, you're more worried than anticipated.
Yeah, I was a little worried about that.
You didn't win any. You're good. All right, Doc. We'll see you next week.
Okay, bye.
All right, buddy. Okay. This, I think, is a new award this year. Have we ever done worst show of the year? No.
Brand new for 12,800, whatever year it is.
You know, something I like to do about the Brewing Network Awards is not take them seriously.
Right.
While at the same time
taking them seriously.
Exactly.
Right.
Which is why we're going to nominate ourselves and what we've done this year for the worst show of the year.
Whether they admit it or not, every parent has a favorite child, and one they wish they could shove back up that gooey fun hole. Enjoy your nominations for Worst Show of the Year.
That's right.
Gooey fun hole. I wonder if Mrs. Announcer has heard this.
Probably not.
Yeah.
She'd be so proud.
Now, let's be honest, guys. We do a lot of shows every year, and they're not all winners. And it took some reflection for us to look back, and we had our own nominations, but we also put this one out to the listeners in a poll in the forum for them to vote our worst show of the year, because we are not afraid of failure here at the Brewing Network.
No. Well,
Clearly.
How can you be afraid of something you're so familiar with? It's like being afraid of your feet.
That's right.
Yeah, we're not afraid of.
How's that working out for you, JP, by the way?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I hate them.
And the nominees for the worst show of the year are the first Goose Island show that we did, the Goose Island show. Yeah.
And why was that?
Well, we felt a little duped because by the second Goose Island show, the guy had retired and the brewmaster had retired, and we felt like we didn't really ask the hard questions, did we?
No.
We pushed out.
A little bit.
Let's be honest.
Starstruck.
We pushed out because I felt that he wasn't going to answer them anyway, and so I didn't want to deal with the radio silence, and we didn't give you the hard answers that you deserve.
What is this We Business host, man?
This is a team. There is no Moscow in team Moscow. Wait, does that work the way I wanted it to work?
But there's an A in it.
There is an A in it.
Wait.
So...
Fuck.
Oh, my music
Yeah, and I'm
ran
the
out.
stupid one.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Well, you are, yeah. Those two
There's
things
no
are...
I in Beverly either.
Yeah, they're not
loudmouth.
mutually exclusive.
You're correct. There's not.
So when I fail, we fail. Okay, everybody? That's the way it works
We've been
around
failing
here.
for a long time. man.
Nathan knows that, don't you, Nathan?
Every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tasty, he's on the fence about that.
What about when we fail? Do you fail?
No.
See, that's why I don't.
I think that's true.
I don't. Yeah.
But that's the way it works, guys.
Yeah. Whenever
Get
you
with it.
fail, we cut ourselves.
Right. And whenever you fail, I yell.
Right. A lot.
Oh, yeah, that happens.
This is how it goes.
Wasn't that interview 2011? I'm not disputing that it sucked.
Yes.
it did. But
Oh, so maybe it was the second interview then.
Correct. Yes, the first one was in 11, but we did a follow up in July
right.
of this year.
Oh, so
our
I
first
failed.
show in the new studio.
people didn't like that
So,
one.
guys, I failed at announcing which show it was.
So
which
we
means
failed.
We failed at...
yeah, that makes sense.
I think that
See that,
I'm-
Tasty?
I'm getting it.
I think
Okay.
that I'm
Double
excluded
fail.
because I'm in my own room.
No, you're
No.
still with us. Yeah. Yeah. Just as my butt is also large as your butt is large. Right? It's the same thing.
You guys are like, yeah.
No.
Butt brothers.
Right.
I'm a girl.
All right, well, butt sister then.
Fine. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with I'm comfortable with that, Tasty.
Your butt's flat.
All right, the next nominee for worst show of the year here on the Brewing Network is our fairly recent pumpkin beer and spice beer show.
Oh, bullshit.
What a terrible idea.
Yeah.
That was a good show.
Well, now here's one, being honest, we did not nominate this as Brewcasters. This was solely nominated by the listeners.
Right. Well, they get what they
get. And I like, I think worst show of the year actually should come from the listeners, not us. We have our opinions, but they're the ones who. I thought it was a decent show.
I thought it was pretty good.
Drink the beer, eat the squash.
Well,
don't put the squash in the beer.
Let me give you some more.
Most people don't care about pumpkin beers. Is what.
Which is also why, before we ever did the show, Tasty knew in his heart that it would be the worst show. He was like, "Really?" And I said, "Come on, it's timely, it's topical,
very timely.
It's a good girl show."
Yeah, wet hot beer and pumpkin beer.
I liked it
all in one.
See, Bevo liked it.
Well, and it's a good girl show.
Right.
Girls like pumpkin beer.
Like pumping.
We also did that awesome Halloween skit.
Not you. You're not a real girl.
Oh, yeah, we did the Halloween skit.
What are they talking about?
Where Tasty did some of the
You're a
best
girl with good
acting
talent.
you will ever hear.
Yeah,
that was
my
gold
best stuff right there.
And he got to see Bevo's boobs.
Oh, yeah, that's
Susie's
right.
boobs.
Sorry, Susie,
yeah,
you're right.
Susie's
Yeah.
boobs, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Someone clearly hadn't heard that
We
show.
wrote it for Bevo, but it ended up being Susie.
Yeah. And Susie did a great job.
All right. The third nominee for Worst Session Show of
Any
2012.
show Scott's on.
Off Week.
Every off-week show.
Sure, it gets a lot of hate. It gets a lot of hate. Yeah.
We get a lot of hate for Off Week, and so every single Off Week was nominated as
We
worst.
do get a lot of shit for it.
Yeah. But we don't care.
No.
And your fourth and final nomination for the worst show of 2012.
Listener nominated.
All of them. Every single show was actually nominated in the survey that we put out
multiple times.
Wow, and I just thought, wow,
yeah,
it's like that same thread in the forum that there's only a good show if you go to an old show. I'm like, what do you guys care?
I didn't know that. There's a whole thread that says that.
Yeah.
Oh,
The older the show, the better, or something like that.
This is my life's work we're talking about here. The depression.
I'm taking the forum down tomorrow.
Let's call my shrink on air right now.
Let's do it.
Let's call it.
I think we should. Hey, Steve!
So one of the nominations was whenever we broadcast, and the other nomination was whenever we don't broadcast.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. Probably by the same nut job.
They think they're real clever.
All right. The winner of the worst show of the year. It got the most votes. Pumpkin and Spice Beer was our worst show.
I'm not applauding.
Wah. Yeah, completely voted by the listeners, and we grant you the award. You didn't like it? I guess we won't repeat the show in 20
No, we'll do it better.
Please nominate another show that you would like, listeners.
Right.
Can't say enough about that squash.
It also means that all the off-week shows were better than the Pumpkin and Spice show.
They'd rather not listen.
Not having a show is better than the pumpkin beer.
Wow.
You make a good point.
Fucking dicks.
Yeah.
Voted.
And listen, it wasn't just a couple votes.
No, it wasn't. No.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow, we got our own Harris poll going here.
So there you go.
Maybe we should check more often, actually, huh?
I will say it hurts the pride less than something that we might have been really proud of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if it had been...
They're like, Crooked Staven or you suck. Something like that, right?
We were like, wait a minute, what? Because at least we can go, all right, yeah, the topic, we know. But... I don't know. I thought people want to make this. They want to get laid. It was a get you laid show. Yeah. But no points. No points for that.
No one wants to get in the gooey fun hole, apparently.
All right, let's get right to the next one. This one is a very coveted award, and I think that people look forward to it every year.
Ball Gobbler of the Century.
It is also heavily driven by listener votes, also supplemented by Brewcaster votes.
Every year, we are honored to bring you incredible guests from around the world, always live in studio, via Skype, sometimes, or on shitty phone connections, or maybe we just read a note they left behind at a bar. It's the Brewing Network Best Guest of the Year nominees.
Yeah. A very important award, I think. How many guests would you say we have throughout the year, Moscow?
Oh, I would say
12? 13?
I was going to say 20.
At least.
Yeah, at least.
Well, if there's 52 weeks and we take one off a month, it's like
440. 3 times 12, that's a hard one.
40 is down to, we're somewhere around 38 guests or something like that.
He was a little quiet.
Yeah, 30s, yeah.
All right, the nominees for Best Guest of the Year are Chad Jacobson, Crooked Stave.
The actual brewing aspect of brewing is really over-romanticized. The truth of it is our beers are produced in the cellar. That is where all my love goes into the beer, and really every brewer. When you pitch the yeast, the way you pitch the yeast, the temperature at which you ferment, everything, all the process really goes into that. So that those couple hours you spend in the brew house, it's the next 2-3 weeks through the cellar. And then if it's barrel aging, you're looking at the next year and blending it. That's where the love goes into the beer, and that's where the actual really creativity but process takes life.
Garrett Oliver, Brooklyn Brewery.
We want to do something that was complex, but not silly. And I'm sure you'll know what I mean when you talk about a beer where you'll pour it and you're like, wow, that's amazing. And then you get halfway down the glass and you're kind of like, I'd like to have a margarita now.
Right. That's less sweet than this.
What's really nice about Local 2 is that it has that complexity and it's really big, but because of its dryness, because of its restraint, it's also really, really drinkable.
Is it Mazen?
Mazen.
Mazen Hazar from 961 Brewing.
I get this crazy guy walking into the brewery completely at random, and he says, "You're Mazen, you make 961." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I love you." I'm like, "Weirdo."
Right.
I'm like, "What do you do?" He goes, "I make chimay." I'm like, "I love you."
Right.
Turns out he's a Lebanese guy who was studying in Belgium and worked for Chimay as a brewmaster, and he had taken the Heineken subsidiaries beer to Chimay to the tasting panel with all the monks, and they laughed him off the table. And then he took our beer and they loved it, and so he felt really proud. And 2 weeks later, I made the guy an offer, and he now works for us full time.
And finally, Gabe Fletcher from Anchorage Brewing.
I don't really have a number one selling beer as far as, all my beer is pre-sold before it even leaves the brewery.
So that's how much you sell is how much you make.
Yeah. And it's allocated way before it even leaves the brewery. Shelton basically goes around and says, you get 50 cases, you get 85, you get 120, and then it's gone.
So you don't really even deal with sales and taking on new accounts or anything?
No, not at all.
He's living the dream right now, this man.
All right. And the winner, the 2012 2012 Guest of the Year.
13.
By listener vote, as well as supplementary Brewcaster vote.
Oh, no! What is it?
Chad Jacobson! Crooked Stave.
Love that one.
Yeah.
What a great show.
Now, listen, here's what put Chad over the edge. First of all, the show speaks for itself. The guy was a badass and had so much information to give, and the beer was also amazing. But when Vinny Cilurzo comes up to me and says, hey, I've been catching up on Brewing Network shows. I don't get to listen all the time, but when I travel, I put them on my iPod and I listen. I've listened to Chad Jacobson twice now. Because he had so much yeast information to offer about Brettanomyces that I had to listen twice. When Mr. Spontaneous Fermentation or Sour Fermentation or Bug Fermentation himself says I had to listen to the show twice, that's a goddamn good show.
Yeah.
Chad Jacobson, congratulations. Yeah. You are Brewing Network Guest of the Year.
And it didn't hurt that he sent us a whole bunch of his amazing beer.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Guests, keep in mind, if he wants to do now this sounds self-serving, and it is, but it does help the interview. Send us your beer so we have something to talk to you about.
Hell yeah.
And his beer did really speak for itself. It was just a wonderful showing of beer. I don't like to be all starstruck and go, oh, well, Vinny said it, but let's face it, when Mr. Sour Beer says it, you give them the best show of the year. So there you go. Chad Jacobson, well done. All right, the next award, I've combined two awards after several years. You know, for so long we've done Ass Hat of the Year and No Pants Award. And we've confused ourselves even at how similar they are. I could no longer figure out which one is which. So we put them both together. And it's basically, you know, the most Brewing Network representative listener. The strict adherence to the code.
Right, the Brewer's Code.
The sheer irreverence of your attitude and sense of humor. The accepting of vulgarity. The nobility of the homebrewing law. It's all of these things combined together that bring us our next award.
Next to the listeners who are so geeky, such consistent listeners, so often in the chat, contributing all year long, helping the show at every turn. Welcome the nominees for Ass Hat of the Year.
Right. Technically, Ass Hat No Pants of the Year, a highly coveted Brewing Network award. Such luminaries as Bad Rock.
Yeah.
I believe the Woods.
I think so as well.
Maybe a Blobberglop in there?
Definitely a Mills.
A Mills?
I think. Or is he
Pimp
Pimp
he won
of the Year?
Pimp of the Year, yeah. Bub, I think, has won No Pants. So now...
Well, he wears a lot of skirts now. So
combined together for the No Pants Ass Hat of the Year award. The nominees are... Nico Brew.
Oh! Again, a skirt-wearing man.
It's true. Apparently wearing a skirt gets you in the No Pants award.
Yeah.
Nico Brew, always in the chat room, contributing to the shows, phone calls, and otherwise, really helping out the programming. A new character this year, another nominee, Theo Brew. Yeah. Calling in very often drunk.
Calling in gay and drunk.
While also trying to finish seminary.
Right, and seminary.
Or whatever the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
Right. The next nominee is actually a dynamic duo of nominees. It's the Mexicans, Steve-O and Riggs.
No!
Yeah. If you'll remember, the second half of 2012 was filled with contributions from the Mexicans, Steve-O and Riggs. From Fontucky, California. Calling in often, joining in the chat room, annoying Bevo on the phones, which gives you a lot of points towards Ass Hat of the Year.
I thought you liked sour beers, man. I'm sorry.
And finally, a regular, returning nominee, always bringing it strong in the Ass Hat of the Year category, Mr. Andy Wood. Yeah. I mean, think back at all the phone calls we've gotten from Andy, the contributions, the songs, the shotgun shooting.
Sam.
Yeah, the evil Sam Calagione calls. Those are your four nominees for the No Pants Ass Hat of the Year. And the winner... I feel like I just dropped E. I'm about to have a hand orgy. The winner... Praise Jesus, it's Theo Brew.
He won something.
Wow, he finally won something.
Who says God hates homosexuals?
See? He doesn't hate Theo Brew. Theo Brew is broadening it. By the way, we always encourage acceptance phone calls. 888-401-BEER. Bevo is in the chat room to accept your phone calls. Theo Brew, if you're out there, as we know you are.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah. You are a headset.
888-401-BEER will be happy to make your acceptance acquaintance. All right.
I love this show. I love it.
Are you getting angry comments from the chat? Or
you could say that.
Whose boobies?
Semi-topless shots.
Who is that? Who is sending us semi-topless shots?
A listener has sent you some, and then you haven't responded, so he sent them to me.
Are those oiled?
She has wonderful.
They might be.
I like dyed hair.
Yeah.
She has very dark nipples.
Yeah. Well, she's ethnic, I think.
I'm looking at a.
The webcam might be.
I'm looking
up,
at a cupped woman who's holding two wine glasses full of beer over her nipples. So they're a bit like pasties.
Tasty's laser focused right now.
Sammy comes walking up with the baby. Show the baby the
baby.
the
One day
photograph.
you'll have these too.
Oh, the baby's smiling. She likes brown nipples. Apparently, that's fine too. Yeah. She's like, oh, they're much smaller than mommy's. Didn't mommy admit that they're like pancake size? I think
she said silver dollars.
I thought you admitted that they're like. Shut
up. They're hangers now.
Yeah, I thought
those are perky over there.
She is very sweaty, but she has a PlayStation 3 controller on.
Well, that's okay. Sam, look at Sam just trying to look over your shoulder.
Don't you have the internet at home, Sam?
Sam's like, I'm down here watching the baby for Bevo. Please let me see a boob. Well, now I see her nipple. What ethnicity would you say she is based on that nipple?
Mexican. Latina.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, with the purple hair?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
She could be Indian.
I don't like it.
No, she's not.
Like Choctaw or...
I don't know if she's...
What the? You can't even go local like Aloni or anything, can you? No, she's Mexican for sure. I'll bet you anything.
No way.
Bevo, I thought you admitted that yours were like a manta ray or something.
No, I didn't
They're like the
comment,
blob.
and you just ran with it.
Oh.
Like you do everything.
Oh, my fault. All right. We got to get to a couple more before the break because we have so many awards to give. Beav, the phone's ringing. Might that be...
I answered it. Damn.
Is
it's
it
Theo.
Okay, let's take Theo Brew's acceptance speech for Ass Hat of the Year. Theo, welcome to the program.
Hi.
Hey, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you really, wow, you really did it.
I tried.
You did try.
Yeah, you did try, and you succeeded.
Yeah, you tried and you succeeded. Go ahead and, thank the Academy or whatever it is that you do.
I would like to thank the people who have made this possible, the chat room, at those times when I didn't know if I could do it. You guys pushed me on and on and on.
Of course they did.
Exactly. I would like to thank the beers. I mean, without the beers, this would not be possible.
Right.
Whether or not they were homebrewed or made by professionals.
Sure, get on with it.
Or just Jesus made the beers themselves.
Right. I'm surprised that you waited so long to thank Jesus.
Well, I mean, Jesus kept the party going. I mean, Jesus' first miracle was to make water into wine when everyone was already drunk. So obviously, Jesus would be totally awesome with this award.
I agree.
I would have thought his first miracle was to be born without a father.
I don't know.
But what do I know?
I want to thank Susie Q. She's given me a lot of moral support in these past few months.
Okay. Great.
And last of all, I want to announce our retirement.
What?
Uh-oh.
Theo, don't do it to us.
No, this is a retirement speech.
You're kidding.
I thought I would give it. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
You're breaking my heart.
It's not a retirement from the Brewing Network.
Oh, okay.
It's a retirement from Drunk of the Year /week /whatever.
You're kidding.
No, I've got like people counting on me.
Who's counting on you? Nobody counts on you.
Right.
I'm a youth director, and then soon I'm going to be like a pastor.
Yeah.
But did you get caught?
No, I did not get caught at all. I wouldn't call in if I got caught.
Okay.
Theo,
I'm not quitting.
God will protect you. If it's his plan to have you be our drunk of the year, then don't worry about it. He will protect you. If it's not, then you'll get caught.
He who? Wait, JP, he who?
The Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior.
Both of you. I'm going to stop this before it goes farther.
Why is nailed, JP?
I'm stopping this before it goes any further, JP.
Because men are awesome.
Stop it.
Maybe he's just going out on top. He won, he's done.
But he didn't win Drunk of the Year. He's been going for Drunk of the Week and Drunk of the Year. And
so he's going out on bottom.
Well,
power bottom.
So Theo, what does that mean? Does that mean you'll be listening, but you won't be drinking?
No, fuck no.
Oh.
No. It means I won't be calling in belligerently drunk every week.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
It means that he is going to have Mondays again.
Yeah, listen. If he's drinking and he's listening, he's calling in. So I don't.
I mean, only time will tell. But.
Yeah, I don't accept your retirement speech. I don't accept your retirement, and I expect. And we'll talk to you next week. Thank you. Goodbye.
Shit on you and everything you stand for.
Right. And congratulations for winning No Pants Asset of the Year.
Great award.
Yeah.
Great
There you go.
I'm sure your hairdresser will be very impressed with your story tomorrow.
All right, a couple more awards to get to before we go to the break. Now, as you know, there are very few serious awards that we give during the BNAs. In fact, I think traditionally the only serious award has been the Beer of the Year. But we've added one this year. It's one that used to be a little bit less than serious. It used to be for Brewing Network listeners that had disappeared for one reason or another, usually because their wives had decided that they shouldn't listen anymore. You know,
misogyny. Oh, God, I have this really bad cough.
You know,
but is it true, Nicole?
You know, because a lot of men get treated like they're 4 years old.
They really do,
and they're told what they can and can't do.
Well, they have mommy issues.
I just got off the phone with who I think was Sugar Valley song singing creeper.
Oh yeah.
What did he say to you?
Here below.
And?
Dude.
What's it like down there?
I never had a conversation with him because I think he was either like real high or
Oh no, that's just how he sounds.
real drunk.
No, he's just real creepy.
Okay.
What did he want to know from you?
He just wanted to know if the show was still going on.
Oh, it's going.
And that he just got back from a football game watching somebody kick somebody else's ass.
Oh, great. Is he online right now?
I'm not sure. He will be soon.
Because I can almost guarantee, you know, we do have the Song of the Year category, and we haven't gotten a lot of submissions this year, so Sugar Valley Brewer should hang in there, if I may.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, no, I think he said he was gonna tune in, but it took that little bit of information I gave you took
a lot.
Took a solid 3 minutes to get out of him.
He's hammered. Great. I hope we can get an impromptu song about Bevo's vagina out of him.
No,
I wonder if he's that good.
No.
I wonder if he's that good.
Dear Bevo,
I'm not sure if it was him, but it was a very distinct
I like that we don't. I'm not even him. But I'm a big fan. I love the song. It goes like this. There, Bevo. All right. This award is actually serious this year. It's the Fallen Soldier Award, and we've actually lost a couple BNers.
The Brewing Network is first and foremost a family. We celebrate our wins, and we mourn our losses together. Please raise your pints, for next, we bring you this year's Fallen Soldiers.
See, Tasty, I told you we're a team. We celebrate our victories and our losses. Even if you only have a little beer in your glass, put more in it. Whatever you got to do, raise your pints. We actually, this is, we usually do this for people who have disappeared, not by missing from this earth, but this year we actually have a couple people who have left us from planet Earth. Meister of Puppets, Matthew Keefe, and Husker Brew, Sloan Michael Peterson. Longtime Brewing Network listeners, influenced a lot of our listeners in the chat room and in the forum, and beloved members of the BN Army are no longer with us. We respectfully pay them a due here on the Brewing Network Awards and give them our most graceful and dedicated Fallen Soldier Award. Everybody at home as well, cheers and take a drink to your friends. All right. Bevo's boobs. Never easy to come back from.
No.
But we mean it.
Just like AIDS.
Look, we're going to do the same for Tasty, except that I'll be crying like a bitch.
And we'll all take turns climbing inside of him.
Tasty, are you going to have an open casket?
No.
Come on, you got to have an open casket.
What for?
We need to kiss we need to pinch your cheeks.
There'll be like 6,000 pictures of me.
And beat on your belly.
99% of them in a cartoon format.
Exactly. We'll all put the little patch by you as we're like kissing your face.
And there'll be plenty of symbols there. You don't
We'll
need
party at Russian River. How about that?
You don't need my fat ass.
What are you going to do? You going to do cremation? Gotta have an open casket, Tasty.
When I drive off a bridge one day, there'll be nothing left. There'll be nothing left of me.
Right.
We want to marvel.
You're like, look, I'm planning this end.
You know, Tasty isn't necessarily the next one up out of us to die.
That's true. He isn't on the highest on the list, is he?
Sure, but it'll happen at some point.
Who is?
It's not that unlikely.
People will come to the wake who have never met him before in real life, but they'll just see him from the character and go, fuck, he aged real fast.
Yeah.
All right. I got one more award to do before the break.
Yeah, somebody told me to tell you to load up a casket with cookies, and everybody will take one as they walk by.
That's good.
Oh, that is good.
All right.
That's good.
It's in my directions.
That's really creepy, eating things off a dead person.
I know, it's good.
Like
we'll
naked
have a
sushi.
separate bowl.
It's like a really bad movie.
You know
like
what, Tasty?
naked sushi.
You know
We'll
what?
have an urn there.
You know what, Tasty?
And then we'll tell everybody it's the ashes.
And it'll be the
and then
cookies.
We'll trick them and tell
That
them
was
it's
code,
cookies.
by the way.
Heroin.
You know I don't like the weed because it makes me feel all creepy? I'm going to do it for you when
For
you're
me
done.
that time?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I'm going to get all... And you know what? I'll stay in the room with everybody and get all weird, too.
You get to see it.
I will be right next to you.
I'll go talk to your family about how much I loved you. It'll be really weird.
And it'll devolve into some conversation about combos and how good they were and they should really come back.
Yeah.
Especially the nacho cheese flavored.
I commit. I'm doing it for you.
All right.
And then I'll go home to my family and tell them a bunch of weird shit, too. I'm fully committed. All right. I like this next category. We'll do one more here before the break. You know, it used to be that we got several different submissions from several different people for this award. But this year, we had a pretty strong showing from one person. And the showing was very strong.
Notes, measures, stanzas, tempo. None of these things really matter to those incredible works of art that are nominated for the Brewing Network Song of the Year.
Yeah. Song of the Year is one of my favorites. Is that the same one again?
It's the same one, but I like it, so I'm showing it to you again. And I feel like there's a serious lack of nudity boobs in here.
Did she send me private ones that you guys didn't get?
No.
Oh.
Same ones.
Can we get more from her?
I asked.
I will invent an award for her tonight if she keeps sending photos.
All right.
How about that?
All right.
All right. The Brewing Network Song of the Year. Bevo, I know that you love this category. I know that some of these songs touch your heart throughout the year.
And your breastises.
The first song.
You shuddered.
A little bit.
From the wonderful Sugar Valley Brewer.
Sugar Valley Creeper.
Please welcome JP's an Asshole.
This is a good song.
Please welcome.
She likes it.
JP's an asshole. He's funny, he's balding, he's homeless and dude. The brewcasters love him and gay guys do too.
Gay guys do too.
Theo loves the shit out of me.
He's a good writer.
JP's an asshole. Sometimes he's real funny. We laugh at his wit. Leone just wishes he could brew worth of shit.
JP's an Asshole. A wonderful tune submitted by Sugar Valley Brewer. Our next submission, also by Sugar Valley Brewer.
Which is weird.
You're right.
Yeah. You're right.
Susie's Boobies. It's got a certain house flavor.
Same 4 chords.
Yeah.
Tasty got drunk at the BN party. They were drinking on some Giants Brown and Firestone Pale Ale. They were raging about the Rankin Gauge to Susie's Boobies earlier in the day. Justin got a good look at them. He said they were 7.5.
That's
7.5.
That's after a good look up.
Right.
Apparently.
Picture Sugar Valley singing this on the pulpit as we carry Tasty's coffin towards the hearse.
I was thinking the same thing, actually. I think that could be a good song for my wake.
Are we allowed to do that? You need to write this in your will because your family will fight us.
I'll tell it.
How many pallbearers are you going to need?
About as many as you'll need, I think.
Says the fat girl.
Yeah.
That is so mean.
Let's compare asses.
Don't worry, Precious. He'll have enough. It'll be fine.
Right. All right.
I know a few guys.
Such a dick.
Listen, once again, Sugar Valley Brewer with one of my personal favorites, Bevo's song.
Dear Bevo, let your hair hang low.
See him like sweating profusely in a little room singing the song.
My Bevo, let your hair hang low.
This is going to be played at Tasty's wake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
at the after party.
Like the walking out song.
Oh. Is the hair on your arm standing up, Bevo?
No. Can hold. My Bevo, let your hair hang low.
This one deserves more than one verse, don't you think, Bevo?
I don't care. Sure.
My Bevo, your big babies.
I love to see. I used to until you had a baby.
Dear Bevo, your big boobies I long to see. Delicious and round, hang on while I pound.
That's horrible.
Your big boobies, my, I see.
That's fucked up. Hang on while I pound.
Twisted.
I love that song.
Classic.
All right. The only non-Sugar Valley Brewer entry in tonight's Song of the Year category. You know, something that stuck with us for several weeks, and frankly for me, sticks with me year-round, is every lovely ballad ever produced by the dynamic duo that is Hall & Oates. Well, that's a good mashup. That's right. Every song ever produced by Hall & Oates. Woo! All in one mashup. Well, there's only a couple examples there, but Hall & Oates is in our Song of the Year category. And the winner of this year's. Now, with 3 submissions by Sugar Valley Brewer.
Pretty strong.
And a Hall & Oates. Sugar Valley Brewer is up against tough competition.
Well, only 3 submissions versus a whole catalog. 40 years of music driving the beat and the rhythms of a decade.
What if he doesn't win? It's fucked up.
Then he needs to go back to the drawing board.
I agree. All right. The winner of the 2012 Brewing Network Song of the Year. It's Bevo's song. Come on. It's the best song ever written. Dear Bevo, let your hair hang low. Dear Bevo, do you have hair down there?
My favorite line.
Delicious and round. You can see you can mix up all the verses. Hang on while I pound.
Dear Bevo,
I'm Sam singing to you. It's good, don't you think, Bevo? Don't you like it now? Now that it's won an award? Chicks like award-winning things.
To be perfectly honest, as somebody who has
is overweight,
a smidgen, I'm going to fuck you up. Has a smidgen of musical talent.
It's good.
Hall & Oates is terrible.
Oh, come on! What?
Yes, I will say it.
Oh, we're ending
I can't go for that.
I can't go.
I'll do anything that you want me to, but I can't go for that.
I cannot go for that.
No can do.
No can do. No, I.
No can do.
Mr. Oates is terrible.
Oh, Lord. Have you seen his mustache? You can't be terrible with a mustache like that.
No.
It's a real porn stash.
Yeah.
Don't
I'll
listen
tell
to
you
Bevo. She's a man-eater.
We're gonna go to break right now. We're gonna come back to some Hall & Oates plus your awards for Beer of the Year, people I used to like before Facebook, More Funner Guest, a brand new one, and don't forget the highly coveted Drunk of the Year. It's the Brewing Network Awards 2012. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent Yeast Fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writin' Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolf Brow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings, Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m., featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around, with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator, too. There's always something new at the Wolf Brow House of Beer. New and hard-to-find beer every week. No 2 visits are the same, just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolf Brow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolf Brow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients, and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
You're listening to The
Session.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
We're having a great time here in the studio at Martinez, the 6-ish annual Brewing Network Awards. We got a lot to get to, a few awards left to do, and some of them the most coveted awards ever.
I love it. I love things.
What do we finish with? Song of the Year?
Song of the Year, which I think went to Hall & Oates.
You know,
no, it didn't.
It was Hall & Oates, as a matter of fact. One of the... Actually, no, Hall & Oates didn't win. It was
Sugar Valley Brewer.
But it did remind me, especially based on Bevo's angriness about Hall & Oates, that we needed,
unfounded,
unbelievable,
unwarranted,
that we needed to play a little more Hall & Oates to remind her. Oh, it's almost Billie Jean. It's like a disrupted Billie Jean. Was this before or after Billie Jean?
Billie Jean is
after
my love. She's just a girl who
it's just got that cool funk.
I'm sure Nathan's band has a great organ in it, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We use this same producer for our
organs are big in death metal.
Yeah.
Wall of sound.
Come on, Beav. How do you not like that? That's a groove right there. That makes your big butt move.
Justin has the creepiest face I think I've ever seen him have.
I'm into it. I put the Hall & Oates station into Pandora. It gets much creepier than this.
Easy, easy going twice and now something. I think Jay is about to get the white man's overbite.
Oh, yeah. I just got it. Wow, it's like I'm a wedding. I'm at a wedding. I'll do anything that you want me to do. Go ahead, Bevo. Do backup.
That's weird. She's eating.
That you want me to.
She's as far away from the mic as possible.
She's like, I got cheese in my mouth. I can't go for that singing shit. I got cheese in my mouth.
Oh, shit.
Bevo's beating the crap out of him.
Go, Bevo.
JP, you can't hit back.
Beating the shit out of him.
JP, she hasn't told you yet. She's pregnant. You can't hit her back.
Oh, yeah, the baby's watching.
The baby's watching, JP. You can't do it. Look how upset the baby is.
Sorry, if you hit like a man, you get hit like a man, all right?
Go, mommy.
And Flabby goes like, JP's going to get it.
Don't give a shit.
You hit like a bitch.
Well, it's hard to pierce your thick skin around your thighs.
Bevo is so hot right now.
You ever try to punch the blob?
I think so, too. Actually, you're much hotter now that you beat the crap out of JP.
Hey, no, it was a draw.
It really did something for me.
It was a draw.
I don't know about that.
Nicole's sliding over her chair now.
If we draw a win in Bevo's circle, then yes.
No.
She beat your ass.
No.
All right.
That hurt.
This is definitely one of my favorite categories, if not my favorite. It's a chance to piss people off each year. And, here at the Brewing Network, we do that well.
We do.
While some of us stand tall on the mountain of our mistakes, others lie buried beneath them. For bringing it weak all year long, here are the nominees for Douche of the Year.
A lot of people have taken home the Douche of the Year. Some of them have gracefully accepted it. Some not so much.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah. I don't know. I never understand that. I mean, I think it's a significant award. I mean, you have to work hard to get to imagine what it takes to be the biggest douche of all of the year.
Yeah, imagine that, Bevo.
It's JP's mad because he got his ass beat.
I hope I win. Please not me, please not me.
Look at the look on his face.
That was a walloping.
All right.
Fuck all you. You don't know shit.
Your first nominee in Douche of the Year. I do believe he was nominated last year, but he made a resurgence this year. Alabama State Senator. Is he a senator?
He's a rep. He's a rep state representative.
Same thing.
Whatever.
Alvin Holmes.
What is MEAD need? What is that? The deal we selling now not good enough.
Right.
Noah was a little wino.
So basically, Alvin Holmes made a resurgence because they brought another bill to the Senate this year, and Alvin once again made his stupid comments. And in fact, we got to talk to another Alabama state rep who even admitted that Alvin, I believe his words were something like, is a colorful character, an interesting character.
Racist.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he meant it that way. I just meant, with things like
How
this.
you gonna make it in your home if you don't have the facility to make sure it's healthy?
Right.
It is healthy.
I mean, seriously, though, how?
Yeah. No,
Right.
I didn't never heard an answer to that question.
It's almost.
He does make a good point.
It's almost like how the fuck we supposed to keep peace when it's cold in the D.
What is this beer that
How
you
the
put in
fuck
my
do
glass?
we post
Oh,
it?
we're drinking some. It's called West Flatteren IXXI.
Oh, that's the Westy 12.
My girlfriend made a beer.
West Fluttering. Hey, Steve O, send us West Fluttering. Thank you, brother.
Steve-O's a badass.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
What a badass.
That's like a, what is that, like a $50 bottle of beer or something?
Yeah, if you can get it.
Delicious.
It's in all of our glasses except Beverly's.
$86.
You're not missing anything, Bevo. Here, you want mine?
It reminds me of the time I got completely hammered at West Flatteren and then went over to Destroy Said, made a fool of myself in front of the Destroy Said boy, and then passed out in the car out front. It was not a.
Gotta do that in Belgium. Come on.
It was not a high point in my career. I'll tell you. I haven't heard from the Destroy Said boys since. I'll tell you that.
Well,
Good work,
you know.
son.
Yeah.
His beer's really good. It's sweet smelling and big, but dry, and it doesn't taste. There's no alcohol taste to me. I don't know anything, but there's
Smell it and taste it out of the glass you gave me.
It's wonderful. That is a nice, very nice thing to do for Steve-O to spend all that money.
It's a very good gesture.
And send that to us. West Flatteren 12, a highly coveted beer.
Thanks.
That most people wouldn't be ungrateful for.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All but one.
Is that a shot at me?
Yeah.
I'm not ungrateful for it. I just don't like it.
You're pretty ungrateful.
No, I was saying because the shape of the glass that I got a little vomity and very high alcohol aromas, and so I just was teaching Scott that it's the shape of the glass.
JP's
But no
hungover.
taste. No taste.
I taste
Taste is
nothing
fine.
but a wonderful beer out of a wonderful gesture from a very generous man.
Exactly.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if he's Mexican. It's with the thought that counts.
I taste my water out of my Arrowhead bottle.
Oh, you didn't even get some. Well, you got to take.
No, beer has
take
a lot
JP's.
of calories. I'll drink my water.
It is very highly caloric.
These are calories that you want. They're from one of the finest breweries on earth.
Yeah, they're
Water from West Flatteren.
They're from,
Here,
God.
you
They're
can
from
have
God.
JP's old glass.
Yeah, they're from God. It's fine.
It smells like vomit.
I only poured you a sip.
All right, your second nominee for Douche of the Year is us for our April Fool's joke where I was quitting the Brewing Network for the Golf Academy. There's a golf academy in Fort Myers, Florida. Yeah. You basically can go and try out. You can go get evaluated at it's called Paradise Golf Academy. And you can go get
evaluated, and basically they train people to be for like the amateur tour, like the semi-pro tour. Well, so they sent me this letter.
Dear Mr. Crossley, this letter is to formally accept you into our amateur golfing program.
So here's what's happened. This is what I talked to Moscow about. I'm going to do it. Fuck it.
Shut up.
All right.
Yeah, fuck it. Because I told you guys a couple weeks ago how into this stupid golf thing I am. But last time I was this into something, look at this great thing we started. Like, I got the BN started, and this is what I get bored really easily. And, the BN, I've been doing this for 7 years, and this is a good opportunity. Like, they saw something in my swing.
Now that I listen to it, it's fairly convincing.
We didn't do that bad of a job.
I ran into a listener like in August, many months later at Beer Revolution, who was like, "Well, Justin's leaving for golf school." I tried to keep it going, but after a couple of minutes, I felt bad for the guy. I had to tell him.
And you can only imagine what kind of a douchebag they think that I am to say that to you. Like, well, what he meant to say was that fucking douchebag Justin is leaving.
Exactly.
Well, because
it was convincing.
Well, we followed through with it the whole show,
right?
And then waited till the outro music was over, and waited a couple seconds after that before saying April Fools.
It's true.
So if you don't listen to the whole entire show from literally beginning to end, you miss the whole punchline,
really?
Right?
And the guests that day were even in on it. That was who was that? The Fitgers guys.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty good.
All right, so we've nominated ourselves for Douche of the Year. The third nomination, my dad, for falling for our April Fool's joke that I was leaving for golf school. Because the whole thing happened after I went to Florida with my dad, and the part of the story was that while I was in Florida, I went and auditioned at this golf school. And my dad calls me the next day, and he goes, "Really? You're gonna like I owe him some student loan money." So he's like, "Really? You're gonna quit your job?
You finally found something that you can do well
and go to golf school?
Way to go!"
Yeah. So clearly, the guy I was with fell for the joke. He is also nominated for Douche of the Year.
Well, your boyfriend's stupid.
Yes. And finally, our fourth nominee for Douche of the Year. Terrence the Black's unborn child. Yeah. Harry Legend. Anybody named Harry Legend is not going to be a productive citizen.
No.
He's going to be a douche.
Well, Andy's.
And he's
What's
half.
that, Bevo? What did you say?
Justin said it.
Oh.
Listen, Terrence is dooming him before he ever has a chance.
Yeah.
He's going to have to go through life as a black man known as Harry Legend.
Yeah. But at 17, he'll be making bombs in the library. It's not going to be good.
To get back at the kids.
You pushed me around in the elementary school.
No one's going to push him around. He's going to be built like an outside linebacker.
Yeah, he's going to be built like an outside linebacker who sounds like Carlton.
Yeah.
That's the Terrence curse.
Hey, he has an older brother whose middle name is Danger. Nobody's going to fuck with him.
I don't know, because Danger is going to sound like Michael Jackson.
He's going to be gay. Him and Theo Brew will hang out.
So, I nominate Terrence's unborn. This is the first unborn person nominated for Douche of the Year.
Is that legal in every state?
Yeah, I mean, really, is he
probably not?
Is he a person yet? I mean, let's debate that right now.
Right. All right, and the winner of your 2012 Douche of the Year, Terrence's unborn child. Yeah, that's right. Our first ever non-citizen of the world who has earned Douche of the Year.
But this is him earning.
And I have our very own mulatto maker on line one.
Perfect. All right.
Oh, wow.
Terrence, congratulations on your son's victory.
Hey, thank you. So I was actually trying to get a acceptance speech together, and it consists of this: "Fuck all of you," and
yes,
and you're nominated.
Yeah,
and the nominating committee. My kid's going to be fine, and he's going to be awesome. And it's actually Tommy, so it's after my dad now. So,
well, Terrence,
and my dad's sick, so hopefully you guys feel like shit now.
Oh, dear.
No.
Oh, dear. Dad's sick, too? Oh, boy.
I feel great.
Well, I could have given him douche of the year if he's going to brew it. I can give him douche of 2013 if he doesn't make it, you know.
Yeah, can you mark him down?
I'll put him on the nominee list. Well, listen, Terrence, think of it this way.
He's been marked down his whole life.
Your son hasn't even entered the world, and he's already an award winner.
Yeah, he's living up to his middle name.
Right.
That is true. He is a legend. That's a good point.
He is already a legend. He is the first unborn human to win a Brewing Network award.
Oh, yeah.
And he's seen more of your wife's vagina than you have.
Right. Yes.
Oh, man. Well, thank you, guys. Have fun, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, T-Bone. Cheers. There you go. You're douche of the year father.
Do you think he really meant when he said have fun?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
All right. I liked that award. I liked giving that award out.
I could tell. You were applauding feverishly. You had a crazy look in your eye.
Yeah.
Terrence's unborn child is online too.
Oh, okay. Well,
put him on.
You know we like acceptance. Harry Legend, welcome to the program.
Bloop.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Bloop.
It's hard to talk through the amniotic fluid.
Yeah, like he's underwater. Clear your lungs and see if you can talk.
It's not going to... No, because there's going to be the fluid.
Right.
Yeah. Good job, Push.
and then he farted at the end? What happened there? All right, wonderful. Harry Legend making a name for himself here on the program.
That was certainly legendary.
Very articulate. Yeah, the only one who got it was Scott. And I was like, I don't understand what that is.
All right, a brand new award here this year on the BNAs. And, you know, we were looking at our guests throughout the year and trying to figure out how to honor them. And we thought about the fact that a lot of times guests come with an entourage or a sidekick.
That's right.
Who doesn't get enough credit for their contribution to the program. And so this is the More Funner Guest of the Year award for the entourage and or sidekick of the official guest of the program.
Some of us pick better wingmen than others, and some of them shine brighter than a UC Davis graduate. Here are your nominations for More Funner Guest of the Year.
Now, there aren't a lot of guests who show up with an entourage. I think they're afraid of being upstaged. So we only have 3 nominees in this category. The first category, the aforementioned in our previous award, Alabama Legislature Representative Joe Hubbard, ladies and gentlemen.
If you watch C-SPAN, there's a person talking, there's one person arguing back against them, and everybody else is playing Tetris.
Or sleeping. I've seen that. I've seen clips of sleeping.
I do think that Joe makes a point that it's who knows what's happening in these houses across the country.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to tell you that Tetris, I don't even think we're as far back as Tetris is. I think I was a kid when Tetris came out, which tells you how old that long ago that was. But as far back as that is, I don't even think we had Tetris in the Alabama legislature. We're still whittling sticks.
The man was an honest, good time, and we would have Joe Hubbard back on any time he'd like to be on the program. The second nominee, you might remember, Andy Furman from St. George Spirits. It was during our beer cocktail show.
Because I got to be honest with you, having worked at St. George Spirits for 6.5 years, I mean, I love the distillery, but one of the things that we are encouraged to do is go out there and try everybody's spirits.
What a good
And I'm not monogamous with my booze, you know what I mean? So I'm definitely out there. Experimenting.
I'm in love with Andy. I'm in love with Andy, too. We're all in love with Andy. Yeah.
I love you guys, too. You might itch because you'll have a rash after it, but you're going to still like it.
We all kind of loved her because she was a little dirty and irreverent like we are.
Irreverent.
But real smart about her category.
We're getting more and more naughty photos from the brown-nippled young lady.
The Choctaw.
And what is she now, just holding on to different...
a Dutch oven.
That's like a Dutch... she's like holding a kettle. Oh, Sam's back.
The baby wants to look.
Baby! Hey, baby! They're just...
right there, baby.
Well, keep it up.
We're getting the idea.
Yeah, Sam's like... Sam's not sure about the Dutch oven one.
No.
Take the baby downstairs.
All right.
But the point I like about this photo, she's cooking topless.
Oh, is that? Oh, she's cooking. I didn't know she was just posing or cooking.
I don't know. She's in the kitchen without a shirt on and holding up a pot.
If she's cooking ramen in that pot, she will win an award.
That's just dangerous.
Yeah, I hope she's not cooking anything too greasy. That could kind of hurt.
That's true. Now she's holding up a bottle of something, and we have half a nipple coming out.
Just tell them to go do it already. God.
Yeah, and send a photo of that. I'm not ashamed to look at it.
Or don't.
All right. Your third and final nominee for the More Funner Guest of 2012. You might remember during the Mills show, he brought his friend Kevin, who instead of doing an Adam and Eve read, auditioned with an Adam and Steve read.
Kevin, take one and action.
There was a knock at the door. Steve was just getting out of the shower, his body glistening with water. Matted his chest hair down around his well-defined chest. "Be there in a second," he shouted, grabbing his towel and wrapping it around his firm, tanned ass. He grabbed the doorknob firmly and gave it a gentle but forceful tug. Standing there was Adam, his neighbor. "Hey, Steve. I thought I heard some screaming," and Adam paused as he scanned Steve's dripping body, his thoughts racing, noticing how Adam's pants were betraying his desires. "But if you want, you can come in and look around." Adam entered the house as Steve closed the door. Adam turned around just as Steve's towel fell away. "See any reason to hear screaming?" Steve asked. Adam dropped to his knees, approaching Steve's thick member. "Not screaming, but I think I hear gagging as well." "Better check on that, Adam," Steve said, grabbing Adam's hair and forcing his mouth open around his throbbing cock.
And the winner of the More Funner Guest of 2012, Kevin for Adam and Steve. Wow.
That was excellent.
Now listen, this is not on the agenda.
I kind of want to know what happens in the story.
Exactly, and that's where this next award comes from. We've never given this award away before, but this the More Funner Guest Award has prompted it. The Best Brewing Network Writing for a bit for 2012 goes to none other than Mr. Jason J.P. Petros for the Adam and Steve read.
That was great stuff.
Oh, wonderful writing.
The future in adult porn.
A home run, as we say in the
I think he's found
industry.
his niche.
One has to wonder how you know, the detail and the sort of. I was right there. You know, I was in that room.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, but you weren't much of a distraction for me, so I felt like I could, and I appreciate that.
It did feel, it was such a vivid picture that you drew.
It came to me. It just started flowing.
It's just the man-on-man connection.
Something
you had
came
that
to you.
done so well.
That's what it. Wait, what?
You're right.
I can put myself in any place.
In anyone?
In anyone.
Anytime.
Throbbing members included.
I do object to that word member.
Yeah.
Don't object.
The gay guys don't.
Embrace it.
Yeah. My favorite line was his pants betrayed his desires.
Yeah, I like that.
That was pretty good.
That's what I'm saying, JP.
It all changed for me right then. It was just great.
You couldn't have written. You stole it from somewhere. I mean, it was brilliant. You couldn't have written it.
I did.
I loved it. Well, and that's why you have won the Best Writing of the Brewing Network of 2012 award.
Thank you very much,
JP.
Yeah,
I would stand up and make a speech, but I can't stand right now.
Right. All right. It's time for another one of our relatively serious awards.
Who died now?
One that we think long and hard about every year, much like the last award. It's time for the Brewing Network's Beer of the Year.
Of all the things we put in our mouths this year, here are our favorites. It's the Brewing Network Beer of the Year.
Right. All right, now this is one that we actually do think about, and we should elaborate just a tiny bit because clearly we haven't tried all the beers in the country this year, and in fact we've admitted before that this tends to be a West Coast centric award because these are the beers we have access to. Now we do try to go out of our way as much as possible to try other beers, but I guess what I'm saying is this is dictated by our experience. They're not necessarily beers that we've had on the show. I do ask all the brewcasters to choose beers that they've had throughout the year and wherever they've had them. And then we come up with a list of nominees of, it's really just a brewcaster favorite that we've had all year long. And the nominees for the beer of the year are GABF Medal winner, Heretic Grammar Rye. Yeah. Now, you might think that that's because Jamil is our boy, but we weren't the only ones who thought that was an amazing beer. The Great American Beer Festival judging program thought so as well. That session beer is one of the best beers, I think, that came out in 2012. And I think I was the one who actually nominated it, and then there was a lot of seconds going around the room, because what a great session beer.
It's a fantastic session beer.
Yeah.
I really do enjoy it. It is actually called Grammar-Rye.
Ah, oh,
yes.
It is?
Yes.
But that's stupid because it's spelled Grammar-Rye.
I know that.
Who says it's Grammar-Rye?
Jamil.
Why?
Because it's pronounced Jamil and not Jamil. Even though it's spelled Jamil.
Is that what's happening?
No, because...
Are we missing something?
It's taken... Grammar-Rye is the study of magic. And so since it has rye in it, he put rye in it, but it's not spelled Grammar-Rye. It's pronounced Grammar-Rye.
But is that how Grammar-Rye is spelled?
No.
But
so then it's Grammar-Rye.
I thought we renamed it Cram and Mary anyway.
Well, then why wouldn't he spell it Grammar-Rye?
Yes.
And I didn't know there was an R at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you thought it was Gamma-Ray?
She thought it was Gamma
No, it was
Ray.
like Gamma Ray, Gamma Rye.
No, there's an R. There's definitely an R.
That definitely makes more sense because what the hell is this Gamma Ray have to do with it?
It's the Hulk, and the Hulk enjoys.
So really, is he adamant about that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I worked when I worked Fest for him last year. It was Grammar-Rye. I got corrected Grammar-Rye. Every time I said Grammar-Rye, it's
Grammar-Rye. I mean, that's all fine and good if he wants it to be called that, but then you have to spell it that way because
all you need to do is spell it.
Because it's a never-ending battle he's up against.
I know.
I mean, an idiot like me can't even get it, and I know him.
But people have actually come up to Heretic and asked, "Did you make up that word? What does heretic mean?"
Right.
They don't even think heretic's a real word.
Really?
Yeah, I swear to God, I've stood there.
Well, heretic is a word.
Heretic. It's weird Jew thing.
It's a special hearing that certain
Jewish people
Judeo-Christians have.
Also, heretic is a popular mispronunciation.
Yeah. Wow,
right.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. So I feel like he doesn't really care.
I see.
Yeah.
Just
but
like
anyway.
he doesn't care about Jamel.
Yeah. Or this award.
All right. So beer of the year, your first nominee is Heretic Grammar-Rye.
Yes.
Your second nominee, all the way from Washington, California, Washington State,
is Heretic Evil Twang.
Chuckanut Pilsner.
Oh, damn, that beer was
yeah.
Fantastic beer.
What are they from? Montego Bay or something?
That's Bellingham.
Close, though.
Antigua Bay.
Yeah. Bellingham, Washington. Now, we only have that beer on the program. It's not even really available outside of the brewery, except for probably some spots in Washington there.
Yeah, draft only in Washington.
But, we were all... In fact, Tasty, you didn't even get to enjoy that because it was one of my garage shows. I gave you the vacation time because we didn't have enough microphones. But they sent us several Pilsners, and the Chuckanut Pils, when I sent out the email to the brewcasters, almost everybody came back with that one. So
Will and Mari Kemper, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Awesome beer.
The third nominee... We didn't know which one because our memory is vague, and apparently we're a bunch of stoners or something.
Our grammar is
But
vague.
almost everything from Duclaw Brewing Company, who was on the program. Yeah.
Jim Wagner sent us a lot of his beers. They were great.
One of the few breweries of the year who sent us their beers, and throughout the interview, we had never had Duclaw beers, but we really enjoyed each and every one of their beers. So Duclaw, in general, is nominated for Beer of the Year. And the final nominee for Beer of the Year. Have to think of it. No, I'm just kidding. There's only 3 nominees, and the winner is Chuckanut Pils!
Woohoo!
That beer is unreal.
And in fact, when I sent out the email, a couple come back from Doc and some others. It could have been Chuckanut Pils, Chuckanut Helles, Chuckanut anything.
Yeah, Vienna Lager.
All of the best beers that we got sent for the year were from Chuckanut, and we wish they were our local. And if we had $1 million, we would make them our local. That's what we would do. That we would spend all that money instead of paying you guys. I would move Chuckanut down here to the Bay Area.
Wait, what do you mean paying us?
Yeah,
you guys get paid.
My folks live up there. My dad's working on it.
Good, I love it. And really, I said at the beginning, this is a rather serious award. We mean it. Chuckanut blew our mind. Congratulations to Chuckanut Brewery up there in Washington. Wonderful beers that we had today. This was one of those years that was a little convoluted when we were looking at beers that we loved. There were so many different ones, and a lot of good beers came out this year. I think everyone had a hard time picking one that stood out in their mind.
Absolutely. I know I did, for sure.
And I think that's where Chuckanut came in, because we all kind of went, oh shit, Chuckanut sticks out. It really just stuck out in our mind. We had one sample of it all year long, and we still all remembered the beer.
Right.
So, to me, that means it's a good year for craft beer. If there's that many good beers coming out that one doesn't stick out more than another, that's a hell of a lot of good beers. All right, there you go. I invented this category last year, and I love it. Is that baby crying down there?
It's probably laughing.
Freaking out.
Well, probably just got a sniff of chalupa and it's going nuts.
That baby does nothing but laugh.
Which is weird because they stopped
and
making those
smile.
5 years ago.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of your happy baby. Can't it ever, cry and be a bitch like normal babies?
It cried for a minute earlier.
Yeah, I made it cry.
You know, you're a lot bitchier than your baby.
She's my daughter. She'll eventually grow into it.
Hi, baby! Right. Once she gets to know JP a little longer.
Yeah.
She's waving at you now. It's the happiest. We went out with this baby on New Year's Eve, and it was the happiest baby on the planet of Earth.
Even when we used her as a bowling ball.
Yeah. We did try to throw her down the lane. Bevo wasn't happy about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for people I used to like before I knew them on Facebook.
Technology can change our lives, bring us closer to the people we love. Or not. Here are the nominees in the People I Used to Like Before I Knew Them on Facebook award.
Yeah. It's a good award, and you all know what I mean.
Yeah.
You spend, most of us, Moscow doesn't, because he's the only smart one in the room.
It does more harm than good.
Spend a lot of time on the Facebook, and you look at it, and you, I friend everybody because I don't give a shit anyway.
Right.
In fact, I don't even understand these people who start to eliminate their friends.
Look, let's just get on with it.
I just don't get it. It's all about the Brewing Network to me. It's a publicity stunt, the whole situation. But I'll look at it when I'm bored and standing in line somewhere.
Right.
And, you end up finding out, wow, I really liked that person until I knew what their inner thoughts were, which is what happens on Facebook.
That's right.
The nominees for people I used to like before I knew them on Facebook are Jason Petros, once again.
Oh, what? My God!
Yeah.
Wow, who saw that one coming?
2 years in a row.
My favorite political commentator.
Yeah.
The room is spinning.
I mean, guys, come on. I'm right? Like, you're about once a week, you're this close to just blocking him.
I can't believe he posted that!
All I'm saying is,
my favorite...
Obama champions women's rights, yet they're the lowest paid staff in the White House. Just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
My favorite troll.
Somebody could post the most positive thing in the world, and JP finds a way to make a little doo-doo stain on it.
Like, suck a dick!
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Does it? Doesn't matter. I don't give a shit that Notre Dame plays football. Who gives a fuck? What about me?
Right.
I'm not fucking French.
Your second nominee, and I think that JP is going to like this one. Your second nominee for people I used to like before I knew them on Facebook. There's only one exception to this rule. All new parents. Everybody who's had a baby within the last 2 years, with the exception of Bevo.
Oh, no,
I will tell you, I think she's the only parent on earth who doesn't post stupid shit about her baby every 8 minutes.
Yeah,
possible.
But, yes.
Here's a pink wrinkly thing.
Yeah. Oh, my baby rolled over today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fucking worm. Who gives a shit?
Right.
And so it has half of a motor skill.
Yeah, good job. Tell it to get a job.
Now,
and pay its taxes already, because Obama's ruining this country. I swear to God. I'm going to post that.
Here's what I think. I'm not a cold-hearted bastard.
Well,
I'm quite sure that it's a whole new world when you have a baby. And so I'm not necessarily criticizing that. I'm criticizing your inability to recognize that the rest of the world could give a fuckwad.
Well, but it's really for our family who is interested. It just so happens that it's... I'm okay with just a couple of posts here and there, and then make an album. And then put them all in the album so people can read it. But every single post, here's 10 posts in a row because you can't use Facebook. That pisses me off more. There's people who can't fucking use it, so they'll upload one photo at a goddamn time and then go, oh, here's our baby again. Here's another baby. And they're all fucking blurry, and they can't put them in one fucking thing.
For my baby.
It's his number one baby.
Look at the baby hat I bought for my baby.
I want to turn a light switch off with his head.
See, now JP was excited about this category last year, so I asked him this year, do you have any nominations? No, I don't have anything. And I knew when I came up with some of these nominations that he'd be right there with me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I am.
I don't feel like I get a pass on that, though, because I don't ever post on Facebook, but when I do, like once every 3 months, it is about my kid.
That's
fine. Why you get a pass.
That's fine. It's very rare. I'm happy that you're excited about your kid. And it's not like, oh, look, there's a big duty in my kid's pants. That's like every parent. So every parent on Facebook, you're nominated. All right. You're my third nominee for people I used to like before I knew them on Facebook. All people who compliment their spouse or girlfriend or husband or significant other instead of telling them the same thing on Facebook.
This means you, Bad Rock.
I hate this.
And I'll give you, here's how it goes. And it always starts the same way, by the way. It starts like this. 6 years ago today,
I met my best friend.
By the way, come up with a new way to intro it, because then the next day I open my Facebook and it's 4 years ago today. 8 years ago today. You can't. Look at. I know that we're not all Shakespeare,
right?
But there are a few other words in the English language to say happy anniversary. But it always starts like that, and then it ends like this, and then it goes. 6 years ago today, I met my best friend in the world, the love of my life. Now, this part I don't have so much of a problem with. It's the next part. Juliet, I want you to know that I never would have had the gumption to be who I am today.
Blah, blah,
I
blah.
never would have been as happy. I never. But in other words,
and then Juliet likes it.
In other words, it's a direct statement to the person who then likes it.
Oh, God.
Here's what I wonder, and I know the answer. These people never said these things before Facebook.
No.
You see what I mean? They're incapable of looking the person in the eye.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Instead, what they did was they bought some stupid card and they said, I love you, happy anniversary.
Yeah, they used to buy those stupid cards at Hallmark that go on for like 3 hours.
Right, that don't say any of the words that they say. And they would just go, I love you, happy anniversary. But now that there's Facebook and they don't actually have to interact with the most important person in their life, they write it down and they say, I just want you to know that you are everything to me. You have changed my world. You have raised my babies.
The mother of my children.
You have made me into the lover that I never thought I would be. You have enhanced my brain cells have grown because
Apparently.
of you. I would never be anything in the world ever after without you.
My skin cells regenerate because of you.
And the problem with me is that they speak directly to them. Yet on Facebook, where they start out by speaking to us, because it starts out with 7 years ago
They
today.
want all of their friends to like it so they can have like 453 likes.
Right?
But here's the other thing.
And I'm just like, aren't you sitting next to this person right now?
Yeah, because they're both on the couch.
Say it to them.
Becca just did this on Facebook and tagged you in it.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it.
I'm going to like it.
It makes me want to kill myself.
Well, I think why they do it is it's the
gun.
easy way to get wife points.
But it shouldn't be.
I agree with you.
This is my problem.
Who gives a crap?
Here's what a wife should do. A wife should look at that post and go, fuck you. You should have said that to me 10 times this year. Why can't you look at me in the face and say to me, I love you for everything that you've done for me. You can't do that. So instead, you write it on your goddamn Facebook page, and it drives me insane because I have to read it, and all I think of is that I want to vomit on your penis.
Sam always buys me
That's what I think of.
cards that usually imply some sort of adultery happened. Like they're like the "I'm sorry I cheated" card. Or, I'm sorry our pet died card. Or
We
some
can make it
bullshit
better.
Like that.
Well, see, that's personal.
It's great.
But do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like that you start out as a public statement and you finish the sentence with a private statement. And I don't give a fuck. I'm happy for you. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy for your lives together.
Sure.
But say the private statement to the private person and the public statement to the public person.
Or don't make the whole thing. Make the whole thing private. What I don't like. Is people calling their spouse their best friend. Really, your best friend just happened to live in the same city that you do. Out of 7 billion people, the only one special person for you ever lives fucking 2 doors down and works at the Safeway you go to every 6 days. Like, really?
I agree with that. I think your partner should be your best friend.
Fuck that. That's stupid.
Why would they be your partner if they're not your best friend?
You don't have to be best friends with your wife.
You should be best friends with your wife.
No. Sorry.
The person that you spend the most time with in your life ever
it does not
should
have to be your best friend. No. Your best friend should not judge you.
Well, I agree with that.
Right. Wives judge people all the time. All they are is bitchy.
Well, shitty wives do, sure.
No, that wife is actually Italian for complaint. It's weird.
Becca wants you to know that Terrence is her best friend.
I know. And Becca and Terrence are one of the... They're two of the worst.
They are. They're horrible people. I mean...
Terrence. I'm Terrence. I would just like to say to the Facebook world that my wife is one of the best people ever. She took Jackson... she fed Jackson today. Jackson woke up hungry, and she fed him.
She's a hero.
And then he switches it to personal. I love you, Becca. You're everything to me. You fed our baby. She's supposed to feed your baby.
Right, that's what she does.
And first of all, just look her in the face, because you're in the room anyway, and say thanks for feeding the kid, because I was busy.
Turn to your left. And then Becca goes, Terrence is hot. Really?
I was just going to say it's...
Who gives a shit?
I don't care that Terrence is hot, but you should look at Terrence and say, Terrence, you're hot.
Well, isn't that vain? Really? Isn't that vanity?
I hate
Becca putting Terrence is hot on Facebook is Terrence stealing Becca's phone and putting Terrence is hot on her.
Well, then she should call the fucking cops because that's thievery and theft, and I don't like it.
And they're not friends anyway.
Right.
They shouldn't be friends. They're married.
Best friends wouldn't do that to each
I don't
other.
think Sam and I are Facebook friends.
Right. You shouldn't be. Well, so he doesn't have a Facebook account.
So, JP,
I know he does.
So Taryn isn't your best friend?
Taryn is not my best friend, no, and I tell her this on a daily basis.
Do you also write on your Facebook page, Taryn, 7 years ago today, I hate you.
We're not even in a Facebook relationship. I refuse to update my relationship status.
Right.
Because nobody fucking gives a shit.
I agree with that. 100%.
It's like a PDA, though.
It's super. I don't like PDA.
It's like going to the top of the mountain and screaming it from the building top or whatever the fuck kind of emotion.
Like. And I don't like it. And by the way, I think it's telling that for the second year in a row, this is the most emotional BNA category that we've had.
A negative category.
Yeah, right.
Why people suck? Because they're too nice to each other.
I have one more nominee in the people I used to like before I knew them on Facebook. Everyone.
Humanity.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Except Bevo. Bevo's the only one I like on Facebook.
Because she doesn't use it.
Because she hates Facebook. Like I seriously
because she keeps her mouth shut.
Deleting my Facebook today.
And you didn't because
I was at work. And I don't go on Facebook when I'm at work.
That's why I like her even more, because she's a responsible citizen.
Uh-huh. You don't consider this work, though, right?
No.
Okay, good.
That's fine. You can be on Target and Facebook and everything else you do. And the winner.
Angry Warwick.
Of the people I used to like before I knew them, before I know them on Facebook.
Before you became best friends with them?
JP. Yes, after.
Wow. You are a winner, sir.
Believe it or not, you still take precedence over all those shitty couples.
Wow. I really appreciate that.
It's because it's negative. Just everything is pure negativity.
It's just so negative. He's just so angry.
Do you agree with that, JP?
He's just so cynical.
I disagree with that.
He's very cynical.
Yeah, I am very cynical, but I wouldn't say it's overwhelmingly
making
negative.
the world better by being critical. Okay.
I challenge you to go through your, we have the timeline and stuff now.
Yeah.
I'd like you to make a percentage-based graph.
Jesus Christ.
Of positive versus negative comments, and give us the pie figure on the next show, and we'll see if I'm right about how negative JP is.
Okay.
I might go through and make the same pie graph and see if they match. Because I wonder if my version of negative is... I wonder if, every time he shits on somebody's post, he's like, I'm being positive. I'm trying to help them.
Yeah.
I'm helping them improve.
Well, like...
You suck. Fix that.
Yeah. I mean, today I wrote a post and I said, this is a good commentary and overview of mass murders and their various antidepressants they were on while committing their crimes.
I would give that a positive, but that's one that I've seen in the last several months.
Okay. I will try to do this for you. How long? Like the whole year? Because that'll take me a while, and you'll be on the clock.
Let's go, what if we go for even 3 months?
Okay.
The last 3 months of 2012. And I will do the same. I will look at your timeline and do the same.
Star Trek is about as boring as that new craft beer you're drinking.
Negative.
That's funny.
Okay, well, obviously
that's negative.
Yeah.
But that's also really hilarious.
But it's negative.
Yeah. You're being negative right
now. It's cynical.
Right.
Well, but in
But cynical doesn't necessarily negative.
Give us another one.
Yeah.
Give us the one right before that one.
Okay, well, first of all, everyone's
Don't
talking
pick and
here,
choose
and I
right
can't.
before that one.
I know. Well, right before that one, stop messaging me. Let's see, January 3rd, think Isaac Newton was hella cool? Sorry, but I don't follow scientific theory from sinners.
Negative.
And it's a whole post on Isaac Newton's flaws and sins.
What's the one right before that?
Terrence asking me what's happening in my Ninja.
That you posted.
Oh, I just found this commercial for an app that I was in. Look real hard at the right-hand side of the screen. At the end, that's my bald head.
Okay, positive.
Neutral. Yeah. I would even say neutral.
You're right, neutral. One before that?
There was my mass murders one about how it's not guns, it's a mental health issue.
Neutral.
Yeah. And then the one before that, or the one after that, is most of my friends on Facebook are BN folks, yet only 530 of my friends actually like the Brewing Network on Facebook. Go like it before I start letting blood.
Negative.
Well, wait a minute. Why is that negative?
Threatening.
He's hating on his friends.
No, he's not. He's asking a question.
No, he's hating on him.
Yeah, well,
he's going to let blood if they don't like it.
Yeah, but his own.
Forcing them to like it.
He's letting his own blood, not
That's
theirs.
negative.
Yeah, but he's threatening them.
By the way, Moscow, if you kill yourself, it's negative.
Well, but if a negative person kills themselves, I don't follow the logic.
It's a double negative, which makes it a positive.
That's correct.
See, here's this one to Nate's point that I'm trying to help people. Pliny the Elder considered the turnip to be one of the most important vegetables of his day, second only to the bean.
Neutral.
Useless.
Positive. It's super positive.
Useless.
He didn't only assign a name to hops, but he did tests to prove if you're Christian or not, and extolled the virtues of the turnip.
All right, I'll give you positive on that.
Thank you very much.
I'm not worried about the positive versus negative outcome.
Well,
no.
I don't know.
So JP wins.
Wait,
All right. Good work.
Can I say something else that I hate about Facebook? That's Beardy on the line.
Okay.
I hate when people put pictures of themselves and their spouse making stupid ass kissy faces like this, and then tag each other in them.
I can't see it.
Yeah,
that's because you're
old.
old.
We're
Who is
totally
it?
guilty of that.
It's just to.
You and Nate do that? I haven't seen you and Nate do that.
You guys are gay.
Tara and I have never done that.
What does Beardy want?
I don't know. JP told me he was going to call in.
You're a fucking call screener that has been doing this job for I don't know how long.
I know that, but
Neither does she.
JP just told me he was calling in for a reason. He just said he was calling in. He didn't tell me. I didn't screen it. I just took his call.
I'm gonna create another award right now.
Shittiest
Worst
host.
call screener on the planet.
Susie.
Right.
Lifetime Achievement
I'm
Award.
happy to screen it, but
I have a couple awards to get through, and some of them are the most coveted. Beardy, what's happening?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I have an acceptance speech prepared.
For what?
I heard I won an award.
What did Beardy win?
I believe you said that Harry Legend was the winner of an BN award.
Did you tell Beardy that he was the Harry Legend, JP? What are you laughing and shaking your head no
you
for?
are such a douche.
What an asshole. You told Beardy that because he is the hairiest person, that he's a Harry Legend and won? See? This is why JP... I'm changing Douche of the Year award. JP just won two.
No, I didn't do it.
What did you do?
That was Warren. He's like, I heard I won an award. You said something about a Harry Legend winning. I was like, well, I don't know. Call up. Give your acceptance speech. I didn't tell him no.
Beardy, I'm sorry to do this to you, but Harry Legend is the name of Terrence's unborn child.
I see now that if I had screened this call properly, we could have avoided this embarrassment.
Yeah, now you see why. You know what? 2013 is going to suck. I was thinking it was going to be good, but you guys all suck at this after all these years.
Son is a real douche.
Bill Beardy,
taking the DNA away from me.
I'm sorry. Right.
Half black, not born, already thieving.
All right, I'm sorry to take this away from you. See, now I have to look at... And now I'm looking at Terrence and Becca. One of them is white, by the way, kissing on Facebook. Is that even legal in this day and age?
I think in Alabama his page is blocked.
Beardy, I'm sorry that you have been misled.
All right. Maybe next year.
Thank you for the call. All right, a couple more awards to get through. This is getting ridiculous. What did I just give away?
I promise to screen the rest of the calls.
People on Facebook.
I think I'm going to skip the next award.
What?
No, I'm going to... All right, we'll do it. We'll do it quickly.
Doesn't Beardy work at Heretic?
Yes.
Heretic, I think it's...
So, like...
It's Kiri Tyke.
We recognize the person who, with a generous heart, takes the selfless art of self-promotion seriously. It's the Brewing Network Dedication to Personal Success Award.
Now, you remember such icons as Tasty McDole have won this award in the past. This year, people who promote themselves the most, the dedication to personal success. Nominees are Nicole Ernie. Oh! Now, this one takes some explaining. She doesn't really do it publicly, but off the record, she's like, you know I got Master Cicerone, right? You know I'm a Master Cicerone. You know I'm a qualified judge.
Here's
you
my
know I'm a
headshot
Master Cicerone.
and press release.
You know, did you get my press release? I'm not sure you mentioned it on the BN, but I'm not sure if you got my press release. But I'm
that
a
was
Master.
last year.
But I'm not a. I know, but it carries over because we were running out of nominees.
Right. And
Nicole Ernie, ladies and gentlemen. The poor girl.
The poor, you're here for that one in person?
The poor Master
Your
Cicerone.
second nominee, dedication to personal success. I believe he's been nominated for several years in a row. Mr. Jamal Zainashev. Heretic Brewing Company, that's right. I don't even think he means to do it. It's just kind of second nature to mention Heretic Brewing Company it's his company.
Yes.
It's like talking to me out in public.
Right.
I mention my shrink.
Right.
He mentions his brewery.
Yes. As he should.
It makes sense. Your third nominee, Flat Tail Brewing Company from Corvallis, Oregon. Yeah. They came down in January of 2012 and crashed our Winterfest party. They weren't even invited to the beer festival. They crashed it and poured their beer there. And then drove all the way down for their own show. They didn't phone it in. They drove down and then called people from their wallets after the program.
and they brought half their freaking brewery with them.
Yeah. Right. Dedication to personal success right there.
If you're going to do it, you do it right.
Finally, your fourth and final nominee, once again, Nico Brew. Yeah. I'm going to let you in on some secrets. First of all, the guy emails us 4 times a week about everything. He's a wonderful sponsor. I love the man. But it's always, they did this, and you got to mention that. So much so that when we announced that we were going to be interviewing Adam Carolla and Will Ferrell, he sends me an email and he goes, "Hey, could you have him read the Nico Brew spot?"
Oh man,
on the air.
First of all, why does he sound like Harry Carey?
Now,
hey, Justin.
Hey,
can you have him?
Could you just have him read that? Now, in Nico's defense, he did understand the gravity of the situation, and he was like, "It's okay. It's all right if they can't do it." But how great would it be?
How gracious of him. It's all right.
If Will Ferrell would read the Nico Brew spot. And I'm like, Jesus, these people get paid millions to endorse.
For doing much less funny things.
Adam and Eve and Beersmith. And I said, yeah, we could do Nico Brew too.
Just have him do 3 quick takes. We'll pick the best one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
So I told him yes. I was like, oh, yeah. Sure.
I don't know if he's going to have time when he reads the plug for my blog, Nico. Sorry.
Right. So there you go. Dedication to personal success. And by the way, these are all given with love because you should be dedicated to your own personal success.
Yeah. No one else will be.
Those are your nominees. And the winner of the Dedication to Personal Success 2012... Flat Tail Brewing Company, Corvallis, Oregon. Yeah, if you're willing to crash a whole beer festival to bring your beer and then call people from your wallet, you are dedicated to personal success.
They actually will be at this year's Winter of Brewfest legally.
Oh, legally!
For the first time ever, legally pouring in California.
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the final 2 awards, and they are the most coveted awards in the BNAs. Well, I think that's the music-only version.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that is disconnected or no longer, and try your call again.
Now, here are your nominees for Caller of the Year.
Now, we all love this category because we rely on our callers to entertain the listeners, entertain us, and make total asses of yourselves. Sometimes they're friends, sometimes they're strangers, many times they're Andy Wood. Your nominees for Caller of the Year are Theo Brew.
What's happening, Aaron?
It's Theo Brew again.
Oh, shit. You outed me, bro.
I'm calling because Susie wouldn't answer my call because I wanted to give her props.
Aaron's the gay priest, right?
Yeah. I'm a priest. No. Things you have wrong. I'm not a priest. I'm a pastor.
Oh, well, Susie appreciates it, I'm sure.
Seriously, she's amazing. She's like the best, awesomest person ever.
Wow, what tipped you off that he's gay?
He's gay, but he likes Asian women.
Yeah. Hey, Theo, what color should I paint my bathroom? I have green towels.
Blue or yellow.
He knew right away.
See, he knows the answer to these
I went with gray, by the way. It's very nice.
Is he really gay?
Yes.
Yes.
Bevo, where have you been?
I really didn't know that.
Yeah, maybe you should screen his calls better.
Right. You'd screen his call. You'd start with, do you take it in the ass?
The Brewing Network, this is Bevo. Are you gay?
How many?
That's pretty much...
Yeah.
What, do I have to write a menu for you to read from?
It's called a script.
Whatever.
I like menu better.
Menu.
She's playing to your positives, that's all.
Oh, I get it. All right.
The appetizer is the greeting.
Don't make me come over there and kick your ass again.
The main course is the question. And the dessert is the follow-up.
Your second nominee for Caller of the Year is actually a duo you might remember from very early on in the year. A young lady named Jordan and her boyfriend Zach. Jordan called in. Actually, Zach called in for her. It was his hot collegiate girlfriend that he got naked on Skype, topless for us, while she chugged a beer.
Right. Get a little closer, please, would you?
And the topless chug has begun. There's a hand reaching. Wow, that was a fast chug.
Oh!
Unbelievably fast. Wow. What's your name, young lady? Jordan. Jordan, that's a pretty gnarly chugging skill you got there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. And is your boyfriend in the room there also?
Yeah, that'd be me.
That's you. I'll be sending out the medal, but it does belong to Jordan. Let's be honest.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She'll get it.
Yeah, she will.
JP. Such a perv.
I guarantee they won't be married.
She's getting nominated because she had a huge rack and she chugged really quickly.
You know, it wasn't even huge.
Too quickly.
It was just, it was fantastic.
It was both. It was huge
They
and
were like
fantastic.
C's.
D's. 34 D's.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think.
I will tell you this, through the nomination process, Moscow has not stopped talking about this girl.
She was unbelievable.
It's his dream girl.
Yeah.
It was your dream girl, wasn't
Pretty
it?
much,
Yeah. Do you think she was Jewish?
Jordan Rubinstein? I don't think so. Doesn't have a
Was
ring
that
to it.
her
does
last
it?
name, Rubinstein? All right. Your next nominee. It's actually another dynamic duo. The Mexicans, Steve-O and Riggs. Yeah, we have to combine them in one. Not because
Bike
we're
Stealers.
Not because we're racist, but because they called in together and knew each other. Here's a couple of clips from them separately. Here's Riggs.
Riggs, what's up, dude?
What's up? What's poppin', yo?
How are you, brother?
I'm fucked up, yo.
Yeah? Where are you calling from? We're in SoCal.
Fontana.
Oh, Fontucky.
What?
You sound hammered, Riggs. I'll give you that.
Hey, man, I'm doing some shit right now, dude. You know, since my name is Still My Drink, so I'll be storing that shit, trying to catch that shit in my mouth.
Riggs, are you?
You know what I mean?
That's all about
I do, son. Yeah.
I bet this guy's like super white, like whiter than Scott.
Yeah,
Dude,
he's a ginger.
I ain't even white, yo. Race ain't even in this shit, son.
Are you,
shirt size.
have you been drinking by yourself?
Of course, dude. Broke, lonely, and fucking being army style, son.
All right, there's Riggs. Here's Steve-O.
All right, good. Good to finally talk to you, man. First time caller.
All right, where are you calling from?
Whittier, dog. Whittier, around the area. Weren't you from over here somewhere?
Dude, I grew up in Whittier. My
dog.
Whittier, dog. I'm right now.
Say that.
That's my dog.
That's my dog.
Let me tell you, I had like 5 bikes stolen from my house where I was. My bike got stolen every other week. Beat up.
Me.
But I was gonna say, you sound like the guy who stole my bikes. You know?
Hey, I'll sell them back to you.
You do sound like the guy.
Hey, Jesse, you're the one with the banana seed, huh?
Yeah, that was my bike. Hey, do your friends call you Chewy? Because I remember that it was. They always told me it was Chewy that took my bike.
I did have a banana seed.
Hey, hold on. Fuck it, Tasty.
No. And just so you know why we coupled them together, listen to these 2 clips. This one is Riggs calling in.
We got Riggs on the line, going to play too. Hey, Riggs, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, man? Who's this?
Here's Steve-O.
All right, let's go to Steve-O in California. Steve-O, what's happening?
What's going on? Who's this?
Something about the Mexicans.
They couldn't figure out who they're calling.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to admit right now, I've changed the winner of this category, having listened to all the
really
submissions once again.
Oh no!
I had a winner.
I think I know who it is now.
That we had chosen beforehand, and having listened to the submissions just now, I've revised the winner.
I don't like this.
The winner of Caller of the Year is the Mexican, Steve-O and Riggs. Come on, how entertaining are those calls?
Who's this?
You know, originally it was Jordan because we got to see her boobs, but I gotta say, only the Brewcasters benefited from that. And a good set of boobs, it fades away quickly.
Yeah.
A fantastic call from a couple of Mexicans, it stays with you forever.
A set of boobs like Steve and Riggs goes on for a lifetime.
Yeah, it just stays right there with you.
What you did there.
I love Riggs's laugh.
Yes. What's up, dog?
Was that for a drunk of the week?
That was Caller of the Year.
No.
Yes.
When he was calling in.
Yeah, he won it that
I don't even know what he was saying.
He needs to be
And you live in the ghetto, and so you should know these
I live in
things.
the ghetto.
Well,
you speak
I live
Mexicans.
very near the ghetto.
You live on the border of the ghetto.
I do.
If you were to go to the barber shop in your town, it would be the ghetto. That's how you know when you live in the ghetto. Even if you live on the border and your side is nice, if the closest barber shop is the ghetto, you live in the ghetto.
You live in the ghetto.
Yeah. All right. That was Caller of the Year. That means we only have one. A highly coveted award left to give. I think I played the instrumental version.
I was going to say, wow.
This is a really epic build-up.
I was waiting. I was like, I'm looking at other things.
Here are the nominees for Drunk of the Year.
Nicole, are you nervous?
I don't know what Moscow's been up to over there.
Your first nominee for 2012 Drunk of the Year? Nicole Ernie.
It's my birthday! We're gonna see JP's wiener. Yeah! Woo! Your forehead is big, so you must be smart. Alright! If you have boobs as big as Bebo, that's hot. You can't even describe them on the air because they're too hot. It's my birthday! I still haven't chugged this
Chug it.
celebration.
That celebration is the key to JP's vote. So
Throw up on tasty when you throw up.
she's chugging.
Damn, woman.
Holy shit!
Jesus.
We had some spit up. We had some release.
Out the nose.
You're gonna spew into your purse. Can somebody give me a fucking napkin?
We're working on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Ernie finally reaches Drunk of the Week. On her birthday.
Well deserved. On the birthday.
This
All right.
I really don't remember that.
Give me a fucking napkin.
It's my birthday.
My birthday. Give me a napkin. Your second nominee for Drunk of the Year. None other than Mr. Theo Brew once again. You want to take Theo real quick? Let's just tell him he's a... Theo, you're kind of a psychopath.
Let's take him.
Theo real quick. Theo, you're kind of a psychopath.
He wouldn't keep calling, tell you that.
Theo. Yeah. I'm counting the amount of times you call me. 27 times in the last 8 minutes.
That's not even true.
I mean, come on. What's going on over there?
They're like 40.
You lost Drunk of the Week, all right?
I've had like 8 like Cigar City beers, and I'm like drunk, and I'm like.
JP told you if you would have pissed in the hydrometer, you probably would have won Drunk of the Week.
You can't tell me piss in the hydrometer and then give me 8 seconds to do it. Am I supposed to have a hydrometer ready at your moment?
What's the reading?
Baby, close your eyes. The love that you feel tonight is more than you've ever felt.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Blobber is my surprise, and he's the best thing in my life because Blobber is the best, and I love Blobber so much.
All right, Aaron. Thank you.
All right.
Theo Brew, everybody.
All right, Aaron.
Theo Brew.
Singing show tunes.
That is one of many from Theo Brew. We had to narrow it down. You might remember our old friend, formerly the brewmaster at Drake's, called in for his birthday party, Mr. Brian Thorson. I'm drinking your 1500 right now, and I'm sad that you're leaving us, man.
I'm sad to leave, too, in many ways. It's been a tremendous experience. This is where I'm from, so... everything means a lot. So
tell us where you're going.
Yeah. I'm going to Michigan, baby. It should be freaking cool. We'll see what's going on out there. We'll blaze a new trail out there, and we'll see where it goes from this point. At this point, it's an open frontier.
That is a drunk individual.
That was so awesome. I was there when he was talking to you guys on the phone. I felt bad because he was on the phone with you guys for like an hour. He was like stumbling around.
You helped arrange the call. Right?
Yeah.
It just seemed like an hour, by the way. It was 4 minutes.
Oh.
Do I only have one clip from this last nominee? Okay. The final nominee for Drunk of the Year is... You might know them as the well-armed Cream Team.
Yes.
It's James and his partner.
Holy crap.
Are you guys together?
We are together. Yes, we are.
You partners?
We're life partners. Yes, we are.
Life partners, yeah. All right. Have you been drinking homebrew all night or commercial brew?
Homebrew all night.
I like that.
Nice.
Do you brew together?
Yes, sir.
So you're drinking mutual homebrew. What kind of beer is it?
We started off with the cream. Moved up.
Usually you finish with that.
Okay, we got a cream ale, and then we've had several of this. We just kegged it. It's a Bass clone we like to call Bass Hole.
Bevo. James, you're killing Bevo. She can't even breathe over there.
She's going to have to put a diaper on.
I'm pretty sure her teats are leaking. The well-armed cream team. I do believe they shot guns.
They did.
later.
They shot guns, too.
We had to apologize for that, to not condone shooting guns into the air.
But we didn't mean it when we said that.
Probably.
Shoot guns in the air.
All right. That's a lot of quality nominees. Nicole Ernie, Theo Brew, Brian Thorson, and the well-armed cream team. The winner of the most coveted BNA of all BNAs. Nicole Ernie! I mean, come on! How do you?
It's my birthday.
How do you fight against that? Wow!
There's no pride in that.
It's my birthday! We're gonna see JP's wiener. Yeah! Woo! Your forehead is big, so you must be smart. All right. Your boobs as big as Bevo's. That's hot. You can't even describe them on the air because they're too hot. It's my birthday! I still haven't chugged this
Chug it.
celebration.
That celebration is the key to JP's vote. So
Throw up on tasty when you throw up.
she's chugging.
Damn, woman.
Holy shit!
Jesus.
Oh, we had some spit up. We had some release.
Out the nose.
You're gonna spew into your purse.
Can somebody give me a fucking napkin?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Ernie finally reaches drunk of the year. On her birthday.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
On the birthday.
Oh,
This
wow.
glorious moment, I would just like to thank all of the Brewing Network and all of my Brewing Network fans. I've worked so hard for this, and I just appreciate all of your
That was my...
Your acceptance speech, please.
Oh, no.
Thank you!
You clearly haven't had anything to drink.
Acceptance speech we've ever gotten for Drunk of the Year. My question to you, Nicole. Will you hang it on the same wall that you hang your Master Cicerone certificate?
That's the resume bullet item right next to Master Cicerone.
Yeah, that better be in your email signature.
DOTY 2012.
I'll put it in my china cabinet.
Once I get one and burn it down.
Along with the shitty china that she inherited that she'll never use.
Yeah. It's just the wrestler china memorabilia. That's what she means.
No, it's like all glassware. In it.
That's fair. I accept what the DOT. Yeah, but you did work hard for it.
I did really work hard for it.
Yeah, for a couple of years.
So did your stomach too.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's my birthday.
All right, while we're doing acceptance speeches, Riggs is on the line to accept Caller of the Year on behalf of the Mexicans. Riggs, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? What?
Yo, what's up, Joe? What's poppin', man?
Don't you want to know who you're talking to? Who's this?
Yeah.
Who is this?
Jason?
Talking to the phone.
George? What's up, man? Who's this?
I could.
Right on cue.
He's like Schumann when he always asks what after everything you say. He always goes what? He's not thinking about it. That's exactly what Riggs is. He just goes, "Who is this?" all the time.
I'll take two, please. I'll take two, please.
Oh, there he is. Now at least we can hear him.
Yo, what's poppin'?
Who is this?
Steve.
This is Riggs, yo.
Hi. Hey.
No, this is Riggs, yo.
Congratulations, Riggs. Caller of the Year, my friend. Plus another nomination, I think, too, right?
Yes, Asshat of the Year.
Yeah.
That's awesome, yo.
Yeah.
Thank you for the nomination. I feel very honored for that.
You're welcome.
Hey, it's my birthday! Yeah.
There's the laugh.
DOTW.
So can I have my bikes back now? Because that's why
that
we...
was Steve-O. That was Steve-O.
Hey, man, you know what? We have to talk about that because we were talking about some trades about that.
Shit.
What's poppin'?
Are you guys
I won an award.
You won an award. Congratulations.
Yeah, me and Steve-O. What's poppin'?
Yeah, we're so racist that we considered you one person, but you both won an award.
That's right.
Hey, It's so good, eh? You know what I'm saying, eh? It's so good.
I appreciate that. Now listen, here's what's going to happen. I expect you and Steve-O both to go to the SoCal Homebrew Festival, and here's what will happen.
Word.
We will bring you your award if you bring me one bicycle with a banana seat and chopper handlebars.
As long as it's pink and white, you're right.
I don't even give a shit. If as long as it has a banana seat and chopper handlebars, I will trade you your. I'm going to trade you.
With you.
Yeah, I'm going to trade you your award for my bicycle. Yeah.
Does it matter if it's twin or fucking?
I don't give a shit.
Fuck.
As long as when I pedal backwards, the brakes hit. You know what I'm talking about?
You want that e-brake? That's extra, dog. Come on now.
Yeah.
That's extra, dog. Come on now.
Listen.
That's amenities.
The truth is, the two of you have been a wonderful contribution to the show this year. You've been a lot of fun.
Word.
You've been good sports, and we've loved talking to you. And you deserve your award.
Word. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, been a fan for a long time. You know, finally got the courage to call up and shit. You know, but
all right, brother. Don't cry. Listen. Don't tattoo a teardrop to your fucking cheek or anything. All right. It's just.
Hey, I'm gonna get new tattoos for you ass and shit. You know what I mean? I'm getting new tattoos and shit. Just 'cause of that. You know, dude.
All right, brother.
Word. Peace out.
Keep it real.
Word.
He used to go sling a couple bags.
That's that was how I relate.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Keep it rare.
Keep it real. Keep it real.
I can't. I need to take
And
that
rare.
word out of my vocabulary.
Yeah. You have to do that.
I do.
Every time JP fucks up with another person, it usually involves the words "keep it real."
Yeah, I said it to our black neighbor the other day. I said, "Keep it real, Terry," and then I walked out hanging my head in shame.
And his name wasn't even Terry.
No wonder he looks at me like I'm an asshole every time I go in there.
I have Mexican Collar, the sequel, on line 3.
Oh, you got Steve-O?
Yes.
What's up,
Steve-O?
Oh, my God, dude.
Damn, girl.
You guys are nuts.
Oh, I thought he was going to ask who's this. For sure.
Hey, you guys are nuts.
Hey, you won, what did he win?
I don't know.
He did, yeah.
I won, I think. I don't know.
I think you won Caller of the Year.
Yeah, I'm not as good as that other motherfucker, though, that you guys compare me with or combine me with or whoever the fuck, Kentucky motherfucker.
I don't know. You're pretty close. Here, let me play you your clip, just so you know. Here's Riggs.
We got Riggs on the line, going to play too. Hey, Riggs, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, man? Who's this?
And now here's you.
All right, let's go to Steve-O in California. Steve-O, what's happening?
What's going on? Who's this?
I don't hear a difference.
Yeah. You sound like
I called it first. He copied me.
Yeah.
He copied me.
Yeah, what's up? All right, good. Good to talk to you, man. First time caller.
All right, where are you calling from?
Whittier, dog. Whittier, around your area. Weren't you from over here somewhere?
Dude, I grew up in Whittier. My dog.
I'm from Whittier, dog.
Whittier,
I'm in
dog.
Whittier right now.
Say that.
That's my dog.
That's my dog.
Let me tell you.
Yeah. Steve-O, you brought
what's up, man?
You brought out the best in me.
I know, dude. You guys are awesome, man. You guys hope you enjoyed that beer tonight. Did you crack that Utart?
No, we're gonna crack it at the end of the show.
Whatever, dude. I don't give a fuck. It's a beer.
Go grab it right now.
Tell that motherfucker JP, he says a Mexican don't know shit about sour beer. Tell him I have a fucking apricot Cascade Ale in my hand right now, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, you lost me with apricot, bro.
Yeah, you can't even afford that shit, motherfucker. Bro.
I can't, you're right. I can't. You're absolutely right.
I got an apricot. Let me take a drink right now. All right. I'll take a drink of the apricot right now.
My fence for stolen bikes got busted. So.
Do it. We'll listen. We'll listen to you. That's him taking a drink of the apricot.
Right. I'm taking a drink of apricot Cascade right now, motherfucker.
All right, we're going to open the brewery that you sent right now. Moscow's bringing it up from downstairs. He's got it. We're going to crack it open. I'm going to share it with these fools.
All I got to say is I don't care about any awards or anything, dude. I'm just so happy that you guys taught me a lot. Hey, and I'm going to be honest on air right now. I've never brewed a beer in my life.
Oh.
I've never brewed a beer in my life. I've been listening for years already. Haven't brewed shit, but I know, I talk to homebrewers all the time. They say, fuck, how in the fuck do you know so... I mean, you never brewed, and you're having a conversation with me about brewing and shit. Like, goddamn.
Well,
like, you know a lot.
Maybe we should...
just for you guys.
Maybe we should give you the guy who knows the most about brewing who's never brewed award.
Yeah.
You'd have to compete against me, but it sounds like you might have won.
Shit, dude. But I'm telling you right now, come February, when I get my income tax check,
yeah,
I'm gonna fucking buy my first fucking. I'm finally gonna buy my first equipment. My wife will give me the approval right now.
There you go.
I'm finally gonna buy my first equipment. After so many years, I'm finally gonna buy it, and I'm gonna finally brew, dude.
All right, Steve-O, you are the winner of Caller of the Year, and you've never even brewed. That's quite an accomplishment. Impressive. Here, I'm gonna
have a conversation a little bit.
Wait, I'm gonna make a Facebook post to you. I met Steve-O 1 year ago today. I met Steve-O, and what I'd like to say is that he is the best non-brewer I've ever met, and he's wonderful. And I wish that I could non-brew as good as he does.
You do.
And he's so funny, and he's so brown-skinned, and I love that about him. And all right, cheers.
Yeah, fucking.
He's so smooth. He's never been caught taking a bike.
Yeah, I never even. It's like he stole my soul, like he stole my bike, and I never even saw it happen. Both were gone before I knew it.
But the lock wasn't broken. I don't know how he's done it.
He now holds the banana seat in my pants.
In my heart. He rides the banana seat in my heart.
Hey, I'm paying for Drink of the Week, too. Real quick. I'll call it out real quick.
All right.
Real quick. All right. 2 Lagunitas, Ducktowns.
Drunk of the Week.
All right?
Yeah.
And I had a black market raw IPA. Some San Antonio bullshit beer. It's called a Small Batch Series No. 4. It's like a smoked rush beer. And I had Ballast Point Victoria City, my favorite winter werewolf beer. And I also drinking a fucking, right now, fuck you, JP, because I'm drinking a Cascade Apricot Sour.
It's pronounced apricot. It's pronounced apricot.
Fuck you. You can't even afford this beer, bitch.
Oh, man.
Maybe I should come by your apartment and steal it.
I really like how this guy talks to JP. It's great.
I'm drinking the week, bitches.
Maybe I should come. I'll come by your apartment and steal it. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Listen, here's what I love about Steve-O.
I can't afford it.
He's won an award tonight. He doesn't even give a shit. He just wants to apply for Drunk of the Week and tell JP, you can't even afford what I've been drinking, son.
I can't afford a $13 beer. And I feel bad about it right now.
You can't.
Does that make you better than me?
Beers, bitch. Hey, you always say you like session beers because you can't afford good beer, bitch.
I can't.
All right, Steve-O, thank you for the call. You're in the running for Drunk of the Week, and you've won Caller of the Year. Wow.
What a night.
Wow.
Yeah.
So can I just say it took me like a whole week to find my Drunk of the Week medal?
Yeah?
I got...
So you didn't hang it on the wall next to your fucking...
Well, one day I was like...
You know, I'm insulted.
I was like, Nate, shit, like... I'm really embarrassed to tell you this, but I think I've lost my Drunk of the Week medal.
You tried to trade it for hamburgers at Nations.
It's not in my purse, and it's not on the table. Like, I turned my purse inside out looking for it. I was like, shit, that would be so messed up if I lost it.
That would be
messed up. And then I was
up.
like, I bet you that I was taking it off on the way into Nations, and I left it at Nations, which would be the most awesome thing to do with your Drunk of the Week medal, is to accidentally leave it at Nations.
And did you?
No, I found it. I managed to somehow magnet it to the fridge.
I see.
I don't know how.
Hanging right next to your picture of the Hop Queen.
It was right next to the Hop Queen.
I would have preferred Nations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the BNAs have come to an end once more. What a wonderful year of awards. I think that we've had some top competitors.
I agree with that.
Some wonderful things to give away.
And some bottom competitors.
And some bottom Bevo.
Right.
You're talking about Bevo again?
I could if you want me to.
Right.
I wasn't even nominated for anything.
Well, what does that tell you about yourself?
Work harder next year.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for contributing to another year of Brewing Network shows. We couldn't do it without you. The BNAs are really, we do this to just say the show is shit without all of you. The listeners, the guests, the contributions to callers, all of that stuff. We're just a bunch of dickheads talking about beer without you. So thank you to you all. That's what the BNAs are about. And we really appreciate all of your contributions. And we'll send out... we won't send out anything because there are no trophies for any of these awards.
Absolutely not.
You just covet them and you hold them tight.
Fucking lame.
Yeah. Did we get any more booby pics?
We got a lot. And so she is now very upset that we haven't given her award.
What award did I say I'd give her?
An award. You never really specified.
No, but at one point I said I'd give her something.
You would make up an award for her.
Best Native American nipples.
Actually, here's the last one that we got.
Let me see. Is she going to call in?
I don't know.
Call in so we have to accept it. Bevo's making a gross face. Is she on the phone? No, somebody else gross is on the phone. Oh, I like the last picture. Oh, so she's
Filipino.
She's Filipino.
Told you she was a Mexican.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Yeah, I was with you on that, although I didn't have any other good ideas. Okay, what award did I...
You said you were going to make one up?
Yeah.
Hey, Sammy, come in here for a second. What award are we going to give her for all these photos? The Golden Nipple Award?
Is that like golden earring?
Orangutan nipple. Orangutan.
Golden orangutan nipple.
Oh my god.
This lady was nice enough to send us pictures of her boobs.
Sam, why would you do that? Because they're not too big. They're just brown.
They're very tiny.
Nice.
They're not hair. Are they hairy?
No, they're cute little adorable boobies.
Yeah.
Fucking Sam. What's your second thing off the top of that noggin of yours? I love the way Sam's brain works.
Cracker Jacks.
Go ahead.
Orangutan! Ow!
Go ahead. Ready, go. Oh, orangutan. It's just the same thing again. Without the word orangutan in it. Ready, go.
Semen, vaginal intercourse.
Sam.
The holding your daughter makes you think of that.
Oh, where did this thing come from?
Listen,
baby!
we need to bring in a psychiatrist to do word association with Sam.
I'm a Jew. I can do it.
In fact, with Sam and JP. And I bet it would be the most entertaining show we've ever done. The two of them they hold up a word, and the two of them have to say the next thing that comes to their brain. And I bet you we open a whole new world of entertainment.
Everything would be sex or boobs.
Right.
Or orangutan.
Or things that actually, I think it would be things you don't even think about.
Yeah.
If they would really commit to saying the first word that came to their brain, it would blow our minds.
Gold, yeah.
You two would blow our minds.
I would do it.
We'll have to keep baby Abby out of the room. Even though she can't really understand things, I don't want to subject her to that.
Here.
Yeah.
No, she's old enough to start repeating things.
Baby, you want to see boobies? You want to see boobies?
She sees boobs enough.
All right, I'll tell you what. We're going to give her the...
She does not need to see that set of boobs.
Boobies?
Sam. Dude.
Be general about it. You don't want it to be just boobies. This may be an award next year where...
True. Here's what I'm thinking. I'll give you my thought process, Stacey, so you can help me out. Basically, she's been the most open and prolific. She sent so many photos and has been so open about
uninhibited.
it. Uninhibited. That I feel like it should the award should encompass all of those behaviors. I feel like it should start with something like this. 1 hour ago today, I met the Filipino of my
breasts of my listeners.
I think we should give her...
Well, she has sent the largest catalog of breast shots to us this year.
Right.
Or last year for this award show.
You know what? We should give her the first... it should be something that's never been given before. An award that I think could be coveted by others. She should be...
The Brewing Network Classy Broad Award?
Mrs. Skin, Brewing Network 2012. Mrs. Skin. She showed us the most skin.
Yeah, lady skin.
Why is it Mrs.?
Miss Lady Skin.
I like lady.
Then we'll go to lady. Lady.
She's also
because it's always like it's like Miss Universe, Miss America, Miss Skin, Miss Brewing Network. What if we just give her Miss Brewing Network? She's Miss Brewing Network 2012, ladies and gentlemen.
Now you have to make a sash for her and shit.
That's fine. JP, get to sewing.
I got one.
You're a crafts guy.
I am a crafts guy. I'm a crafts guy.
Make her a sash. One that doesn't cover her brown nipples.
Or get her pregnant.
Please. Yeah.
Mrs. Brewing Network. Miss Brewing Network.
Right.
And nobody will ever see her face because I'm sure that she doesn't want her boobs paraded around.
You know, I was going to take Drunk of the Week calls. Fuck. All right, I'll do it quick.
I mean, in her
Just take
acceptance
these
speech.
two, and these
Give her the
two
number.
are hella drunk.
Is the dude, his name is West Portland?
His name is West, and he's from Portland.
That's
Why
West,
is there a
what is
T
wrong
at the
with
end of
you?
it? Bevo, could you do your fucking job? Could you just work a little bit at
Could you?
improving as a call screener?
Okay, could you buy me a phone that I could hear from? Number one.
I don't think it's the phone. I will do that if that's what it really is. I'm not asking for much.
No.
Just
His-
try
he said
a
his
little.
Name was West. W-E-S-T.
No, it's West.
He spelled it for you?
Well, I couldn't understand. This dude is drunk.
Okay.
No, it's Blake. It's our buddy West.
Okay, but so it's West.
Yeah.
Without a T.
Yeah.
So my request, I'm just saying, in 2013, just try a little. I mean, just give an effort.
Even
It
in
is
2013.
2013.
It's 2013. Let's be honest with
It
each
is
other.
2013.
And I'm saying, for the rest of the year, could you just try to improve a little? No.
Least improved, not giving a fuck of the year award goes to Beverly.
9 years ago today, I met my call screener.
I punched her in the coot.
All right. Wes, what's happening, brother?
Jay, what's going on, man?
How drunk are you?
Say your name, by the way.
What's that?
What's your name?
Is it Wes or West?
My name's Wes with no T.
It seems pretty fucking clear to
Did
me.
it sound like West to anybody else?
But you know what? Bevo can call me West if she wants to. It's cool.
Right. I'm going to jerk off either way. She can call me whatever.
His last name is regardless.
You know what? I called in for Drunk of the Week from. I'm out in the fucking parking lot of my apartment complex because I got kicked out of the apartment because I was too hammered.
Did you get kicked out by your roommate or by the neighbor?
I got kicked out by my fiance.
Wow, that's pretty good.
His last name is Dowd.
So, what are the chances of you going back in there and putting her on the phone for us?
Well, I mean, that could happen.
Slim real good.
How bad do you want to win?
I want to win, absolutely.
All right, get
There's
your
no
ass.
question.
Get your ass back in there and put her on the phone.
There's our
All right,
celebration.
Hey, give me a second. I gotta walk a distance here.
How long has she been your fiance?
Distant.
For about a year and a half.
So, would you consider the deal pretty much sealed, or is there still a chance she could bail on you?
Oh, she's sealed.
Okay. How long have you been with her? Like since high school or something?
No, it's been a little bit shorter than that.
She wasn't like a stripper beforehand or anything, right?
It was an arranged marriage.
Unfortunately, no.
Mm-hmm.
The only guy I've ever met who wanted his fiance to have been a stripper.
Wes, does she have a job?
She does.
Do you have a job?
Taking care of me.
I do.
Oh, okay. Well, so all right, we can't. Things should be okay.
Things should be fine.
Things should be fine.
Yeah.
You gonna talk to her?
Yeah.
All right.
What's her name?
Hold. Rebecca.
Okay.
Same as Terrence's.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk though? Okay. Do you want to talk?
That's great.
Okay. She doesn't want to talk. She doesn't want to talk.
Well, you asked 4 times. That's pretty. That's good. Good on you.
Was the response verbal or just a look?
Okay, but I was trying.
But did she just look at you like you're the biggest shithead on the planet, or did she say something?
No, she said, turn the light off, or I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I'll bet you this guy's single.
That's
just
fair enough.
fully delusional.
It's not even a person there.
No,
it's his cat.
It's 2 pillows with a marker face.
Yeah, that was Moscow.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Let's be honest here.
No, that's true, but you don't know that. We know that, but you don't know that.
Right. We're not supposed to know that.
All right,
hey,
Wes.
Congratulations on your guys' 2012 award show. That was a good one.
Thanks, buddy. All right, well, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week. Just you don't even have to give us your resume. You're drunk enough to go to your fiancée and ask her to be on the phone, and that puts you in the running.
I think I got kicked out for the night.
Was she in bed?
The streets of I'm walking the streets of Portland for the rest of the evening.
Oh boy, is she gonna lock you out?
I think so.
That's pretty good.
That'll get you a win.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. I mean, we're not gonna feel remorse or anything, but that'll get you a win.
All right.
All right, Wes. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, you guys.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Wes.
I like Wes.
He's
He's
a
a
good
little
dude.
creepy dude, but he's a nice guy.
That's kind of a creeper. Huh?
I like West.
And then we just have Double H. Is that what we have?
West isn't real, sweetheart.
West
Yes,
Garden.
and that's
Double H from Georgia. What's up, man?
Hello?
Georgia, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy. Turn your computer down.
Oh, yeah. What? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Turn your radio up.
Go for a second. Okay.
Turn it up.
I got it.
What's
Can
up?
you hear me?
What's
Hello?
up, Double H? How you doing, buddy?
Hello?
I'm drunk. How are you?
Hello?
I'm kind of drunk,
Yes?
too, actually.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh. Can I hear you?
I don't know. I was asking you.
Oh, shit.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
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 Yes.
No, I can hear I can hear you, Jay.
Oh, I can hear you, JP.
Oh, see, that's good news.
Hello?
Hello?
Wait,
We have a call from Georgia on somewhere.
Yeah, who is
too, I
this?
think.
are you fucking with me?
If you're quiet, you can hear like a disconnect.
He's not drunk.
All right, Double H. How drunk are you?
I don't know. I watched the the national championship game today, and always had a mint julep in my hand.
That's how drunk he is. He watched college football and enjoyed it.
With a mint julep.
Really?
And a sea sucker suit on.
Really?
Right
for
in my
like 4
convertible
hours,
Cadillac.
and then had tried the new Mad Hatter or Magic Hat Heart of Darkness,
Hang on.
which is
Slow down.
awesome.
Why would you watch
Okay.
football all day with a mint julep?
Yeah.
Well, because I don't know if Alabama can win if I don't have a mint julep in my hand.
And what happened?
Oh, is that your superstition drink?
Hey, it's only weird if it doesn't work or whatever they say on the.
That's true.
So were you
commercials
drinking
or TV or whatever?
Good mint juleps that you made with like mint and good bourbon, or were you using like green syrup shit to like make your?
No, good
Paint.
yummy stuff.
He was using paint. He had green paint.
Paint thinner.
Paint thinner?
Yeah.
Healthy.
Mostly paint thinner. Turpentine.
I think Double H sounds hammered. He had just admitted to drinking mint juleps all day.
He is pretty hammered.
He
that's
is
for sure.
Southern though.
Well, would it help if I said I was taking apart my Jeep all day?
It might.
I thought you were watching football.
With a mint julep in your hand.
Well, let me ask you this: is the Jeep your daily driver or your hobby?
Well, it was a daily driver until it quit working.
Okay, so that helps your drunk of the week. I think he's taking it apart all day. It's daily driver.
He has no idea how to put it back together.
Yeah, he's fucked.
Yeah, it still doesn't work. Yeah.
All right, you are in the running for drunk of the week, my friend, along with Steve-O and Wes. It's time to pick our first ever drunk of the week for 2013. What we have is Steve-O, who was not as concerned about his win as he was for his nomination for drunk of the week. And then we had Wes, who was willing to go back into his fiancée after she had thrown him out for being too loud and asking her to speak on the phone, and then got thrown out again. And then finally we had Double H, who admitted to drinking mint juleps all day. Tough competition for our first show of 2013. Raise your hand if drunk of the week is Steve-O. All right. Raise your hand if drunk of the week is Wes.
West Regarding.
There you go. Wes is our winner. Drunk of the week. First ever 2013. Congratulations, my friend. You are now in a long list of drunk of the weeks that could be in the running for drunk of the year.
We should put
Just like me.
just like Nicole Ernie over there.
We should put AA pamphlets in every medal I send out.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Do you want me to call Ray and talk to him about your victory? I mean, we could just
play him up.
I mean, I know because you can't toot your own horn, so I'm thinking that maybe it's appropriate if somebody else does it for
Go
you.
ahead and discuss
Oh,
this
you know,
or
okay, well,
tweet
all right.
about it or Facebook it.
Okay.
You can just...
All right, well, I'm just trying to help. I mean, I thought, because I don't want you to have to, like, brag, you know. Yeah.
We'll send out a press release.
Yeah, I'll write your press release right now.
JP's writing it right now. He's putting it out on the AP, which really cares about what we do here. I'm sure of it. All right.
Although, if I will wear... if you make me a sash also for Drunk of the Year, I will wear it at the Winterfest.
You will.
Will you, Mrs. Ernie? You'll wear a sash?
What we haven't done is sing the
Not
Drunk of the
married
Year
to my
song
dad.
yet. Nor have we done the Twitter game.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm letting you know. I'm reminding you things. I missed a reminder.
I think I had the Drunk of the Year song all ready to go.
Oh, no. What?
Oh, yeah.
No, there's no song.
There's a song.
Everybody
No,
ready?
There's no song.
Get ready for the
You guys
song.
remember how it goes?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, there's
You got to
no
wait for the
song.
first dun,
Right.
dun. Okay. And then we'll go, you know, Nicole, how are you?
Yeah.
You get it.
No,
And everyone at home,
song.
sing along. No matter if you're listening to
Right.
the song 5 years from now, you're singing it at full volume.
Tasty, Nathan, Bevo, I expect all of you to participate.
Don't even think about singing.
This tradition is big. You better think about
It's
it.
bigger than the show. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. It is much bigger than the show. Thank you, Nathan. Here we go. The honorary Drunk of the Year.
Drunk of the year. Nicole is the drunk of the year. Drunk of the year. Nicole is the drunk of the year.
There you go. Yeah. Yo, you earned it, girl.
It's my birthday!
I think I'm tearing up a little bit.
It's my birthday!
Birthday!
All right.
Take the new
And
Triple Rock.
Twitter game, I believe, was what should Moskowitz's New Year's resolutions be?
Yep.
How did we do?
I've twiddled them down to 4 because I know we're pressed for time. Bill Kuhn says to find a third profession that pays even less than the BN and painting. Dave Malone says to stamp out the anti-Semitism that has plagued the Brewing Network for years.
Right.
Good luck.
Clayton Latham says to get on a real radio show and get a Sharks jersey reading Petros 69 on the back.
Oh.
And then Chris B says to raise self-esteem by losing enough weight to do one cock push-up because one is all you really need.
Okay. That's all we had?
Well, no, we had like 6, but I whittled them down because it's almost 11:30.
What was the first one again?
To find a third profession that pays even less than the BN and painting.
I like that one.
I'm not applauding for that.
All right, that was Bill at Gimme Good Beer.
All right, let's get out of here. Thank you for a wonderful year of Brewing Network shows, everybody. Once again, your contributions make it happen. We got an awesome year planned for you, and you know what? I think we got some surprises up our sleeve. I think it's going to be a big year for the BN. We're starting next week. Mark Carpenter and crew back in the studio from Anchor Brewing Company, and we're going to go to the Anchor Brewing Company actually on Thursday and get a little inside tour. So we'll put together a photo log of the whole thing. We'll get a little fucked up too, and have a good time. But we got a big year in store for you as always. So just stay with us. Oh wait, let me do this.
Can I just say Dib's not driving?
When? Thursday?
Yeah.
You can do that all you want.
Shit.
We're going to end up with none of us driving.
Shit.
It's going to happen.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. JP is on Twitter. Follow him at Major Jip to better understand why his family has abandoned him. Scott the Jew has finally acquiesced to Twitter. Follow him at Moscow Paints for mildly interesting info about how to paint shitty giants. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nathan Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike Yip McDowell at Tasty McD. The BN Winterfest is fast approaching. Mark your calendars for January 26th. Make sure you are up to speed on all the latest updates by finding the BN Fest feed across your favorite social networks. Check out the Brewing Network store for all the latest BN merch, including the new Homebrew U DVD pre-order sale. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter. I can't go for that. Can you?
JP's an asshole. Justin's in Moscow and winning the